Chapter 1 She's Getting Married. The sun is shining brightly. The bricks on the construction site also seem particularly hot. I'll lift up my long skirt for you and take you to the lighthouse of love. The cell phone rang. Sugu handed the brick in his hand to the bricklayer and took out the cell phone from his pocket. It was his girlfriend Lu Yunyun who called. Yunyun, I've transferred the money to you. After the call was connected, Su Ji's tanned face broke into a smile. Sugu, I got it. I called you today to tell you something else. A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of hesitation in her voice. Have you thought of a birthday present? 2 months later, it will be her birthday. I have been asking her about it before, but she always said she hasn't thought about it yet. I guess she knows what she wants now. That's Sugu, it's not about the birthday, let's break up. Su Ji's head buzzed, his eyes widened, and his voice trembled. What did you say? I say let's break up, we are not suitable. What do you mean inappropriate? We have been dating for 5 years, and you are telling me it is inappropriate now? Sugu felt like his world was about to collapse. Sugu is an orphan, and he met Lu Yunyun in high school. At that time, Lu Yunyun's family was poor. In order to let Lu Yunyun go to college, Sugu did not even finish high school and ran out to work. In order to prevent her from feeling wronged in school, I have been living a frugal life for so many years, just hoping that she can study well in school without so many worries. Recently, because her school said that there would be a graduation ceremony or something, I gritted my teeth and used Huabei and Jiabei to get more than 30,000 yuan for her. The money was just transferred last night, and she broke up with me today? Sugu felt like his world was about to collapse. Yunyun, we have been together for 5 years. Do you know how I spent those 5 years? Why? Tell me why. Sugu yelled into the phone, startling even the bricklayer next to him. I'm about to graduate from college, and you're just a migrant worker who didn't even finish high school. It's not appropriate for us to be together. After Lu Yunyun laid her cards on the table, even her tone became much colder. I'm a migrant worker? Ha 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 ha. Sugu laughed bitterly and roared helplessly into the phone. You don't know why I am a migrant worker. If I hadn't worked to support your education, would you have money to go to college? Ah. Do you have money? Sugu, I know you hate me, but you can't give me the life I want, and you didn't pay for my college education. To be honest, I'm getting married soon, so we shouldn't contact each other anymore. Listening to Su Ji's angry roar, Lu Yunyun seemed to want him to give up completely. Show him your true colors. What? You're getting married? Upon hearing the news, Sugu was shocked as if struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. No wonder she didn't let me go to Shenzhen to find her. It turned out that she had already found a boyfriend in school. I have been with him for more than 2 years. He is my classmate and also a second-generation rich man in Shenzhen. He has a house and a car in Shenzhen. He can give me the life I want, which you cannot give me. I am sorry, Sugu. I'm sorry? Just saying sorry negates all the good things I've done for you over the years? Sugu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes red like a wild beast. Even the bricklayer next to him didn't dare to ask him to pass the bricks. Anyway, that's what happened. I've said everything I need to say. We're done. On the phone, Lu Yunyun's tone was so resolute. Su Ji's eyes were red. If Lu Yunyun was next to him, he would definitely slap her hard. 5 years of hard work, and just one sentence, we're done. All his efforts over the past 5 years were negated. It's ridiculous. It's so fucking ridiculous. I didn't expect that the person I've always loved is such a materialistic person. Lu Yunyun, I'm done with you. I've paid for your schooling for so many years, and you just said it's over. Now that it's over, you should give me back all the money I've spent working to pay for your schooling. Now that they had already fallen out, there was no need for Sugu to be polite to her. If I am still polite to a woman who has been cheating on me for 2 years, am I still a man? Humph, my choice is indeed right. I won't be happy with a narrow-minded person like you. Also, the money was given voluntarily by you, so just consider it as your share of the money. That's it, don't contact me again in the future. Beep, beep, beep. Lu Yunyun seemed to not want to bother with Sugu anymore and hung up the phone directly. If you're willing, I'll give you a share of the money. Hey. Just when Sugu wanted to vent his anger, the call was hung up. Hello, the number you dialed is turned off. When I called again, the phone was turned off. Sugu just felt dizzy, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Sugu, why the hell aren't you working? Don't you want to do it? At this time, a middle-aged man with a big belly and wearing a white safety helmet came over. Seeing Sugu staring blankly at his cell phone, he scolded him. Fuck you, I'm going to fuck you. Sugu was getting angry, listening to the foreman who was always swearing and liked to withhold workers' wages, questioning him with dirty words. At this moment, the anger in Sugu's heart was completely ignited. Anyway, he had no intention of continuing. Now that Wang Chung had run into his trap, could Sugu still let him go? Sugu, who the hell are you scolding? Get out of here if you don't want to do it. The middle-aged man roared when he saw that Sugu dared to scold him. You are in arrears with my wages, and you still think you are right. I am scolding you. Give me my wages. Get out of here right now. You're dreaming about the wages. You scolded me and you dare to ask me for money. Wang Chang was also angry. No one had ever scolded him at this construction site. He is just a small worker, how dare he do that? Are you going to give it to me today? As he spoke, Sugu picked up a brick from beside him. The workers who were working nearby hurried over and snatched the brick from Sugu's hand, fearing that he would do something stupid. Wang Chang was so scared when he saw Sugu looking like he was going to kill someone that he quickly ran to the outskirts of the crowd in shame. Sugu, you are crazy, don't do stupid things. Everyone quickly stopped Sugu. Sugu, whose bricks had been taken away, calmed down at this time. He threw his safety helmet to the ground and ran out of the construction site. Boom! The summer weather is like a woman's changeable face. The sun was shining brightly just now, but now it is covered with dark clouds and thunder is roaring. When Sugu came to the electric car outside the construction site, he really wanted to burst into tears. Brother, can you help me scan an electric car? I missed the bus, and my mother didn't save any money for me in Weixin. At this time, a girl about 13 or 14 years old with a school bag came to Sugu and patted Sugu's shoulder somewhat embarrassedly. Sugu turned around and looked at the girl. The little girl has 2 ponytails and big eyes, she is very cute. But the girl looked at Sugu's red eyes and wanted to step back timidly. Sugu looked at the girl's timid appearance and realized that he had scared her. I quickly said, well, I'll sweep it for you. Sugu called WeChat and saw that there was only 3 yuan left, feeling bitter. If it weren't for that woman Lu Yunyun, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Never mind. I don't have much money, so I'll just scan one for her. Scan the code successfully, payment amount, 3 yuan. Thank you, brother. After the bike lock was unlocked, the little girl rode the shared electric bike and waved happily at Sugu. Looking at the little girl's smile, Sugu suppressed his grief and gave her a smile. Bite. Chapter 2 Return System. Ding. Scan the QR code with Weixin and get 1,000 times the critical hit reward. Thump thump thump. Agricultural Bank, on August 25, 21, your account number ending in 1314 received 3,000 yuan, and the balance is 3,000.52 yuan. What is going on? Looking at his Agricultural Bank of China income reminder, Sugu was stunned. Opening WeChat on his phone, Sugu looked at the display on his phone and fell into deep thought. When did this prestige get a 1,000-fold return? Is Penguin so generous? However, the text message on the bank card was indeed sent by the Agricultural Bank of China, so it should not be a fake. How about buying a bottle of water and trying it out? Sugu still didn't quite believe that Penguin Company was so generous. He was afraid it might be a telecom scam. Boss, give me a bottle of mineral water. I still have $10 in my pocket, so even if Weixin can't pay, I can pay with cash. He wanted to try whether the returned money was real. What water do you want? $1 for Kang Shufu. Weixin received 1 yuan. After getting the water, Sugu directly scanned 1 yuan in. Soon, the store owner received a payment reminder on his WeChat. Agricultural Bank on August 25, 21, your number ending in 1314 made a quick payment of 1 yuan, and the balance is 2,999.52 yuan. Sugu's money was transferred from his bank card. Ding. Scan the QR code with Weixin for 1 yuan and get 10,000 times the critical hit. Thump thump thump. Agricultural Bank, on September 24, 21, your account number ending in 1314 received 10,000 yuan, and the balance is 12,999.52 yuan. Chen Butsao, it is true. Sugo was speechless when he looked at the income in his bank card. The shop owner couldn't help but frowning as he looked at Su Ji's silly smile. This guy must be a fool. Sugo ignored the shop owner and walked outside blankly with the water in his hand. What is going on? Why is there a 10,000-fold critical hit? Does the penguin father know about my miserable experience? I was given a QR code to scan and get a refund. Ding. To detect the host's doubts, a special inquiry page is opened. Voice input is available. Just when Sugo was full of doubts, a search box similar to Baidu appeared on his phone. Why can I get a refund after I scan the QR code to pay? Now Sugo wants to know most about the situation with his mobile phone. Hello, host. I am the QR code payment refund system. The QR code you scan and the mobile phone payment you make will return you an indefinite multiple of money. There is a certain probability that special items or special rewards will appear. Below the search box, he was quickly given the answer. System? Su Ji's eyes lit up. As a rotten flower of our motherland society that has been poisoned by novels and gossip for so many years, he naturally knows what the system is. In other words, as long as I scan the QR code to pay, I will get a certain multiple of the refund? Sugo suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked again. Yes. This is going to be posted. At this moment, Sugo felt like he was dreaming. Pay $1 and get a direct return of 10,000 for a 10,000 times critical hit. If you are lucky, you can make tens of millions in a day. Boss, give me the most expensive item in your store. In order to verify his idea, Sugo went back and spoke arrogantly to the owner of the convenience store. The store owner looked at him with confusion. The most expensive item in this store is cigarettes, Huazi, 65 for a pack and 610 for a carton. You want a Chinese fries? The shop owner asked. Then take a Huazi. Sugo is rich now, and he gets money back for what he spends, so naturally he looks like a nouveau riche. 601. Ding, Weixin received payment of 610 yuan. Sugo didn't say anything and just handed the money over. After taking the cigarette, Sugo stared at his phone in a daze. Why was there no refund this time? After waiting for a long time, Sugo looked at the phone and still saw no response, which was very strange. System, why didn't you return it this time? Quickly open the query box and enter your question. The same QR code can only be returned once. The system quickly gave an answer. Nima, why didn't you say so earlier? Sugo almost cursed. You didn't, he asked. The system's answer is also justified. Sugo. Boss, can you return this cigarette? Sugo himself didn't smoke, and a cigarette in his hand was just a decoration, so he asked. Once the tobacco in this store is sold, it cannot be returned or exchanged. The shop owner didn't indulge Sugo at all. Walking out of the store depressed, Sugo went to the next store. Boss, give me a Chinese noodle, the most expensive one. Weixin received 610 yuan. Ding. Scan the QR code to pay 610 yuan and get a tenfold return. Thump thump thump. Agricultural Bank, on September 24, 21, your account number ending in 1314 received 6,100 yuan, and the balance is 18,939.52 yuan. This time there is only a tenfold critical hit? Looking at the refund of only 6,100 yuan, Sugo frowned. The difference in critical hits is a bit too big. By the way, is there any pattern to this critical hit? Ask the system. QR code return system, scan code payment rules. Scan the QR code to pay $1 or less, the chance of a 10,000-fold critical hit, with a minimum of 10 times the critical hit. Scan the QR code to pay for 10 yuan or less, the chance of a 1,000-fold critical hit, with a minimum of 5 times the critical hit. Scan the QR code to pay 100 yuan or less, the chance of a 100-fold critical hit, the minimum is double the critical hit. Scan the QR code to pay 1,000 yuan or less, the chance of a 10-fold critical hit will be 10 times the minimum return of the principal. Scan the QR code to pay 10,000 yuan or less, the chance of a 5-fold critical hit, and the minimum return is the principal. Scan the QR code to pay more than 10,000 yuan, and there is a chance of double critical hits, and the minimum principal will not be returned. Special items and rewards appear randomly. Warm reminder, each QR code can only be returned once, and the items purchased by the host must be of equal value and cannot be given by force. For example, a lollipop costs 50 cents, and the host scans the code for 1 yuan. So that's how it is. The fewer QR code payments you make, the higher the critical hit reward will be. As long as I work harder, I can definitely earn a considerable amount of assets within 2 months. Sugo clenched his fists, his face flushed with excitement. Lu Yunyun, didn't you say I was narrow-minded? Okay, as for the gift money? I'll pay it. Since I've paid the gift money, I will definitely go to your wedding. Wait for me. With the QR code scan return system, Su Ji's desire for revenge became stronger. He is not a saint. He cannot remain indifferent after being cuckolded for 2 years and spending 5 years of his hard-earned money on him. He couldn't take revenge before because he didn't have the strength to do so. Now that he has the system, he wants Lu Yunyun to get back everything she owes him. Sugo swore secretly in his heart. Boom! The clouds in the sky were getting darker and darker, and the streets, which were originally bright, became unusually dim. Crash! Soon, heavy rain came down. With the QR code scan return system, Sugo naturally cannot sit idle. He needs money now, lots and lots of money. If he wanted to make Lu Yunyun regret and lose face at the wedding, he had to work harder. In the heavy rain, a soaked figure was walking in front of the doors of various shops. Boss, give me a bottle of Kangshufu for 1 yuan. Chapter 3 Triggering Special Rewards. Achoo! It was not until late at night when the store closed that Sugo dragged his wet body back to his rental house with a large amount of mineral water. Crash! After throwing 40 or 50 bottles of mineral water on the ground, he felt exhausted. All items purchased by the system cannot be discarded or transferred, but not limited to volunteers, police officers, firefighters, homeless people, stray cats and dogs, etc. Because of this additional condition of the system, Sugo had to take back all the things he bought. Moreover, the shops were generally far apart from each other, so he only visited 40 or 50 shops in the entire afternoon. In order to get more back, he only bought things worth $1. He calculated in his mind that only by buying something worth 1 yuan could he get the highest rate of return, even though it was a bit tiring. But looking at the extra 100,000 yenxia coins in his bank card, Sugo no longer felt tired at all. Even after coming back for a long time, he would lie on the bed staring at his phone and grinning foolishly. It wasn't until he sneezed that he felt so cold. After washing up casually, Sugo fell into a deep sleep with hatred for Lu Yunyun and happiness for earning so much money thanks to the system. No words were spoken that night. At dawn the next day, Sugo woke up from a nightmare. Sitting up from the bed, Sugo covered his head and felt a little uncomfortable. The whole body was shivering. My face was red and my head was aching badly. No, I have to go scan the code and make money. Now that he has the ability to make money by scanning codes, he doesn't want to waste even a minute. He got up from the bed and was about to leave when he found himself dizzy and his body was terribly hot. The medicines at home are gone. But Sugo didn't want to delay scanning the code because of his illness. After a simple wash, Sugo walked towards the pharmacy downstairs. Give me a box of medicine for fever, and some anti-inflammatory and cold medicine, achoo. Sugo said with a depressed look to the beautiful saleswoman in a white coat at the drugstore. It's $35 in total. I'll scan it for you. The salesperson looked at Sugo, who was wearing an Adasabi short-sleeved shirt and had a dark face, put the medicine on the table, and said something to Sugo impatiently. Weixin collects $35. After scanning, the beautiful girl took out her mobile phone and started playing, without caring about Su Ji's feelings at all. Sugo didn't mind. After all, he came to buy medicine early in the morning and the store had just opened. Ding, scan the QR code on Weixin for 35 yuan to trigger a special item reward. Special item rewards: Appearance Transformation Capsule, King Kong Invincibility Capsule, Skin Transformation Capsule. Only one can be selected. Hey, the special item has been triggered. Walking out of the pharmacy, Su Ji's eyes lit up when he saw the notification on his phone. It's just that there's something a little bit wrong with this capsule. Appearance Transformation, Invincible? This system is dishonest. These days, appearance is justice, and the invincible King Kong is invincible. But you have to have good looks to have the opportunity to display your abilities. I choose Appearance Transformation. Sugo made his choice without much hesitation. Sugo himself is quite handsome, but after working on the construction site for so many years, he has become very old. Not to mention Lu Yunyun, even a woman on the street wouldn't look at her. Like the beautiful nurse in this drugstore, she didn't even bother to look at me. The appearance pill was successfully distributed. The host will be transformed successfully after taking it. The phone received another reminder. So what? Sugo looked at the cold medicine in his hand and didn't see anything different. The pill has been placed inside the cold medicine capsule. It will be effective once the host consumes it. Just when Sugo was confused, another reminder came from his phone. This system is really fun to play. After buying a bottle of water from the store next to the pharmacy, Sugo took the cold medicine without hesitation. It's not that he wanted to take a look at this appearance-enhancing pill, but because he was really feeling uncomfortable with his cold. After eating, Sugo prepared to have breakfast and then started cleaning the store. This man is so handsome. It's just a little darker. If it were a little whiter, it would definitely be a little wolf dog. Being darker makes you look healthier. No, I can't control myself anymore. I'm going to ask this little brother for prestige. In a nearby breakfast shop, Sugo heard some strange sounds. Brother, can you add some prestige? Ah. Okay. Little brother, can I add your prestige too? Oh well. While having breakfast, Sugo found that he had added the prestige of 7 or 8 girls. What is going on? Why am I suddenly so popular? After eating breakfast with doubts, Sugo came to the front desk. How much is it, boss? It's $9 in total. Add me on WeChat and transfer it to me directly. The girl who collected the money wore a mask and blinked her big eyes with a look of anticipation on her face. Isn't this the payment code? I'll just scan it. Sugo was completely confused by these girls. Can anyone tell me what happened? That payment code doesn't work anymore, scan this one. The girl opened the QR code of her mobile friend without saying anything, which made Sugo very depressed. After adding her as a friend, he did not transfer money directly to the girl. Just kidding. This is the first time I scan your QR code. I have to let the system return it to me no matter what. You little girl, you actually want to delay me from making money. He is truly not a human being. Weishin collects 9 yuan. After scanning, Sugo quickly left the bun shop under the gazes of a group of crazy fans. Ding. Pay 9 yuan with prestige and get 100 times the critical hit. Thump thump thump. Agricultural Bank, on September 25, 21, your account number ending in 1314 received 900 yuan, and the balance is 115,200.52 yuan. 100 times the critical hit is not a small amount, start sweeping the store. Seeing that a special reward and a 100-fold critical strike were triggered early in the morning, Sugo felt that his illness was not that serious. Since we are sweeping the store, let us start from the convenience store at the bottom. Boss, give me a bottle of Kangshufu mineral water. Ding. Scan the code to pay 1 yuan and get 100 times the critical hit. Boss, give me a bottle of Kangshufu mineral water. Ding. Scan the code to pay 1 yuan and get 10 times the critical hit. Every time Sugo entered a store, he would buy 1 yuan Kangshufu mineral water. Of course, this made many shop owners look at Sugo with strange eyes. You're already carrying a lot of mineral water, and you still want to buy 1 bottle? Is there anything wrong with that? But Sugo doesn't care about other people's opinions. What do they know? This is all money. As the things became heavier and heavier, and Suji's illness had not yet healed, he could no longer bear it. Doctor, how can I cure my cold as quickly as possible? Sugo couldn't stand it anymore and finally came to a clinic. After entering the door, Sugo went straight to the point and asked directly. He needs to cure his illness as soon as possible, after all, making money is important. Intravenous drip is the fastest. Looking at Suji's handsome face, the doctor's attitude became much better. Then I'll get in 4. How much is it? I'll scan the code. After the doctor finished treating him, Sugo directly scanned the QR code on the clinic. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the special reward, medical proficiency, proficient in traditional Chinese medicine, proficient in Western medicine, choose one of the two. Chapter 4, Making Up One's Mind. Hey, the special reward has been triggered again, but this time it's not an item, it seems to be some kind of ability. Traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, well. As a Yanxia person, I naturally want to pass on traditional Chinese medicine. Didn't someone say that Chinese medicine makes you live in confusion, while Western medicine makes you die clearly? The profoundness of traditional Chinese medicine can be seen from this. Thinking of this, Sugu no longer hesitated and directly clicked on the option of proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine. Ding! The selection is successful. Chinese medicine proficiency is being distributed. Please pay attention to receive it. Hiss. After making the selection, Sugu felt as if something was forced into his head, and his head felt like it was about to explode. So this is what the system means by receiving. I was totally unprepared and it felt like being pricked by a needle. What's wrong with you? If you feel uncomfortable, just lie down for a while. The young trainee nurse at the clinic was keeping an eye on Sugu. After all, such a handsome boy is really rare. If only his skin could be whiter. Koan and Bo are nothing but scum in front of this man. The young nurse saw Sugu covering his head with his hands, sweating profusely and looking in pain. He hurried over to him, squatted down, and asked him with concern. It's okay, I'll just lie down for a while. Sugu tilted his head, looked at the worried face of the young nurse, and forced a smile. He smiled at me. This boy is so handsome even when he forces a smile. The little nurse thought in a crazy way. Do you want me to help you go to the bed and rest for a while? You can't do this. The young nurse came to her senses, blushed, and held Suji's arm, trying to help him to the bed. But now Sugu had a severe headache and couldn't even stand up. I could only smile bitterly and said, please pour me a glass of water, I may not be able to get up now. Well, okay, wait a moment, I'll pour it for you right away. Seeing that Sugu really didn't want to move, the young nurse hurried to the pharmacy to get hot water. The uncle who came over looked at the young nurse, who was concerned and busy helping Sugu and pouring water, and muttered, it's good to be handsome, but why don't I have this treatment? I also want to drink some hot water. Sugu listened to the uncle's mumbling and frowned. In all these years, I have never heard anyone say that they are handsome. What happened today? Have I really changed? Sugu thought for a while, and was soon troubled by a headache again. The mastery of traditional Chinese medicine given by this system is so fucking ridiculous. Call. It took a full 10 minutes for the pain in my head to gradually dissipate. Sugu wiped the sweat off his forehead and slowly exhaled. Are the rewards from the system all forced upon you? However, there are also great gains after the pain. Sugu has a lot of things in his mind that do not belong to him. He hadn't figured out what it was specifically. This thing would probably only be revealed when it was actually used. Come, have a drink of water. The young nurse quickly brought the water over and handed it to Sugu. He was still holding the quilt from the clinic in his hand, probably planning to let Sugu rest on the bed for a while after he got better. Thanks. Sugu smiled at the young nurse. Her whole face turned red like an apple. You're welcome. The young nurse lowered her head and replied, but she did not leave. Instead, she lowered her head and twisted her clothes, as if she had something to say. What's wrong? Sugu asked curiously. Well, if you feel uncomfortable in the future, you can ask me. This is my prestige. Can you add it? The young nurse took out her friend's QR code and asked with a blushing face. Of course, thank you. Sugu took out his cell phone and added the friend directly. Luning Yue, what a nice name, just as beautiful as she looks. You're welcome. You can take a rest. I'll get busy. With prestige in hand, Luning Yue's face was full of smiles. How nice it would be if I could be the girlfriend of such a handsome boy. It's face saving to take it out. But rice should be eaten bite by bite, and men should be soaked bit by bit. Well, be more reserved. You are about to gain prestige, which means you have taken a big step forward. Luning Yue thought infatuatedly in her heart. I just wonder what Luning Yue would feel if she knew that Sugu had 7 or 8 girls with him for breakfast. I'm sorry everyone, this may be the last time Yura sings for you. After drinking the hot water, Sugu felt much better. The sound coming from the TV next to my ears also became much clearer. I have to say that this 4 drip is really useful and my body temperature is returning to normal. Xiao Yiru is only 20 years old. Is she going to quit the music industry? Who knows? He debuted at the age of 18, and his song Beacon of Love became a hit on the internet. In the past 2 years, he has released 7 or 8 albums, and each one was a huge hit. Why is he suddenly quitting? She's beautiful, has a nice voice, and is only 20 years old. Why did she suddenly quit the music industry? It's such a pity. Hey, with Xiaoyiru's retirement, the music industry has regressed 10 years. Are there any songs worth listening to now? Listening to the words of the young nurses who were not far away from him and would occasionally peek at him, Sugo looked up at the TV with curiosity. When coldness enters the body, evil qi enters the 5 internal organs and invades the 6 bowels. If the coldness is not dispelled and the yang is restored in time, life will not last long. Treatment method: use yang-boosting medicine, supplemented by blazing silver needles. Why do these things suddenly appear in my mind? Is this what it means to be proficient in Chinese medicine? Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, questioning, and palpation. And now that I am proficient in Chinese medicine, the word is triggered. Even through the TV, he could still clearly see what illness the sweet and charming Xiaoyiru on TV had. How could he get this disease at such a young age? Sugo was very puzzled. I heard that he had some disease. We secretly went to many big hospitals in Shanghai to see him, but they were all helpless. However, Xiaoyiru herself denied the rumor, but the paparazzi took clear photos at the time. Even Kyoto's specially hired foreign professor came over, but it was said that there was nothing they could do. It's probably cancer. Apart from cancer, what other disease can't be cured by so many professors? I heard from the grapevine that Xiaoyiru's family paid tens of millions to find a doctor. So that must be the case. Xiaoyiru has returned to the Magic City now and is not seeing anyone. It is said that she is at Tangyun first class. The others were unaware of the changes in Su Ji's mind and continued chatting among themselves. But Sugo had different plans. I can see her symptoms and have a prescription to cure her. Now Xiaoyiru is in the Magic City. The right time, right place, and right people are all here. If I could cure her, considering Xiaoyiru's worth, I could just give her tens of millions and it would only take a few minutes. This is much faster than scanning the code. Thinking of this, Sugo decided to go to Tangyun Yipingtang tomorrow to try his luck. If it really doesn't work, you can just scan the code over there. Having made up his mind, Sugo closed his eyes and began to rest. Chapter 5. Is this me? So handsome. After the drip, Sugo felt his head was heavy and uncomfortable. I don't even have an appetite to eat. As it was getting dark and Sugo was feeling a little dizzy, he decided to take a rest and go scan the code to make money tomorrow when he felt better. I'll lift up my long skirt for you and take you to the Lighthouse of Love. As soon as he returned to the rental house, Su Ji's cell phone rang. It was his good friend Guchen who called. Hey, Guchen, what's up? After answering the phone, Sugo threw his shoes on the ground, lay on the bed with his legs spread out, and asked weakly. Sugo, I received Lu Yunyun's wedding invitation today. What happened between you and Lu Yunyun? As soon as the call was connected, a burst of anxious inquiries came from Guchen's side. Guchen is a close friend of Sugo who came from the same orphanage. At the beginning, he chose to go to school, while Sugo chose to work for Lu Yunyun. At that time, Guchen also advised Sugo to study hard, saying that it was not the right time to work now as he was still young. However, Sugo did not listen to Guchen's advice, and resolutely went out to work to earn money for Lu Yunyun's schooling. Now that I think about it, it's really all your own fault. Don't mention Lu Yunyun to me anymore. I broke up with her. Su Ji's voice sounded a little angry. I knew that woman was not a good person. What did I say at the beginning? When Guchen heard Su Ji's angry voice, he immediately stood up for Sugo. There was a hint of complaint in his voice. After all, he had advised Sugo at the beginning. By the way, Sugo, what are your plans next? Will you continue to work? After venting for a while, Su Ji's silence finally calmed Guchen down and he asked. Work? Su Ji's eyes were cold. It is impossible for me to work anymore. I will never work in this life. Now that he had the system, he wanted to take revenge, severe revenge on this woman. Guchen, Lu Yunyun gave you an invitation. What date did she say for the wedding? Why are you asking that? Listening to Su Ji's voice, Guchen felt something was wrong. Then he said, don't do anything stupid. I just asked my classmates. Lu Yunyun's boyfriend is called Wang Chao. He is the son of a game company in Shenzhen. I heard that his family's assets alone are worth hundreds of millions. How could I do such a stupid thing? Besides, I don't have the ability to do it. I just want to bless her when the time comes. When Sugo said this, his teeth almost gritted out. However, in order to find out the specific time, he suppressed his anger and asked Guchen. Hey, this Wang Chao must love her very much, he chose her birthday to get together. If you ask me, you'd better not go. I don't plan to go either. It's better not to be friends with such people. Guchen didn't hear Su Ji's anger and hatred, and sighed. As a close friend, Sugo must be feeling bad at this time. Over the years, he has been watching everything that happened to Sugo and Lu Yunyun. No one, not even an outsider, could say anything about how good Sugo was to Lu Yunyun. But I didn't expect that no matter how good the love is, it would still be defeated by reality. Well, I know what I'm doing. Let's do this for now. After hanging up the phone, Sugo threw the phone on the bed, got up and sat on the edge of the bed, thinking in his mind. It is impossible not to go. With the system in place, this account must be settled. Lu Yunyun's birthday is November 15th, and today is September 15th. That means he still has 2 months to earn money. If things go well now, I can earn about 100,000 yuan a day, and more than 6 million yuan in 2 months. More than 6 million was something Sugo couldn't even think about before, but now it's still too little for him to take revenge on Lu Yunyun. Just now Guchen said that the Wang Chao that Lu Yunyun is going to marry is worth hundreds of millions. It seems that I have to find another way. I will go to see the famous star Xiaoyu tomorrow. Sugo thought to himself. At this moment, Sugo hated Lu Yunyun as much as he loved her in the past. After calming down, Sugo walked towards the bathroom. Take a shower, have a good sleep, and start scanning codes to make money starting tomorrow. Is this me? As soon as Sugo walked into the bathroom, he was stunned by the person in the mirror. The person in the mirror looks very similar to my original appearance. Sugo is still very handsome when he is not working. When he was in school, many girls pursued him. He was definitely the school idol. Otherwise Lu Yunyun wouldn't have fallen for him. But in recent years, his skin has become darker due to wind and sun exposure, and the handsomeness on his face has also been ruthlessly destroyed by the scorching sun. He looks more than 10 years older. The person in the mirror at this moment is even more handsome than when he was at his peak. Is this the effect of the appearance enhancement capsule? That's awesome. Sugo looked at himself in the mirror and liked himself more and more. No wonder so many young ladies suddenly added me on WeChat during the day. He is so handsome, I would want him too if I were a woman. At this moment, Sugo finally understood the meaning of a sentence. If you are not handsome, you will never know how proactive women are. Seeing how handsome he looked, Sugo became more confident. You may not be able to earn that much money by scanning the QR code to get a refund in 2 months. But the ability of special rewards allows him to find more ways to make money. Then let us start by curing the big star Xiaoyu. After taking a comfortable bath, Sugo prepared to have a good rest. I have to go to Tang Yuniping tomorrow to treat Xiaoyu's illness. I have to be in the best condition to avoid being turned away. With a beautiful vision of tomorrow, Sugo quickly fell asleep. No words were spoken that night. Early in the morning, Sugo, wearing a mask, took a taxi and rushed to Tang Yuniping in Shanghai. Tang Yuniping is the most luxurious residential area in Shanghai. It is said that the housing prices here start at least 300,000 renminbi per square meter, which is very scary. Scan the QR code on WeChat to get 25 yuan. Pay 25 yuan with Prestige and get 100 times the critical strike. Agricultural Bank, on September 26, 21, your account number ending in 1314 received 2,500 yuan, and the balance is 125,700.52 yuan. Arriving at the outskirts of Tang Yuniping, Sugo paid the taxi fare and got off. Looking at the returned money, Su Ji's mouth curled up. That's really good. I can earn more than 2,000 yuan just by taking a taxi. Putting the phone in his pocket, Sugo looked up at Tang Yuniping, the most luxurious house in Shanghai. Tang Yuniping's house is located near the beautiful Huangpu River. It has more than 40 floors and is said to be more than 150 meters high. The exterior design was also designed by a famous international designer, and it is particularly shocking when viewed from the other side of the Huangpu River. The area has well-developed transportation and numerous commercial areas. It is one of the top luxury homes in the Magic City and even in the entire Yin country. Standing on the side of the road, Sugo felt that a loser like himself didn't fit in here. Because he didn't even see where the gate of the mansion was. Forget it, let's find someone to ask first. Thinking of this, Sugo walked towards the bustling commercial street. My dear brother, I see that you are a man of great stature and a rare talent, but you are trapped in confusion and cannot figure it out. When he arrived at the intersection of the commercial street, a middle-aged man with a short beard who looked to be in his 30s came towards him and talked nonsense. Chapter 6 Rewards Feng Shui Mastery. Sugo looked back and saw the middle-aged man holding a compass in his hand and standing behind him with a smile. What era is this? There are still people doing this? Su Ji's mind was full of questions. But what he didn't know was, the more wealthy people there are in big cities like this, the more you believe in feng shui and the like. Therefore, many charlatans like this middle-aged man have emerged, trying their luck here. After all, a commercial street like this is not something that ordinary people can afford. Most of the people I meet here are wealthy people who live here. If you are lucky enough to meet one and his prediction is correct, you will become a guest of honor of a wealthy man and will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. Of course, not everyone is so lucky. Many of these charlatans, like the middle-aged man Gung-yun in front of him, have been here for 2 or 3 years, but no rich people have ever approached him. But he was not discouraged, and in the process of fooling people, he discovered a pattern. That is, the more ordinary a person's clothes are, the more likely he is to be a hidden rich man. When he saw Sugo wearing an Adasabi brand short-sleeved shirt that cost more than 10 yuan at a street stall, he confirmed his vision. This guy must be a rich second generation who likes to play dumb and eat the tiger's money. That's why I hurried over to say this. Brother, I see you are full of doubts. You must be confused about something. How about letting me give you some advice? Gung-yun looked at Su Ji's frown and said with a smile on his face. At this time, Sugo was worried that no one would ask for directions, but he didn't expect that this charlatan would ask him first. That's easy, I can just ask him. Confused, very confused. Sugo replied with a smirk. Gung-yun's eyes lit up when he heard Sugo say this. It's good to be confused. I like you being confused. If you weren't confused, where would I go to fool people? He immediately said, Brother, I don't know what you are confused about. Tell me, maybe I can show you a way. Gung-yun stroked his short beard with his hand and held his head high with the demeanor of a master. The young man in front of him has taken the bait. As a master, I naturally have to have my own style. Gung-yun felt that his current posture and movements were very stylish. A clear path? That's what I want. You are a true master. Sugo also took advantage of the situation and answered with a smile. Listen to what Sugo said. Gung-yun felt that the goddess of luck was blessing him. I didn't expect that I had been hanging around in Shanghai for so long. It turns out that my mentor is here. Gung-yun was so excited at this moment that he almost jumped up, and his heart beat a few beats more. But after being in the business for so long, he quickly suppressed his impulses. Calm your beating heart. Now that I am a master, I must be steady. Stay calm, don't ruin the image you have worked so hard to build. Only then did I calm down quickly. With an appearance as steady as an old dog, he said with great dignity, Tell me your confusion and I will show you the way. Okay, master, where is the gate to Tang Yunipin? Sugo asked, rubbing his hands. Gung-yun? He was a little confused. What is the problem? No, that's not the right approach. Shouldn't he ask about career and relationship confusion? Even asking if there is anything in the house that is not in accordance with feng shui is fine. Or any bad luck. Wait, could he be asking for directions? Master, you don't know where the gate to Tang Yunipin is, do you? Seeing Gung-yun in a daze, Sugo glanced at him and asked. What you mean by confused is that you don't know where the gate of Tang Yunipin is? Gung-yun did not give up and confirmed it. Yes, master, aren't you going to show me a way forward? Sugo nodded heavily and answered affirmatively. Seeing Sugo nod in affirmation, Gung-yun almost staggered. Am I a tour guide? I'm still showing you the way. I came to Tanji Uniapin, but I don't know where its main entrance is. No way, you don't know either, right? And you're a master, ha? Sugo said with a disdainful tone. What do you mean by cut? Do you despise me? Looking at Su Ji's cocky look, Gung-yun wanted to hit him. But he soon calmed down. What is this place? The most luxurious commercial street in Shanghai. Anyone who dares to go in there is a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Even if the person is wealthy, Gung-yun cannot afford to offend him. But Gung-yun also has his own ethics and bottom line. At that moment, even his voice became cold, and he said, fortune-telling and feng shui are another matter. Asking for directions is 10 yuan each time. No matter what, I have to earn the money I earn from standing for half a day to buy water. $10 is still money. Okay, $10 is $10. It's not expensive, and it's troublesome to ask others. As he spoke, Suga took out his phone and opened it to scan the code. Walk 500 meters north from the outer edge of the commercial street and you will reach the west gate of Tang Unipin. Gungyun pointed in the direction and said to Sugu unhappily. Thank you. As he spoke, Suga directly swept the money over. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the special reward, Feng Shui Mastery, Fortune-Telling Mastery. Choose one of the two. After scanning the money, Suga did not check his mobile phone to return it immediately. But after walking out of the commercial street, he found that his cell phone was not ringing, so he checked it out of curiosity. Hey, the special reward has been triggered again. Looking at the special rewards appearing on his phone, Suga was a little confused. But what are the uses of these two abilities? He himself does not believe in feng shui or fortune-telling. He felt that these things were feudal superstitions. Especially fortune-telling. If these were really useful, why would that fortune-teller just now be cheating people out of money on the streets? But as for feng shui, I heard that many people believe in it. It seems to be some tradition of Yen country or something. Choose Feng Shui Mastery. After thinking for a while, Suga decided to choose Feng Shui Mastery. Maybe when I have nothing to do in the future, I can take a look at Feng Shui houses or something. Maybe you can even trick people into making some money. But as soon as he made his choice, he realized that something was wrong. He forgot that these abilities would be painful. And now, he is at the intersection of the street. As expected. As soon as Suga made his choice, he saw a line of text appear on his phone. Selection of Feng Shui Mastery is successful and is being distributed to the host. Then he felt dizzy. My head hurts like needles. Mad, I was careless. I don't know how much this Feng Shui Mastery is going to transmit to me. How long will the pain last this time? But Suga felt that he was doomed. Because he was feeling dizzy at this moment. Even walking was staggering. Beep, beep. On the main road, bursts of rapid car horns rang out crazily. Chapter 7, Hit by a Car. Aunt, Professor Yuan is in my car now. How is Xiaro now? Cece, quickly bring Professor Yuan over here. Xiaro is twitching all the time and her face is frighteningly pale. I really don't know what to do. Aunt, don't worry, I'll be there soon, wait for me, we'll be there soon. Come quickly, come and save Xiaro, woo-woo. Hearing the anxious sobbing coming from the other end, Lucisi quickly hung up the phone and stepped on the accelerator of Martha again. The roar of the white Masha rang out in the streets of the Magic City, attracting the attention of passers-by. As the best friend of the superstar Xiaoyiru, Lucisi was more anxious than Xiaoyiru's mother at this time. Xiaoyiru's illness has been going on for a while. Even famous doctors abroad are helpless. 2 days ago, the professor in the hospital even asked Xiaoyiru's family to be prepared for her to pass away at any time. In order to help Xiaoyiru walk the last part of her life well, her family took her back to the Magic City. It can be considered as accompanying her on her last journey. But seeing Xiaoyiru's painful expression, Zhao's mother couldn't bear it. There was no other choice but to ask Lucisi to quickly bring the most authoritative professor in the Magic City over and let Xiaoyiru take another look. Even if Xiaoyiru was really beyond cure, they hope that she can die without so much pain. Xiaoyiru's condition has worsened. There's nothing I can do even if I go. Seeing Lucisi driving so fast, Professor Yuan Haiyuan, an old man in his 60s wearing a white coat and a mask, sitting in the back seat, tightly gripped the handle of the car, and his heart beat faster. He hoped that by saying this, Lucisi would drive slower. Xiaoyiru could not be saved, and he couldn't risk his life again. Professor Yuan, you are the best doctor in the country, how could you not be able to cure it? Lucisi was very anxious at this moment, and even her tone of voice became much louder. In such a busy street, she drove the car at a speed of 80 miles per hour. No wonder Yuan he was so nervous. I'm a doctor, not a god. We have no clinical experience with this disease and have never seen it before. How can we treat it? Hearing Lucisi's voice, Yuan he also became a little angry. No one in the country has ever questioned his medical skills. This little girl is too disrespectful. I'm sorry, Dr. Yuan, I'm too anxious, but I'd like to trouble you to try your best to make Xiaro less painful. After listening to Yuan He's words, Lucisi realized that she had said the wrong thing. He turned his head slightly and said apologetically. Look ahead. But as soon as Lu Cece turned around slightly, she saw Yuan He's expression suddenly changed. Shouted loudly to Lu Cece. Lu Cece reacted quickly. Squeak! The sound of car brakes made a piercing noise at the intersection of a busy commercial street. Bang! Although Lu Cece reacted, something still hit her. I'm so annoyed. How could this happen? Seeing that she had bumped into someone, Lu Cece's already upset mood became even worse. Stop complaining and get out of the car and take a look. Yuan Yu quickly opened the car door and walked downstairs. At this moment, Lu Cece just wanted to take Yuan He to Xiaoyiru's house to treat her. But seeing Yuan He walking away and having hit someone else, it was naturally difficult for him to escape. After walking down. At this time, a man was lying on the front of his car. There were already a lot of people in the commercial street, and they quickly gathered around. This guy was acting strange just now, he kept staggering on the road, but I didn't expect he would get hit by someone. Yes, hey, isn't that Professor Yuan? It's really Professor Yuan. This blind guy is probably fine now. Professor Yuan is a well-known top doctor in our magic city. Seeing Lu Cece and Yuan He getting out of the car, someone quickly recognized them. After seeing Professor Yuan, they all felt lucky for the person who was hit. After all, Yuan He is like a miracle doctor in the hearts of the people in Shanghai. Yuan He got out of the car and squatted beside the man lying on the ground, touching the man all over. How is he? Lu Cece came behind Yuan He and asked. Dang dang ding dang ding. Before Yuan He could answer, Lu Cece's phone rang again. It was Xiao's mother calling. How is he, Professor Yuan? Xiao can't wait either. Why don't you go and see Xiao while I take care of this? Looking at the call from Zhao's mother, Lu Cece was extremely anxious. He's fine. Take him to the car first. Xiao Yiru has some equipment and medicines. I can show them to him after I take a look at Xiao Yiru. After feeling around for a while, he discovered that the man lying on the ground had no signs of fracture or blood loss. Breathing and pulse are steady. Looking at Lu Cece's anxious look, if he continued to wait here, he didn't know what this girl would do. I might as well take him along, and then let Lu Cece talk to him about compensation. Okay, that's it. The two of them quickly carried Su Gu into the car and sped towards Tang Yunyapan. Su Gu was very depressed. This system transmission is too bad. Of course, it's also my own fault for forgetting that transferring these capabilities would be a headache. Forget the headache. I was also hit by a car. It's really misfortunes never come alone. Could it be that the charlatan I met today was stabbing me in the back? You should check the almanac before going out. After the car stopped, Tang Yunyapan's security guard was called over by Lu Cece. She needed to get Su Gu to Xiaoyiru's home first. Yuan He went upstairs first. Wow, Xiao is still so young, how could she get such a strange disease? Lu Cece, along with several security guards, carried Su Gu to Xiaoyiru's 600 square meter house. Then he heard Zhao's mother sobbing. Professor Yuan, Xiao. Lu Cece arranged for the security guard to put Su Gu on the sofa and hurried upstairs. Hearing Zhao's mother's voice, she asked hurriedly. But judging from the sad look on Zhao's mother's face, Xiao Yiru was unlikely to make it. Looking at Xiao Yiru's condition, she can only hold out for 3 days at most. Yuan He sighed and told them the cruel truth. Whoa, Xiao. Yuan He's voice made Zhao's mother burst into tears. After hearing this, a man in a suit and tie walked out of the room with a gloomy look on his face. Standing outside the door, he gently lit a cigarette, his eyes were red, as if there were tears. Aunt, Xiao will definitely get better, please don't cry and hurt yourself. Looking at Xiao Yiru's pale face, Lu Cece didn't know how to comfort her, so she just came to Zhao's mother's side and gently patted her back, hoping that she would feel better. Hearing the crying sound from upstairs, Su Gu, whose pain disappeared, slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 8 If I can't save her, I'll die with her. This is? When Su Gu opened his eyes, he was shocked by the luxurious decoration in the hall. The area of this living room is as large as 200 square meters, and a huge crystal ceiling hangs above the center. The soft light seemed a little dazzling under the reflection of the crystal diamonds. Surrounding it are some light yellow tiled walls, on which hang some paintings by unknown celebrities, which are obviously worth a lot of money. On the south side of the living room is a huge and transparent glass wall, through which you can have a panoramic view of the beautiful scenery of the entire magic city. Su Gu slowly stood up from the soft and comfortable sofa. I rubbed my aching body and felt a little happy. Could it be that I have traveled through time just like what is written in the novel? Or have I traveled through time to a wealthy man's house? Looking at the extremely luxurious decorations around him, Suga suddenly thought of this possibility. After all, 8 out of 10 people who are hit by cars in novels travel through time. But when Suga looked at the knockoff t-shirt he was wearing, he woke up from his beautiful fantasy. No time travel. At least I haven't seen this kind of dressing style in any time travel novel. But where am I now? Xiaoro, why is your life so miserable, my Xiaoro? The crying sound from upstairs caught Su Ji's attention again. Xiaoro? Who is Xiaoro? Hearing the crying and shouting from upstairs, Suga murmured and looked up. He was 100% sure that he did not know anyone called Xiaoro. With doubts, Suga tiptoed upstairs. At this time, there were several people standing upstairs. Among them were 2 nurses holding medical supplies and a man in a suit who was squatting against the wall, smoking silently. Who are you? Just when Suga was about to go down, the man in a suit and tie discovered him. After throwing the cigarette butt in his hand to the ground and stomping it out, he stood up and asked. Hello? Suga waved his hand awkwardly at the middle-aged man and greeted him. Are you Xiaoro's friend? The man looked at Suga and asked with a frown. Xiaoro? Suga was a little confused. He doesn't know him at all. Yes, my daughter Xiaoiru. The man looked at Suga with confusion. Su Ji's clothes are very rustic. The English words adasabi are particularly eye-catching on the white t-shirt. He was wearing cheap capri jeans, especially his pair of flip-flops, which made him look like someone wearing one of those street vendors. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't seem like someone who could be associated with his daughter Xiaoiru. Of course, although his clothes are not very good, his face is still quite handsome. Uncle, I don't know you. Wait, you said your daughter is Xiaoiru? Originally, Suga was going to ask some questions about why he was here. But when he realized that the person the man was talking about was Xiaoiru, he was completely shocked. He originally wanted to come to Xiaoiru's house, so he wouldn't end up here directly. That's too much of a coincidence. I'm Shao Kong, my daughter is naturally Xiaoiru, who are you? The more Shao Kong looked at Suga, the more he felt that there was something wrong with this person. When I arrived at my own home, I didn't even know who I was. Shao Kong, Xiaoiru. Suga murmured, excitement in his eyes. What a pillow! I was just thinking about how to find Xiaoiru to treat her illness. This is great. A car crashed directly into her house. This is too amazing. Then he hurriedly asked, Uncle, is your daughter the famous star Xiaoiru, the one who has an incurable disease? In order to avoid making a mistake, Suga confirmed it again. After all, he didn't know that Xiaoiru's father was Shao Kong. Upon hearing Su Ji's words, Shao Kang's face turned gloomy. His daughter was already beyond help, yet this man was still making such a loud noise. What's the difference between this and rubbing salt into his wounds? He immediately said angrily, I don't care who you are, get out now. Suga? What's wrong? Hearing Shao Kang's voice outside, Lu Sisi walked out of the room and asked. Seeing Suga, whose face was still bruised by the car accident but still couldn't hide his handsomeness, Lu Sisi's eyes brightened up. However, it was soon overshadowed by the pain of Xiaoiru's impending departure. Uncle Xiao, let me talk to him. As she spoke, Lu Sisi led Suga down. Sitting down on the sofa, Lu Sisi told him how she had bumped into him. After that, he said, tell me how much compensation you need, but please keep Xiaoro's matter confidential. Lu Sisi was not in a very good mood, but after all, she bumped into someone else, so she was still very polite. Put aside the matter of hitting me for now. Let me ask you, will you really give 10 million to cure Xiaoiru? No, 20 million? I can only get some compensation if I get hit, but curing Xiaoiru now is the real way to make big money. If someone can cure Xiaoro's illness, what's the harm in paying 50 million? Lu Sisi didn't take Su Ji's words to heart. Even the famous Professor Yuan, he was helpless. I guess no one in this world can cure Xiaoro. 50 million? Suga was shocked. There was no way, after all, Suga was just a migrant worker moving bricks at a construction site. At most I can earn about 8,000 yuan a month. Even if the system came, he calculated that he could only make 7 or 8 million at most in 2 months. It is normal to be shocked when you suddenly hear this huge number of 50 million. Does your word count? Suga asked quickly, his eyes shining. 50 million, just scanning the QR code for 2 months. No, you can't earn that much in a year. What does it count? If someone can cure Xiao, I'm willing to pay 50 million myself, but, hey. Lu Cixi smiled bitterly and shook her head. You said it, so I'll be honest. I won't pretend anymore. I'm a miracle doctor. I can cure Xiao Yiru. Su Ge stood up suddenly and said with a proud look on his face. When Lu Cixi heard that Su Ge could cure Xiao Yiru, she was shocked. But just when she wanted to ask Su Ge, her eyes dimmed again when she saw his street stall clothes. Tell me how much compensation you want, and I'll give it to you. Now go, I'm already annoyed enough. Lu Cixi was in a bad mood and she didn't want to mess around with Su Ge anymore. He took out his cell phone and placed it on the luxurious golden sandalwood coffee table. He leaned heavily on the sofa, his voice a little cold. You're kidding. I'm serious. I can really cure her. Su Ge became anxious when he saw that Lu Cixi didn't believe him. Just go away and stop bothering me, okay? Seeing that Su Ge was still unwilling to leave, Lu Cixi's last bit of patience was worn out and she started to scold Su Ge. Lu Cixi's expulsion made Su Ge a little angry, and he shouted. If I can't save her, I'll die with her. Chapter 9 Dichlorvos is for me to drink. Su Ge's voice is very loud. It instantly attracted the attention of the people upstairs. Especially Xiao Kong. After hearing Su Ge's voice, he quickly leaned on the railing upstairs and looked down. Do you know what you are talking about? Seeing that Su Ge was actually betting his life, Lu Cixi quickly pulled him to sit down. But Su Ge had no intention of sitting down at all. He raised his head and looked towards Xiao Kong. If I can't save your daughter Xiao Yiru, I will be buried with her. Su Ge looked straight into Xiao Kang's eyes with a resolute look. For a moment, Xiao Kong was afraid to look him in the face. Do you really mean what you say? Xiao Kang's heart suddenly trembled when he saw Su Ge's resolute look. Yuan, he said, Xiao still has 3 days. This young man actually gambled with his own life. Can we let him have a try? Of course I did it for real. Besides, your daughter only has 3 days left to live. Why don't you let me try? It won't hurt you, right? Su Ge answered. Looking at Su Ge, Xiao Kong fell into deep thought. This guy is right. Xiao really only has 3 days to live, Yuan, he just said so. If he really can't cure it, I won't suffer any loss. But what if it is cured? At this moment, Xiao Kong was weighing the pros and cons in his heart. This is his instinct as a businessman. What's going on? The voices outside caught Yuan He's attention. Xiao Kong turned around and said to Xiao Kong, the young man below said that he can save Xiao Ro. When Yuan He heard this, his face suddenly turned a little bad. I came to the railing and looked down. Su Ge, dressed in street clothes, appeared in front of him. Then he became angry. Nonsense, do you think a migrant worker like him can cure your daughter's illness? Even a medical professor couldn't cure him. Can this migrant worker be cured? Professor Yuan, he dares to bet his life. I want him to try. Xiao Kong was now at a loss. Xiao Yiru only has 3 days left, so he would give it a try even if it meant trying to save the situation. Xiao Kong, I think you are crazy. I can't cure you. Do you think there is anyone who can? And you want to bet your life? Hear what Xiao Kong said. Yuan He just felt that Xiao Kong was desperate and was trying every possible means to cure his illness. If a migrant worker like him can cure the disease, what is the use of doctors and professors like him? Just because you can't cure it doesn't mean others can't. The breadth and depth of Chinese medicine is beyond the comprehension of a Western doctor like you. Looking at Yuan He's attire, Su Ge could easily tell that he was a professor of Western medicine. In addition, this aspect of traditional Chinese medicine itself is somewhat mysterious. Only then did he confront him. I absolutely cannot let this old man prevent me from making money. Chinese medicine, do you understand Chinese medicine? Do you have a medical license? If not, I can call the police to arrest you. After hearing Su Ge's voice, Yuan He also became angry. He would not allow a wild boy to challenge his dignity as a professor of Western medicine. I dare to bet my life, do you dare? Su Ge directly threw a bomb that even Yuan He didn't dare to take. Even professors who are already over 60 years old. He didn't even dare to gamble his life on whether he could cure someone. Yuan He really couldn't continue and pointed at Su Ge with trembling hands. His face turned red. You don't dare, right? Then don't hinder me from saving people. Seeing that Yuan he didn't dare to respond, Su Ge sneered. Then he said to Lu Sisi beside him, you have a car, right? I'll write out the prescription now, and you can take me to buy it later. After saying that, Su Ge took action himself. I found a pen and paper on the table and started writing. Seeing that Su Ge looked just like the real thing, Shao Kong actually didn't care. He immediately said to Shao Kong in anger, are you sure you want him to treat your daughter? Okay, then don't come to me to treat your daughter in the future. As he said this, Yuan he turned away and waited for Shao Kong to come and beg him. Shao Kong looked at the angry Yuan he and pondered for a while. He whispered, I can't watch my daughter die in front of me. Shao Kang's words also ignited Yuan he's final anger. This time, Shao Kong was determined to let the young man have a try. He said angrily, okay, then I won't ask whether your daughter is alive or dead. Having said that, he threw his sleeves and left angrily. Before leaving, he slammed the door shut, making a loud bang. After Yuan he left, Shao Kong hurried down. He has offended the most authoritative professor in the Magic City. This time Su Ge must come up with something that satisfies him. You can understand other things? What is this dichlorvos? Looking at the medicinal herbs written by Su Ge, Lu Sisi asked in confusion. The dichlorvos is for me to drink. Su Ge didn't look up, he answered her while writing. A drink for you? Lu Sisi looked at Shao Kong who had already come down with great surprise. The two looked at each other. Su Ge said again, I said that if I can't cure her, I will be buried with her. This is my promise. After finishing writing, Su Ge let out a breath. He didn't care at all about Lu Sisi's shocked expression. These medicinal herbs are what we need to prepare right now. By the way, can I take a look at Xiao Yiru's current condition first? Su Ge took the list in his hand and looked at Shao Kong. Oh sure, Xiao is upstairs, her body is still twitching. Shao Kong reacted and quickly said to Su Ge. Yeah. Su Ge nodded, ignored them, and quickly walked upstairs. At this time, Zhao's mother had cried so much that even her makeup was ruined. Lying on the edge of Xiao Yiru's bed, his throat was so hoarse that he could hardly make a sound. I am too sad and may faint at any time. After seeing the look on Zhao's mother's face, this idea popped into my mind. Hello, Auntie. Xiao Yiru can cure you. You are too tired and need to rest well. Came to Xiao Yiru's room. Su Ge patted Zhao's mother's back gently and said to her. Who are you? Mother Zhao's voice was so hoarse that she could hardly speak. It can be seen that this mother loves Xiao Yiru. I'm a doctor. Don't worry, your daughter, I will do my best to cure her, but now, you need to rest. Su Ge said this and winked at Shao Kong who followed him. Shao Kong quickly understood. Shu Wei, this is the Chinese doctor that Sisi invited. Go and have a rest first and let him take a good look at it. As he said that, Shao Kong stepped forward and pulled her up. Traditional Chinese medicine? At this time, Zhao's mother was confused. Looking at Su Ge, he doesn't look like a doctor at all. Do you have any silver needles used in traditional Chinese medicine at home? Bring them to me for use. After Zhao's mother left Xiao Yiru's bedside, Su Ge began to check Xiao Yiru's condition. This girl who is as beautiful as an angel and fascinates everyone on the screen. Not only was his face pale and extremely thin, his eyes were rolling and his whole body was twitching, as if he would die in the next second. Yes, I'll get it. Before Su Ge, there were at least 80 doctors who came here. Both Chinese and Western medicine have a complete range of treatment instruments. Lu Sisi has been here recently and knows where these things are stored. Soon, Lu Sisi brought these things over. What Su Ge couldn't have imagined was that there was an alcohol lamp here. After lighting them, Su Ge spread the silver needles on the bed. Then he gently lifted Xiao Yiru's quilt. What are you doing? Why are you lifting Xiao's quilt? Just when Su Ge was about to lift up Xiao Yiru's quilt, Zhao's mother suddenly ran over to stop him. Chapter 10 Going to the market to buy medicine. The reason why Zhao's mother stopped Su Ge was that Xiao Yiru was not wearing any clothes due to her illness. As a mother, Su Ge would naturally stop a man from lifting her quilt so rashly. Auntie, believe me, I'm a doctor. Su Ge looked at Zhao's mother and said sincerely. At this time, Xiao Yiru was twitching on the bed in pain. According to the knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, if Xiao Yiru wants to be less painful now, she needs to use silver needles to curb the cold and yin energy in her body. Shu Wei, let him get the treatment. I can't take care of so many things. Shao Kong grabbed Zhao's mother and tried to persuade her. But then Shao Kong said to Su Gu, my daughter depends on you, I hope you are not just talking nonsense. I'm even planning to buy some dichlorvos. Su Gu smiled at him and gently lifted Xiaoyiru's quilt. At this moment, Xiaoyiru's beautiful body appeared in front of him, and his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. But he soon adjusted himself. After pulling out one of the silver needles, gently roasted over the fire. His expression was very serious. Then, he used a hot silver needle to gently pierce Xiaoyiru's acupuncture points. 1, 2, 3. A total of 18 silver needles were inserted into Xiaoyiru's body. As the silver needle penetrated, Xiaoyiru's convulsions slowly stopped. Until the last one, she seemed to be asleep, and her face even turned a faint pink. Shao Kong and others looked at Xiaoyiru's condition and their eyes suddenly lit up. Mother Xiao was so excited that her body was shaking. Just to avoid disturbing Su Gu, she covered her mouth and stopped herself from crying. Call. After giving the last injection, Su Gu let out a long sigh of relief. At this time, his face was also covered with sweat. Little brother, Xiaoro. Seeing the faint flush on Xiaoyiru's face, Shao Kong was so excited that he was speechless. Uncle, this can only relieve your daughter's pain, not cure it. By the way, turn up the air conditioner in the room to the maximum temperature and don't cover yourself with the quilt. Wait for me and this beautiful lady to come back with the medicine. Su Gu replied. Well, okay, what do you need and how much does it cost? I'll arrange it for you now. At this time, Shao Kong saw a glimmer of hope. Xiaoro has been having convulsions for several days and all the doctors are helpless. I didn't expect that this young man could relieve her pain with just a few silver needles. This also made Shao Kong more confident. I don't need to pay for the medicine. You can give it to me after I'm cured. Beauty, take me to buy medicine. Everything is fine here now, and there is no need for Su Gu to stay here any longer. Then he quickly said to Lu Sisi. After seeing Su Ji's superb medical skills, Lu Sisi was full of admiration. There was no trace of temper left, so he quickly said, okay, let's go now. Uncle Xiao, he and I will go first, you wait for us to come back. Having said that, Lu Sisi quickly took Su Gu downstairs. Just as they reached the stairs, Su Gu turned around and said, let Auntie have a good rest. She can't bear it like this. After saying that, he followed Lu Sisi and walked outside. Seeing that Su Gu did not forget to remind Zhao's mother at this time, Shao Kang's favorability towards him doubled. He gently held Yu Shuhui, who looked tired, in his arms. Xiaoro will be fine, you should have a good rest. But after he finished speaking, he found that Yu Shuhui had fallen asleep in his arms due to exhaustion. Are we going to the hospital to get these medicines? Lu Sisi drove her white Maserati and spoke to Su Gu very politely. Go to the herbal medicine market. I need to pick it myself. Su Gu answered. Of course, you don't have to pick them yourself, but you can scan the code separately there. This way I can make some money again. Xiaoyiru's condition will not spread for a while, so Su Gu is not in a hurry. Along the way, Lu Sisi said a lot of flattering words to Su Gu, which made Su Gu very happy. Similarly, he also knew that the girl's name was Lu Sisi. She is Xiaoyiru's best friend and lyricist. In the current music scene of Yanxia country, there are only 2 female singers who are currently capable of making it. One is Xiaoyiru and the other is Ying Na. Ever since Xiaoyiru retired from the music scene 3 months ago, Ying Na, who was once the runner-up, has jumped to number 1. This made Lu Sisi very angry, but she could do nothing about it. I have to say that Lu Sisi is really talkative. I have only known Su Gu for a short time, but I am almost telling Su Gu all my family secrets. Su Gu is not very interested in the entertainment industry. But he was quite interested in Xiaoyiru. Because I heard from Lu Sisi that Xiaoyiru is currently the cleanest actress in the entertainment industry. Of course, this is thanks to the fact that her father Shao Kong is the chairman of Xiaoyu Entertainment Company. With this relationship, no one would be so blind as to take advantage of her. The two chatted and laughed all the way, and soon arrived at the largest traditional Chinese medicine market in Yanxia country. Magic City Medicinal Herbs Market. After parking the car, Lu Sisi said to Su Gu, just buy whatever herbs you need. I'll pay for them. Su Gu? This woman actually wants to delay me from making money by scanning codes? Not worthy of being a son of man. I should have known not to bring you here. So he said, I said that I must pay for the medicine myself this time. You are treating an illness, so how can I let you pay for the medicine? Lu Sisi naturally refused. But Sugu still insisted, this is a matter of principle. I said I will pay, so I will pay. Having said that, he ignored Lu Sisi and walked towards the medicinal materials market. Looking at Su Ji's back, Lu Sisi suddenly felt a sense of admiration. This is what is called Chinese medicine. At this moment, Su Ji's tall and majestic figure became even more impressive in Lu Sisi's heart. Seeing Su Gu walk into the medicinal materials market, he hurriedly followed. Walking on the medicinal herb street, Su Gu was looking for the medicinal herbs needed to treat Xiaoyiru. Scan the QR code on WeChat to get 85 yuan. Pay 85 yuan with prestige and get 100 times the critical strike. Agricultural Bank, on September 26, 21, your account number ending in 1314 received 8,500 yuan, and the balance is 134,115.52 yuan. Scan the QR code on WeChat to get 150 yuan. Pay 150 yuan with prestige and get 10 times the critical hit. Agricultural Bank, on September 26, 21, your account number ending in 1314 received 1,500 yuan, and the balance is 135,465.52 yuan. In a short while, most of the medicinal herbs were bought. There are also various multiples of scan code refunds in Su Gu. Looking at the returned money in his mobile phone, Su Gu became happier and happier as he bought more. Although it is not as good as a 10,000 times return of $1, but after buying it, the money is returned. After Xiaoyiru is cured, I can ask Xiao Kong to reimburse the money for the medicine. Double income, double happiness. Delicious. At this time, Lu Sisi's hands were also full. After buying the deer antlers, the only thing left is Polygonum multiflorum. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the special reward, proficiency in identification of traditional Chinese medicine, proficiency in identification of Western medicine. Choose one of the two. Chapter 11, the replaced Polygonum multiflorum. Hey, the special reward has been triggered again. Su Gu glanced at the reward and was very happy. What's wrong? Looking at Su Gu grinning foolishly at his phone, Lu Sisi asked curiously. Hearing Lu Sisi's voice, Su Gu coughed dryly, ahem. It's okay, let's get the things to the car first. Yeah, okay. This handsome boy actually knows how to care for others. Lu Sisi thought that Su Gu made this decision because he felt sorry for her because she had to carry so many things. My favorability towards him increased again. When they arrived at the car, Su Gu got in first. When Lu Sisi went to load the medicinal materials into the car, he opened his phone and selected the option of Mastery of Identification of Chinese Medicinal Herbs. Selection successful, issuing. As Su Gu expected, the knowledge distributed was still as troublesome as before. The main reason why Su Gu is studying now is that he is afraid that he will buy fake medicinal materials. It would be troublesome if mistakes were made then. What's wrong with you? After putting the herbs away, Lu Sisi saw that Su Gu seemed a little strange in the car and asked nervously. My head hurts a bit, go get me some water. Su Gu found a reason to send Lu Sisi away. Seeing that Su Gu looked very uncomfortable, Lu Sisi quickly ran towards the shop in the medicinal materials market. It didn't take long to master the identification of medicinal herbs this time. But after only 10 minutes, most of it had subsided. Lu Sisi turned on the water for Su Gu and handed it to him with great concern. Su Gu suppressed the headache and drank the water. Let's go buy medicine. Su Gu, whose pain had subsided a lot, got out of the car and said to Lu Sisi. Are you really okay? Looking at Su Ji's frown, Lu Sisi was still a little worried. It's okay. Buying medicine is more important. As he spoke, Su Gu entered the medicinal materials market again. Lu Sisi hurried to follow. But she also secretly kept in mind the fact that Su Gu was willing to endure the headache and quickly prepare something for Xiaoyiru. When Xiaoyiru gets better one day, I will tell my father and mother what happened here. Of course, there is also Xiaoyiru. She wanted to let them know that Su Gu was the best doctor she had ever seen. Su Gu, who came to the medicinal materials market again, was looking for the last medicinal material, Polygonum multiflorum. Most of the medicinal herbs used to treat Xiaoyiru are relatively easy to obtain, except for Polygonum multiflorum, which is a bit troublesome. It's not that the medicinal herb Polygonum multiflorum is hard to find. It's just that it's hard to find wild ones that weigh more than 1 kilogram. There are many Polygonum multiflorum weighing more than 1 kilogram on the market, and some weigh more than 10 kilograms. These are basically fake. The real Polygonum multiflorum is not very big. Wild Polygonum multiflorum that grows to 1 kilogram in weight is extremely rare and is a precious medicinal material that is 1 in a million. After walking for a while, Sugo saw a display of Polygonum multiflorum in a pharmacy. "Boss, how much is this Polygonum multiflorum?" "Handsome man, you really have a good eye. This is the treasure of our store, Wild Polygonum multiflorum, almost 1.5 kilograms, a standard 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum." The man who came up to me was a man in his 30s. The uncle looks very smart and has a mustache. Seeing that Sugo took a liking to his Polygonum multiflorum, he flattered him and replied with a smile on his face. "Can you take it out so I can have a look?" Sugo, who is already proficient in Chinese medicine, naturally wants to verify whether the herbs he bought are genuine. Moreover, this medicinal ingredient is the most important medicine for treating Shaoiru. In the legend of Yanxia Kingdom, someone ate Polygonum multiflorum for 1,000 years and became an immortal. Very mysterious. And Shaoiru currently also needs a better Polygonum multiflorum to use as an introducer. Sure. As he spoke, the uncle took out the Polygonum multiflorum from the red display box. 100-year-old Polygonum multiflorum. After holding the Polygonum multiflorum in his hand, the name of the object quickly appeared in Su Ji's mind. It is real Polygonum multiflorum. But only 100 years. But it's enough. Besides, where in this world can you find 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum? With Polygonum multiflorum, Sugo didn't need to continue searching. "Boss, how much is this Polygonum multiflorum? I want to buy it." "Handsome man, you have a good eye. This is indeed a 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum. It is priceless." The uncle looked at Sugo asking for the price, and after a quick thought, he decided how to rip him off. Then he continued, "This Polygonum multiflorum costs 100,000 yuan. 100,000? Boss, do you think I'm that easy to take advantage of?" Sugo was a little shocked. This uncle really dared to speak. 100,000, why doesn't he just go and rob it? This is a 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, priceless in the market. "Boss, please stop talking nonsense to me. This Polygonum multiflorum is only 100 years old at most. Are you going to sell it to me? If not, I'm leaving." Sugo put down the Polygonum multiflorum, turned around and was about to leave with Lu Sisi. Hey, don't go. The price can be negotiated." Seeing that Sugo was about to leave, the boss hurried to stop the two of them. 80,000 should be fine, right? 50,000. 30,000. The uncle kept quoting prices, and seeing that Sugo didn't look back, he kept lowering the price. 5,000 at most. If you don't sell it, I'll look for another one. Sugo also gave his expected price. After all, the century-old Polygonum multiflorum is not that easy to find. Okay, here you go. Seeing that Sugo and Lu Sisi were getting further and further apart, the boss finally compromised. You are amazing. You can talk about the price from 100,000 to 5,000. Hearing the boss's agreement, Lu Sisi secretly gave Sugo a thumbs up. 5,000 is too much. After listening to Lu Sisi's words, Sugo was speechless. This is obviously ripping off your own money, okay? Is 5,000 too much? If I were buying it, I would probably just give 100,000. Lu Sisi was surprised. From 100,000 to 5,000, it can go even lower. She was shocked. If she came to buy it by herself today, it might really cost hundreds of thousands. Ha, if I could meet a fool like you, I would have become rich long ago. Sugo had no intention of giving Lu Sisi any face. Hit the road. Lu Sisi. Handsome guy, your Polygonum multiflorum. Sugo and Lu Sisi went and came back. When Sugo arrived, the boss had already installed it. Boss, you are exaggerating. Seeing the uncle, Lu Sisi complained in frustration. Maybe because Sugo called her a fool, she transferred her depression to this uncle. Yes, if everyone is doing business sincerely. How come so many people were deceived? Fortunately, Sugo came today. Otherwise, I would really become the representative of those who are stupid and rich in Su Ji's eyes. Hey, business. The uncle smiled at Lu Sisi. Sugo took the Polygonum multiflorum from the uncle and scanned the QR code on their door. Before scanning, Sugo was still cautious. He opened the box in the bag. I picked up the Polygonum multiflorum that the boss had packed and took a look at it. Ordinary Harry Taro. Just after picking it up, this word appeared in my mind. The things were swapped by the boss. Chapter 12, 700 Years of Polygonum multiflorum. Boss, what do you think is the most important thing for a person to do business? Sugo did not expose it immediately. After paying the money and putting the phone in his pocket, he asked with a smile. Of course it's honesty. I, Huang Xingxing, am well known for my honesty here. Huang Xingxing patted his chest, as if he was very honest. Looking at Huang Xingxing patting his chest and making a promise, Sugo sneered. Then you use Harry Taro as Polygonum multiflorum, is that also called honesty? Sugo raised the Harry Taro in his hand and shook it in front of him. When Huang Xingxing heard this, his expression suddenly turned ugly. He shouted, "Handsome man, why are you talking nonsense? I, Huang Xingxing, am a serious businessman. You just confirmed that it is Polygonum multiflorum. How could I give you Harry Taro? Really? Do you want me to verify it for you? If it is Maoyatu, can I call the police to arrest you?" Sugo said coldly. The voices of the two people quickly attracted the attention of others. It's only evening now, and there are still many people coming to buy goods. People have the habit of watching the fun. There was a lot of excitement here, and many people put down the medicinal herbs in their hands and gathered here. This is what you just saw. You said you wanted this Polygonum multiflorum. At this time, Huang Xingxing saw so many people surrounding him and made some excuses with a guilty conscience. When some people gathered around, Sugo could naturally let more people see the true face of this unscrupulous businessman. He was holding the Harry Taro and said, "This is Harry Taro. The one I wanted just now was Polygonum multiflorum. The real Polygonum multiflorum was swapped by you. You are slandering me." Huang Xingxing became anxious and reached out to snatch the Harry Taro from Su Ji's hand. I'm slandering you? Do you really think I don't know what's good? Sugo looked around. I found the knife used to cut medicinal herbs in Huang Xingxing's shop. Let me show you what Mr. Huang Xingxing sold me for 5,000 yuan. Was it Polygonum multiflorum or Harry Taro? As he spoke, Sugo came to the cutter and cut the Polygonum multiflorum directly. The surface of the Polygonum multiflorum that Sugo cut open was gray and looked very smooth. The cut surface is white in color, has no tendons in the middle, and has a very crispy texture. This is not Polygonum multiflorum, it's clearly Harry Taro. Yes, the cut surface of Polygonum multiflorum is usually light yellow-brown or reddish-brown, with obvious brocade patterns. This cut surface is too smooth. This thing doesn't even have any tendons, and yet it's called Polygonum multiflorum? Artificially grown ones are more authentic than this. Those who gathered around were buyers who came to purchase medicinal materials. They still know some basic knowledge about medicinal materials. It just so happens that many people know what Polygonum multiflorum really looks like after being cut open. Hearing the vendors who gathered around talking to each other, Su Ji's mouth curled up. He hates being lied to the most. Then he said, "Boss, should I call the police, or should you give me the real Polygonum multiflorum? I have already paid for it, 5,000 yuan. Sugo shook the payment receipt on his phone and looked at Huang Xingxing with a sneer. Selling fake drugs can result in a prison sentence if the amount involved is too large. Now it depends on how Huang Xingxing will give himself an explanation. I hate this kind of fake medicine seller the most. People spend 5,000 yuan, and you even switch the medicine for them. It's just too shameless. I will never come to this herbal medicine store to buy goods again. Purchasing $5,000 of fake medicine. According to the laws of our Yanxia country, if it exceeds $3,000, he will be held criminally responsible. That's right, arrest him and put him in jail for a few years to prevent him from harming others again. The buyers who came here were already angry. After hearing what Sugo said, they were even more indignant and wanted to bring Huang Xingxing to justice. You. At this moment, Huang Xingxing knew that he had met someone who knew what he was doing, and he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The buyers who gathered around were right. 3,000 yuan is enough to initiate a criminal case, let alone 5,000 yuan. If Sugo pursues the matter, he won't be able to keep his store open. I guess everyone has to go in. Then he hurried to Su Ji's side, licking his smiling face. Hey handsome guy, I got the wrong one just now. I'll go get you the real one. I have another one here. I'll give it to you. Huang Xingxing got scared. He was really scared. Quickly ran into the house. Then take out 2 Polygonum multiflorum. He quietly stuffed it into Su Ji's mouth. 100-year-old Polygonum multiflorum. 700 years old Polygonum multiflorum. 700 years old Polygonum multiflorum? The one Huang Xingxing gave me was bigger than the century-old Polygonum multiflorum. A hint suddenly appeared in Su Ji's mind. I didn't expect that this boss actually had a 700-year-old Polygonum multiflorum. Although not as exaggerated as 1,000 years old, a 700-year-old Polygonum multiflorum is also very rare. It can be said that with this 700-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, Xiao Rui's illness is basically no longer a problem. Handsome guy, please be magnanimous and let me go. After giving it to Su Gu, Huang Xingxing apologized with a smile and begged. With this 700-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, Su Gu felt less resentful towards Huang Xingxing. Of course, we can't let him get away with it for nothing. Threatened, I can let you go this time, but if I see you selling fake medicine again next time. Don't worry, next time, I'll go in by myself and you won't have to do anything. Huang Xingxing quickly raised one hand as if he was swearing. Su Gu then patted his shoulder heavily and said, I hope you can remember what you said today. Then Su Gu said to the buyers who had gathered around him, everyone, help me supervise. If he dares to sell fake medicine again next time, call the police and arrest him. Okay. Everyone immediately applauded. Huang Xingxing also quickly assured everyone, don't worry, if I, old Huang, sell fake medicine again, I will kill a household registration book. This time, everyone who purchases from me will get a 30% discount. How can 30% off be okay? 50% off. Su Gu continued. Ah. Huang Xingxing was dumbfounded. With this guarantee and discount, the group of buyers stopped pursuing the matter. Then they rushed over and started to purchase goods from Huang Xingxing. Huang Xingxing felt like crying but had no tears. A 50% discount would be a huge loss. Su Gu naturally knew it, but if he wasn't taught a lesson, how would he learn his lesson? Su Gu, you are so amazing. I am convinced. After leaving Huang Xingxing's shop, Lu Sisi was completely impressed by Su Gu. Even the bag swap could be discovered, but she didn't even notice it. No big deal, I'm a miracle doctor. Su Gu didn't forget to brag about himself. After returning to the car, Su Gu quickly checked all the medicinal herbs again. Several of them are fake. Su Gu ran back and changed it again. After learning from Huang Xingxing's lesson, other merchants would dare not refuse to replace his products. They were all given to Su Gu for free. Finally, under Lu Sisi's admiring gaze, the two of them finally headed back. When we hurried back, it was already dark. Carrying medicinal herbs, medicine jars and other things, the two of them walked upstairs chatting and laughing all the way. You are finally back. After resting for an afternoon, Yu Shuhui's voice recovered a lot. But after seeing the two people, he looked very anxious. What's wrong, Auntie? Su Gu felt something was not right and asked quickly. Professor Yuan is here again, and he brought the police with him. Yu Shuhui looked very angry. Hearing Yu Shuhui's words, Su Ji's face turned cold. Chapter 13 It's not illegal to take a sauna. After handing the herbs to Yu Shuhui, Su Gu walked in. When they arrived at the living room, Xiao Kong was confronting Yuan He with a grim face. Two police officers in uniform were also trying to persuade Xiao Kong earnestly. I told you, if anything goes wrong, we will take care of it ourselves. Professor Yuan, don't worry about it. Xiao Kang's voice became deeper and deeper. I was very angry about Yuan He bringing the police with him. In Xiao Kang's eyes, Yuan He is a hypocrite who disregards his daughter's life and death for his own reputation. He doesn't have a medical license, so he can't treat your daughter. If anything bad happens to her, my reputation will be ruined. Seeing that Xiao Kong was so stubborn, Yuan He was also furious. The two men just stood there facing each other, and the two police officers on the side didn't know how to persuade them. One is a big boss in the business world, and the other is a famous medical professor. Originally, this was just a personal dispute, to put it bluntly. Xiao Kong himself did not pursue the matter, but Yuan He still asked them to come over. It's just looking for trouble. Your reputation? Your reputation is for ruling people half to death? After coming in, Su Gu couldn't bear to listen to Yuan He's voice anymore. I treated it myself, it has nothing to do with his reputation. It's him. He doesn't even have a medical license, but he's cheating people here. After seeing Su-gu, Yuan He pointed at Su-gu and quickly spoke to the two police officers. The two police officers were also helpless and walked towards Su-gu. Fan Donghai, who was about 40 years old, came in front of Su-gu and took out his police officer ID. Then he said, "Hello, I am Fan Donghai from the Magic City Pearl Public Security Branch. Someone has reported you for practicing medicine without a license. We came here to check the situation." "Hello, officer. I'm Su-gu." The attitude of the two police officers was very good. Su-gu also cooperated and said, "I came here to use some folk remedies, and with the permission of Uncle Xiao, I will fully cooperate with you if you need to ask anything." Su-gu still has great respect for these two people as policemen. They came here for a routine investigation. I have no guilt in my heart and there is no need to create any conflict. Seeing Su-ji's cooperation, Fan Donghai's liking for him increased a lot. Then start asking questions. According to Professor Yuan He's report, do you not have a medical license? Yes. Do you know that practicing medicine without a medical license will result in a prison sentence? No. You are a doctor, then? No. Fan Donghai was a little confused. How can you deny it after answering this? Then may I ask, if you are not a doctor, what are you doing? I used a folk remedy from my hometown to make a sauna for Xiao Yiru. Uncle Police, this shouldn't be against the law, right? Su-gu said with a very sincere smile. Two police officers? Xiao Yiru has a very cold body. I'll buy some herbs and give her a sauna. Does this require a medical license? This is not necessary. Fan Donghai and his teammates couldn't help but smile bitterly. If you just want to take a sauna, you don't really need any qualifications. Bullshit, you were obviously giving her treatment. Hearing Su-ji's answer, Yuan He couldn't help but swear. Which eye of yours saw me treating her? Uncle Xiao Kong, did I treat your daughter? Su-gu said this and asked Xiao Kong. Hearing Su-ji's words, Xiao Kong almost laughed out loud. This little guy is so smart. No, I just gave my little girl a sauna. I wanted her to sleep more comfortably. Xiao Kong answered very cooperatively. Xiao Kong, you. Yuan He was really pissed off by these two people at this moment. How can you cooperate with such shameless words? Professor Yuan He, I want Su-gu to give my daughter a sauna. Do I need any documents? Xiao Kong asked back. Okay, you want to take a sauna? I want to see how you take a sauna. Yuan He decided to fight Su-gu to the death. He wanted to take a good look at what this ignorant boy was capable of. I'm sorry, I'm in the sauna and can't be seen by outsiders. Please go back. Before Su-gu could confront Yuan He, Xiao Kong directly ordered him to leave. This. Fan Donghai looked towards Yuan He. Now that the matter has been resolved and they have ordered us to leave, it would be a bit wrong for us to stay any longer. But Yuan He didn't seem to give up. Then he said, I am her attending physician. I am responsible for her condition. If someone wants to do something to her, I need to know. Otherwise, if something happens, people will think it is my fault. You want to watch it, right? Sure. It's just a sauna, so it doesn't matter who watches it. Xiao Kong originally wanted to terminate the medical nursing relationship with Yuan He directly. But Su-gu took over the conversation. If this professor is not given up, he will never understand the profoundness of Chinese medicine. That's why I didn't wait for Xiao Kong to get angry and took over the conversation. Okay, I want to see how capable you are. Yuan He just sat on the sofa like that, looking like he would not turn back until he hit the wall. Su-gu was too lazy to pay attention. He turned to Lu Cixi and said, I forgot one thing just now. Go buy a big steamer. The bigger the better. It's best if people can sleep on it. Also buy some charcoal. Lu Cixi was a little surprised, but now she believed Su-ji's words without a doubt. He nodded and ran outside quickly. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, the two police officers said goodbye to Xiao Kong and Yuan He and left. Xiao Su, what kind of treatment do you need now? At this time, Xiao Kong was too lazy to pay attention to Yuan He. He came to Su-gu and asked in a low voice. We have bought the most important herbs. We can start after Cixi brings back the steamer. Su-gu replied. Are you really buying a steamer? Xiao Kong was a little surprised. He thought Su-gu had said this to him on purpose. Of course, a sauna requires a steamer. Sugo looked as if it was a matter of course. But have you ever heard of anyone taking a sauna in a steamer? But this may be Sugu's alternative treatment method. Shao Kong didn't understand either, and he didn't dare to ask more. I'll ask the nanny to tidy up the room first. Okay, Uncle Shao, I'll go upstairs to check on Xiao Yiru first. As they spoke, Sugo and Shao Kong walked upstairs. Wait a minute, I need to go see how Xiao Yiru's condition is. Just as the two of them went upstairs, Yuan he also stood up. He wanted to follow and see what Sugo was up to. My little girl has no clothes on, so Professor Yuan he doesn't need to come up to see her. Shao Kong replied coldly. What about him? He's a man, why can he go up there? Yuan he held Sugo tightly. Shao Kong frowned and continued, Sugo is my daughter's boyfriend. Is there anything wrong with him coming up? Sugo? Chapter 14 Song Meeting. After buying a steamer and charcoal fire, several security guards considerately set up everything according to Su Ji's instructions. Sugo felt his heart bleed when he saw that such a nice room was used as a sauna. This is all money. After steaming it once, the room will be ruined. But in Shao Kang's words, it's okay, just use it, it's only a few $100,000, and after it's renovated, I'll move into the villa and live there for a while. It turns out that Shao Kang bought this house when he had nothing to do. The main reason is that it is close to the Shanghai hospital, making treatment convenient. He even has a villa in Chengdu, the magic city. After hearing what Shao Kang said, Sugo really wanted to curse. I bought a house worth tens of millions of dollars casually. Is this a rich person? With Shao Kang's words, Sugo no longer felt bad and could just build it casually. Light a charcoal fire in the room. Then mix the herbs in proportion and put them into a large pot. The smoke soon rose. In order to prevent excessive carbon monoxide, Sugo left the window open at first. Wait until the charcoal fire starts burning, put the steamer on the stove, and then close the window. Then he brought Xiao Yiru over. Xiao Yiru still has silver needles in her body and cannot be removed for the time being. Expelled all the outsiders, such as Yuan Hao. With the help of Lu Sisi, Yu Shui, and the nanny, Xiao Yiru successfully climbed onto the steamer. Now, in order to treat her, Shao Kang and Yu Shui can no longer care about so many things. Anyway, Sugo examined her while the acupuncture was being performed. After putting Xiao Yiru into the steamer, Sugo only left Yu Shui and Lu Sisi. Lu Sisi stayed behind to make fire. As for Yu Shui, I was mainly worried that she would be worried. Xiao Yiru was placed on the steamer and was soon covered by the white smoke from the steamer. Sugo kept his hand on the steamer, feeling the rising temperature. The smell of the evaporating medicine also continued to fill the nasal cavity. Sugo felt a little uncomfortable. When the temperature reaches about 40 degrees, Xiao Yiru's entire body began to turn red. Sugo also began to remove the silver needles for Xiao Yiru from bottom to top. Every time the silver needle was pulled out, a trickle of blood would seep out of her body. Sugo was very focused. When the blood comes out, the evaporated medicine will penetrate into the body along with the smoke. It took Sugo 3 full hours to finally pull out all the silver needles from Xiao Yiru's body. How is Shiro? Seeing Sugo wiping the sweat off his face, Yu Shui asked worriedly. Okay, no need to add more fire, just wait for her to absorb it. Sugo first asked Lu Sisi to stop the burning of the charcoal fire, then turned to Yu Shui and smiled, very successful, he will wake up in an hour at most. Sugo said this and then found a bench to sit down. You can see that he is really tired. Xiao Su, why don't you go and have a rest for a while, we can just watch. Seeing Sugo looking so tired, Yu Shui said with concern. It's okay, Auntie, I have to watch it, there can't be any mistakes at the last minute. Sugo looked at Xiao Yiru who was lying on the steamer. This fairy-like girl had her face and body all steamed red by the steamer. Like a roasted shrimp. There was no abnormal prompt in Su Ji's mind, which meant that there was no problem. He also felt relieved. When she wakes up, it's time to talk about compensation. According to Lu Yunyun, the wedding date is still about 2 months away. But Sugo knew that encountering Xiao Yiru's situation was just an isolated case. After curing Xiao Yiru, he will continue to scan codes to make money. We can't delay. Sugo, who was sitting on the bench, took out his cell phone out of boredom. At this time, he needs to play some music to relieve his fatigue. Xiao Yiru's songs are all charged? If you want to listen to songs, you naturally have to listen to Xiaoyiru's songs. His cell phone ringtone is Xiaoyiru's Lighthouse of Love. I have to say, this girl's voice really sounds like it was kissed by an angel. Not only is it very recognizable, but she can also sing a song like Lighthouse of Love so tenderly. Alas, there are so few songs to listen to nowadays. It would be nice to earn money from her family and buy a few of her songs to listen to. Looking at the music on the list, Su Ji's mouth curled up. Then he paid directly and bought Xiaoyiru's most popular song at that time. The Person I Once Loved and I Want to Be Fine Too. These two songs are relatively in line with my mood. Wei Xin paid 2 yuan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward. This payment is not made by scanning a QR code, and the special reward is selected by the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining all the songs of the famous singer Stephanie Sun from the Earth Plane, China region. Ha? Can I trigger the reward just by paying? Sugo looked at the prompt that appeared on his phone and was very confused. As long as the host pays through Weixin or Zafubo, there is a certain chance to get special rewards. Note that if you do not scan the QR code to pay, there will be no critical hit refund. I see. But what is this Earth Plane? The Chinese region? Which country is it? Sugo continued to ask his questions. The Earth belongs to another dimension, and China is a superpower in this dimension. The system only gave Sugo an answer that was difficult to understand. But these don't seem to be that important. The important thing is this single. There shouldn't be many singles from this person. Xiaoyiru has less than 10 singles in total. How about taking it and seeing for yourself? Sugo muttered something and chose to receive it on the reward page. Selection successful, issuing. Hiss. Something that did not belong to him appeared in Su Ji's mind. But this time it didn't hurt. But was shocked. This female singer on Earth named Stephanie Sun actually has so many songs. Roughly speaking, there are probably dozens of them. I don't know if I can listen to it. Sugo slowly closed his eyes. Select view in the singles list. The song titled Meeting sounds very emotional, give it a listen. Sugo pulled out a single called Meeting from his mind. Soon, the music score and lyrics of the single appeared in Su Ji's mind. But, it's gone. Would you like to sing for me? Sugo was very depressed. I thought the system reward was a free Walkman that I could take with me. I didn't expect the reward would be music score and lyrics. This thing is of no use to me, and I don't know how to play it. Depressed Sugo slowly opened his eyes and no longer wanted to fall asleep. In front of him, Lu Sisi was still staring at Xiaoyiru, looking very worried. Yes, isn't Lu Sisi a lyricist? She should be able to sing what she writes. Thinking of this, Sugo said to Lu Sisi, Sisi, can you help me find a pen and paper? Lu Sisi? Chapter 15 Xiaoyiru wakes up. Lu Sisi didn't know what Sugo wanted the pen and paper for. But I dare not delay. The charcoal fire has stopped, but the smoke is still rising. Sugo asked her to get paper and pen, thinking there shouldn't be any big problem. After brushing the carbon ash off her hands, Lu Sisi quickly took the paper and pen. Sugo, how long will it take for Shiro to wake up? Handing the paper and pen to Sugo, Lu Sisi asked worriedly. It won't be long, don't worry. Sugo glanced at Xiaoyiru, and no unusual hints appeared in his mind. I think he should wake up soon. After getting paper and pen, Sugo started writing according to the music score and lyrics that appeared in his mind. In just over 10 minutes, Sugo wrote down the complete music score and lyrics in his mind. In order to prevent mistakes, he also strictly matched the music score and lyrics. After all, if the corresponding notes for each tune are wrong, the singing method will be different. Although I can't write any songs. But even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. When Lu Sisi saw Sugo writing the music score and lyrics, her eyes gradually brightened. This Sugo can actually write songs. Or the kind that has both the music score and the lyrics written. Looking at the music score, Lu Sisi hummed softly. However, when Sugo was writing, he always accidentally covered the music score with his hands, which made Lu Sisi scratch her head and try to see clearly. But she also knows that sometimes people's inspiration cannot be interrupted. If it is interrupted, it will be difficult to get it back. So she just stood aside and watched quietly. When I see the music score, I will hum it softly. After finishing writing, Sugo stretched and stood up. Sugo, this is you. Ahem. What a coincidence. As soon as Su Ge stood up, he heard Xiao Yiru coughing. Her cough soon attracted the attention of Yu Shuhui and Lu Sisi. Originally, Lu Sisi was going to ask Su Ge whether this song was his own inspiration or something. But Xiao Yiru's cough instantly interrupted the question she wanted to ask. Xiao, how are you? Yu Shuhui and Lu Sisi hurriedly walked toward Xiao Yiru and asked nervously. Mom, Sisi. Xiao Yiru slowly opened her eyes. When he saw Yu Shuhui and Lu Sisi, he made a slight sound from his mouth. He extended his hand towards Yu Shuhui. Xiao, my daughter, you scared me to death. When Yu Shuhui heard Xiao Yiru's voice, she couldn't hold back her tears anymore. He grabbed Xiao Yiru's outstretched hand and started crying. I'm sorry, Mom, for making you worry. Seeing Yu Shuhui crying, Xiao Yiru's weak face was filled with guilt. By the way, Xiao, are you feeling unwell? Yu Shuhui hugged Xiao Yiru's arm and cried for a while. Suddenly she remembered, wiped away her tears, and asked quickly. After hearing what Yu Shuhui said, Xiao Yiru responded weakly, I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. As she spoke, her eyes seemed to be mesmerized by something. I feel heavy and am about to fall asleep again. Su Ge, come and see Xiao Ro. Seeing Xiao Yiru looking so weak, Lu Sisi quickly called out to Su Ge. Su Ge squeezed forward and quickly put his hand on her pulse. Less than 10% of the yin qi remains, and long-term inability to eat leads to weakness and insufficient qi in blood. Treatment method: do scraping and cupping regularly to remove dampness and cold, and replenish blood and qi. For the first time, it is necessary to mainly eat light liquid food. It's nothing serious. Go prepare some rice porridge, milk, or something like that for her to eat. Let her have a good sleep first. After taking his hand away from her pulse, Su Ge also let out a sigh of relief. Now I don't have to die. Although there will be some follow-up treatment, overall there is no serious problem. Thank you, Dr. Su. I'll go get ready. After hearing Su Ji's words, Yu Shuhui's face, which had not yet wiped away the tears, showed a long-lost smile. Upon hearing Su Ji's arrangement, he quickly let go of his daughter's hand and answered. Xiao Yiru hasn't eaten much since she fell ill. Now not only is he awake, but he can also eat. How can she not cry with joy? Then he quickly ran out to prepare things for Xiao Yiru. After Yu Shuhui left, Su Ge also quickly wrapped her with a quilt. We can't stay in this house anymore. Carbon monoxide from the charcoal fire was another cause of her weakness. I will carry her to the room, and you open the window of this room and put out the charcoal fire with water. Su Ge said this, picked up Xiao Yiru and walked towards her room. Lu Sisi followed Su Ji's instructions and quickly opened the window. Extinguish the charcoal fire with water. Just as she was about to leave, she found a piece of paper full of writing on it dropped on the ground. This is a song written by Su Ge. Lu Sisi took a look and didn't look at it carefully. After stuffing the paper into his pocket, he ran towards Xiao Yiru's room. Xiao Kong, you are really making a fuss. Your daughter could have lived for 3 days, but I don't think she can even survive tonight. Downstairs living room. Xiao Kong just stared at Yuan He like that. He was afraid that Yuan He would not be able to help but interrupt Su Ji's treatment. Yuan He felt very uncomfortable being stared at by Xiao Kong and kept complaining. After a few hours, I couldn't talk anymore, so I took a nap. Now she got up and started nagging in Xiao Kang's ear again. Xiao Kong, who had not slept a wink to begin with, became annoyed by Yuan He's nagging. If my daughter can die peacefully, it will be better than her having to endure 3 days of pain. Xiao Kong was still suppressing his anger at this time. Although he is a good business tycoon. But he still remained rational at this time. Even if they fall out, they won't completely turn against a big shot in the medical field. You are a tycoon, how can you be so confused at this critical moment? After hearing what Xiao Kong said, Yuan He was so angry that he couldn't vent it. After all, he couldn't cure his daughter. But we can't let a migrant worker handle it. This is too ridiculous. If being confused can wake my daughter up, then what's the harm in being a little confused? Xiao Kong was too lazy to talk nonsense with Yuan He at this time. Lifted his head and glanced upwards. With bloodshot eyes, he was very worried. I'm telling you honestly, your daughter can't possibly wake up. Seeing that Xiao Kong was still stubborn, Yuan He got angry. Xiao's dad, Xiao is awake, Xiao is awake. As soon as Yuan He finished speaking, he heard the sound of Yu Shuhui crying with joy upstairs. What? Xiao Kang was stunned and looked at Yu Shui, whose face was covered with tears. My daughter is awake, Xiao is awake, she wants to eat, I'll go prepare something for her. Yu Shui didn't have time to say so much to Xiao Kang now. She didn't even call the babysitter and went straight into the kitchen. Looking at Yu Shui's appearance, Xiao Kang ran upstairs like crazy. Yuan He, who was still in the hall at this time, was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. I just said there was no way she would wake up. I woke up here. How is it possible? I don't believe it. How can I wake up after taking a sauna? Yuan He seemed to be possessed by a demon. He ran upstairs with old steps. Chapter 16 Su Ji's Daydream. Upstairs, in Xiao Yiru's room. Su Gu put her on the bed and let out a breath. Xiao Yiru is very beautiful. Even though she has been sick for such a long time, she is still so beautiful. But Su Gu didn't have any other thoughts at the moment. He and Xiao Yiru are from two different worlds. After she felt a little better, she discussed the remuneration with Xiao Kang and it was time to leave. Maybe we will never meet again in the future. Xiao Ro, my daughter. Just after Su Gu had fixed Xiao Yiru's quilt, Xiao Kang's anxious voice came over. After coming in, Xiao Kang looked at his daughter with her eyes closed, his eyes red. Didn't you say Xiao Ro woke up? Su Gu, what's going on? Seeing that Xiao Yiru still had her eyes closed, Xiao Kang looked at Su Gu with red eyes. Dad. Before Su Gu could answer, Xiao Yiru's weak voice rang out. Xiao Ro. When Xiao Kang heard Xiao Yiru's voice, he turned around and squatted beside her bed, his voice filled with sadness. Dad, I made you worry. As she spoke, Xiao Yiru wanted to stretch out her hand. But she was so weak that she didn't even have the strength to stretch out her hand. Don't move, it's okay when you wake up, it's okay when you wake up. Xiao Kang nervously wrapped Xiao Yiru's quilt. He gently placed his hands on her face. Even speaking was trembling. This entertainment tycoon finally took off his disguise in front of his daughter. Tears slid down my face uncontrollably. Uncle Xiao, she is still very weak and needs to rest. Su Gu didn't want to interrupt their warm moment. But Xiao Yiru looked too weak to keep talking to him. Who are you? Hearing Su Ji's voice, Xiao Yiru looked over. Asked softly. By the way, this is Dr. Su Gu who cured you. Xiao Kang wiped away his tears, quickly stood up and introduced himself. Thank you. Xiao Yiru forced a smile and thanked Su Gu. This is what I should do. Get some sleep first. Yes, sleep for a while first. At this moment, Xiao Kang no longer had the composure of a business tycoon. There is only a father's love and helplessness. Hearing the two say this, Xiao Yiru smiled slightly and closed her eyes again. Where's Xiao Yiru? Let me see if she's really awake. Yuan He, who was late, finally climbed up. When he came to the door, he started shouting. Hearing Yuan He's voice, Xiao Kang's pent-up anger finally erupted. He simply blocked the door with his body. Professor Yuan He, my daughter is awake, please don't disturb her. Xiao Kang glared at Yuan He. He didn't want this quack doctor to check his daughter's condition anymore. How is it possible? She is beyond medical help. How could she wake up? I don't believe it. Let me see. That's enough. Xiao Kang shouted angrily. Then he said, why do you say my daughter is incurable? My daughter has woken up and she needs to rest now. If you really want to see her, wait until she wakes up. Having said that, he actually closed the door. Even Su Gu was locked up in there. There was a quarrel outside. Even Lu Cici's voice joined in. It sounds messy. Well, let's wait until Xiao Yiru feels a little better before discussing the compensation. Listening to the noises outside, Su Gu decided not to get involved. He should be able to afford 50 million. Bored, Su Gu sat on the cute little sofa in Xiao Yiru's room, thinking happily in his heart. If she could appear at Lu Yunyun's wedding as her girlfriend, I wonder what Lu Yunyun would think. Her face would definitely be very colorful. Looking at Xiao Yiru's beautiful face, an idea suddenly popped into Su Ji's mind. Damn, why am I daydreaming all of a sudden? How could such a big star become my girlfriend just to help me get revenge on my ex-girlfriend? Su Gu rubbed his face quickly and gave up the idea. He knows a little bit about the entertainment industry. Xiao Yiru is a big star, and her every move involves many interests. Take some famous singers in the past for example. They even had to hide their marriage for fear that their fans would find out. After all, sometimes a celebrity's marriage is also an important indicator that affects their future. However, if a big star helped her, Lu Yun would probably regret it to death. Don't think about these unrealistic things anymore. Let us talk to Shao Kahn about the compensation. Listening to the quarrel outside gradually fading away, Sugu also stood up from the small sofa. After opening the door, he stood beside the railing angrily. Lu Cece seemed a little embarrassed between the two of them. Maybe he was trying to stop a fight. There was no sign of an argument on Shao Kang's face, he even had a smile on his face. It's clearly a feeling of pleasure after having held it in for a long time and finally letting it out. Dr. Su, Xiaoro? Seeing Su Ge coming out, Shao Kahn hurried over and asked. The condition is very stable, nothing serious is wrong. Su Ge said with a smile. That's good, that's good. Dr. Su, you've worked hard. Go and have a rest for a while. We can talk about other things tomorrow morning. As a man who has made great achievements in business, Shao Kahn would naturally not let Su Ge treat him in vain. But it was already early morning, and Su Ge was tired after a long day. Even if he wanted to talk, it shouldn't be at this time. And even though Xiao Yiru has woken up now, there is no telling whether there will be any adverse reactions in the future. He would feel much more at ease with Su Ge here. Okay, but when you let Auntie feed you later, you can only give me a small bowl of liquid food at most. No matter how hungry you are, you can't eat more. Su Ge gave a warning. Okay, I've got that. Cece, help me take care of Dr. Su to rest. After Shao Kahn wrote it down, he asked Lu Cece to take Su Ge to rest. Lu Cece looked at Shao Kahn and Yuan He. She didn't want to stay here any longer, so she quickly took Su Ge to the guest room. As for the ones above, let them quarrel as much as they want. This bed is so soft. Came to the guest room Shao Kahn prepared for himself. Su Ge pounced directly on him. The guest room alone was almost bigger than his rental house. And this bed is ridiculously soft. This is how people live. Su Ge casually took off his clothes, crawled into the soft quilt, and fell into a deep sleep. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Su Ge was awakened by a knock on the door. Dr. Su, can you please get up quickly? Xiaoro. When he opened his eyes, Su Ge found that the sun had risen very high. The sunlight shines into the room, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. But this comfort was broken by Yu Shuhui. Hearing Yu Shuhui's anxious voice, Su Ge quickly got up from the bed and ran outside. Chapter 17 Shao Kang's Unspeakable Secret. Mom, I'm so hungry, I want to eat more. In the room, Xiao Yiru was in very good condition. His face became much rosier and he could sit up now. It must be said that after the cold was gone, her whole spirit became different. Xiao Yiru just sat on the bed, looking at the porridge in Yu Shuhui's hand with eager eyes. After Su Ge arrived, he looked at Xiao Yiru's desire for food and felt a little amused. Hints quickly appeared in my mind. Since the patient has not eaten for a long time, he or she may overeat. Please stop this. The recovery period is usually 1 to 2 days. After the thought came to his mind, Su Ge realized that this was a normal phenomenon. Dr. Su, what should we do if Xiaoro is still crying out for hunger? After seeing Su Ge coming, Yu Shui hurried over and asked. It's okay, Auntie. She hasn't eaten for such a long time. It's normal for her to have this kind of situation. Su Ge explained to Yu Shui. Then how can we feed Xiaoro? It's no use if she keeps complaining about being hungry. Just feed her small meals frequently. Feed her every 3 to 4 hours. She can only have a bowl of porridge at a time. Coming to Xiao Yiru's side, Su Ge looked at her. Xiao Yiru didn't look at Su Ge carefully yesterday. At this moment, I was stunned when I saw Su Ji's handsome face. This doctor is so handsome. Come, let me see how you are recovering. Su Ge stood on the edge of Xiao Yiru's bed and said to her with a smile. Before Xiao Yiru could respond, I saw Su Ji's hand was already on her head. Next, check her eyes. Xiao Yiru had never had her face examined so closely by a man before. My heart couldn't help but beat faster. Well, I'm recovering pretty well, but don't eat too much, or you'll gain weight. Su Ge spoke to Xiao Yiru as if he was coaxing a child. Question mark. Xiao Yiru was a little confused. What do you mean by this tone? Do you think of me as a baby who just started breastfeeding? Uncle and aunt, generally speaking, there's no problem. By the way, when she can come down and move around, remember to have someone do cupping and scraping for her regularly. After checking Xiaoyiru's condition, she is basically fine. He also did not forget to explain some precautions to Xiao Kong and Yu Shuwei. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Su, Xiaoru's father. Yu Shuwei was very happy when she heard that Xiaoyiru was fine. After thanking Su Ge, he gave Xiao Kong a wink. Xiao Kong immediately understood and said to Su Ge with a smile, Dr. Su, let's go out and sit for a while. Su Ge explained to Xiaoyiru the precautions to take, and they also understood that Su Ge was about to leave. And I have to pay for it myself. Su Ge nodded and walked downstairs with Xiao Kong. Dr. Su, I know that doctors like you treat money like dirt. Coming to the living room, Xiao Kong poured Su Ge a glass of water and said with a smile. Su Ge just picked up the tea in his hand. After hearing what Xiao Kong said, his hands almost shook and fell to the ground. No, I don't regard money as dirt. I'm just here to ask you for money. At this moment, Su Ge almost yelled out. But Xiao Kong changed the subject and took out a check from his pocket. Handed it to Su Ge. Then he said, but Dr. Su saved my daughter anyway. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation. Su Ge took the check from Xiao Kang's hand. Looking at the numerous zeros behind it, my heart was pounding. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of millions, 100 million. Looking at the full 100 million yuan in capital letters. Su Ge swallowed hard. Originally, he thought that he would wake up with a smile if he had 50 million. I didn't expect Xiao Kong to be so generous and actually gave me 100 million. This is a move worthy of a big shot in the entertainment industry. My daughter's life is worth more than 100 million yuan. Dr. Su should not care about this. Xiao Kong was actually very good at observing people's expressions and watched the muscles on Su Ji's face twitching. He knew that this amount was definitely a huge sum for Su Ge. But Xiao Kong wants more than that. After taking a sip of tea, he continued, so if I, Dr. Su, need any help from Xiao Kong in the future, just ask me. Uncle Xiao, this is indeed a bit too much. Looking at the check for 100 million yuan, Su Ge still overcame the greed in his heart. What was that sentence called? My upbringing does not allow me to take so much money. Xiao Kong looked at Su Ge and wondered how he could say such words in front of 100 million. My liking for him has also increased a lot. Then he said, Dr. Su, this is what you deserve, please be sure to accept it, and besides. Xiao Kong hesitated to speak, as if the next words were difficult to say. Uncle Xiao, if you have anything to say, feel free to tell me. Su Ge was no longer polite to Xiao Kong. He put the check in his pocket and asked. Hey, let me tell you the truth. Xiao Kong sighed and spoke out what was difficult to hide. It turned out that Xiao Kong and Yu Shuwei had never had any children since they had Xiaoyiru. They visited various major hospitals, but were unable to find a solution. They are already in their 40s, and Xiaoyiru is also 20. Such a big family business needs someone to inherit it. Xiaoyiru will get married sooner or later. After all, these tens of billions of assets still need a man to carry them. Yu Shuwei and Xiao Kong talked until midnight yesterday. We talked about this too. If Su Ge can bring a dying man back to life, can he help him have a child in his old age? That's why Xiao Kong found Su Ge and told him his secret. Of course, whether it can be cured depends entirely on God's will. After listening to Xiao Kang's words, Su Ge actually still admired him very much. As the chairman of Xiaoyu Entertainment Company, he is a tycoon worth tens of billions. He only stayed with Yu Shuwei. In such a chaotic and anxious era, this quality is extremely rare. Su Ge would naturally do whatever he could to fulfill Xiao Kang's request. Uncle Xiao, let me feel your pulse first. Well, okay. Xiao Kong, who had told his secret, was no longer embarrassed and extended his hand generously. She's in good health, basically there's nothing wrong with her. Uncle Xiao, can you ask Auntie to come over so I can take a look at her too? You know, sometimes this isn't just a problem for one person. Su Ge felt a little embarrassed. After all, it is not a good idea for him to talk about the treatment himself. Well, wait a minute. Xiao Kong just raised his head and waved upwards. Who knew that at this time Yu Shuwei was lying on the railing watching? When she heard Xiao Kong calling her, her face turned slightly red. Xiaoyiru's condition has improved, and Yu Shuwei also put on some light makeup today. Although Yu Shuwei is already 42 or 43 years old, after putting on some light makeup, she looks like she is just in her early 30s. and she is also extremely good-looking. Shao Kahn is also handsome, and the combination of the two makes Xiao Yi graceful to the extreme. "Auntie, let me feel your pulse." After Yu Shui came down, Sugu said with a smile. "Well, here comes Dr. Lao Su." As she spoke, Yu Shui stretched out her white arms. "Cold constitution, one girl will be born, the uterus will be closed, and there will be no children for the rest of your life. Treatment method: use yang strengthening medicine to stimulate the yin, and use silver needles to open the uterus. Take the medicine for 7 days and you can get pregnant." Chapter 18. Give another 100 million. How is it? Can it be cured? Seeing Sugu frowning, Xiao Kang's face also looked a little worried. "It can be cured." Sugu nodded. "Really, if I can really make Shui pregnant, I'm willing to spend another 100 million. When Shao Kahn heard this, he was so excited that he didn't know what to do. What he has been thinking about all these years is having a son. Now that Sugu says it can be cured, there shouldn't be any problem. Even if we spend another 100 million, it will be worth it. Besides, 100 million is not a big number for him. Another 100 million? After hearing what Shao Kahn said, Sugu felt that if his heart continued beating like this today, he would definitely have a heart attack. After calming down, Sugu continued, "I'll go buy some medicine and come back this afternoon to start treatment. I can get another 100 million, so naturally I have to do it as soon as possible." Really, today? Shao Kahn felt that happiness came a little too quickly. "Well, it's no big deal. I'll go buy some medicine first," Sugu said as he stood up from the sofa. "What do you need me to do? As for the medicine, I'll call Cici to come and take you there." Shao Kahn didn't know what to do at this moment. Even more excited than Sugu curing Xiao Yiru. "No, I can go there myself. If possible, Uncle Xiao, how do I use this check?" Shao Kahn? What Sugu said was absolutely from the heart. He was a working man, so how would he know how to cash the check? This is what he asked embarrassedly. "Give me this check. Give me your bank card number and I'll transfer the money directly to you," Shao Kahn said with a smile. Sugu himself was not at ease carrying such a large check. "If it gets stolen, I won't even have tears to cry. It is better to just punch in your own card." He gave the bank card he carried with him to Shao Kahn and added Shao Kang's prestige. Sugu went out by himself this time. Lu Cici should have gone back yesterday. There was no need to bother her to come over. After taking a taxi to the medicinal materials market, Sugu found that Huang Xingxing's store was closed. Maybe it's because they were all snatched away last time. It can also be considered as teaching him a lesson. Scan the QR code on WeChat to get 95 yuan. Pay 95 yuan with prestige and get 100 times the critical strike. Agricultural Bank, on September 26, 21, your account number ending in 1314 received 9,500 yuan, and the balance is 110,175,465.52 yuan. This time, I need to buy fewer medicines. Sugu just strolled around and quickly bought everything. When he checked the balance on his phone, he found that the original balance of more than 100,000 yuan had become more than 100 million yuan. There is also a personal message from Shao Kahn on Weixin. 10 million for the purchase of medicinal materials. Hiss. Sugu felt that he could get enough money to take revenge on Lu Yunyun just from Shao Kahn. The chairman of Xiaoyu Entertainment is so rich. And the payment speed is amazingly fast. If this is stored for a fixed period, how much will it increase in a day? Seeing a series of numbers, Sugu started counting on his fingers. But in the end, I still couldn't figure it out. In short, it's a lot. Since we want to take revenge on Lu Yunyun, we can't just go like this. Well, when we have time, we have to buy a car. By the way, what car did that rich second generation buy? With so much money, Sugu naturally wanted to take revenge on Lu Yunyun to the greatest extent possible. Thinking of this, Sugu called Guchen. "What's wrong, Sugu? Why did you suddenly think of me?" Guchen answered the call quickly. "Let me ask you something. Do you know what kind of car Lu Yunyun's new boyfriend drives?" Sugu asked. Guchen didn't quite understand what Sugu said. "Why, you want to buy a car?" "No, I just want to find a goal to strive for." Sugu lied. "I heard it's a Ferrari, worth 6 or 7 million. Brother, let me just say that this car he bought is enough for us to struggle for our whole life." Guchen paused, sighed, and then said, "Brother, let it go. Put it down? Su Ji's eyes were cold. In the past 5 years, he has done so much for Lu Yunyun. If he were asked to let it go now, Su Ge thought that it would be impossible for him to let it go. People say that if you don't fight for bread, you have to fight for your reputation. If you don't even have this little courage, what kind of man are you? Don't worry, Ge Chen. I know what I'm doing. After talking a few more words, Su Ge hung up the phone. A Ferrari worth 6 or 7 million. Then I have to at least find a way to buy a better one that starts at least 20 million. There is no point in buying the same price. When Su Ge thought of this, he realized that the money he earned was still far from enough. After buying the herbs, Su Ge was about to leave. A store selling traditional Chinese medicine equipment caught his attention. Maybe I can cure someone's illness in the future, so why not go and buy something I can carry with me? It was still early, so Su Ge decided to wait and see. If you are not satisfied, it's not too late to leave. Thinking of this, Su Ge walked into the store. After entering the store, an old man with reading glasses and gray hair came out. What do you want, young man? Hello, I want to ask, do you have any better silver needles? Su Ge is now quite adept at using silver needles. In addition, silver needles are probably the most commonly used medicine in traditional Chinese medicine. Then he asked. Yes, you bought a set, right? The old man walked inside. Take out a silver needle package from it. Well, let me see our best silver needle bag. Naturally, Su Ge wants the best silver needles now. Even if it's a bit more expensive. It would be better if it is more stylish. In the future, when you treat patients, you will look professional. Speaking of professionalism, should I grow a beard? Well, forget it, I haven't found a wife yet. You can't persuade beautiful women to leave. This Hua Tuo brand silver needle bag is the best in my store. As he spoke, the old man handed Su Ge a silver needle box with the word Hua Tuo written on it. After opening it, the white light of the silver needle looks extremely beautiful. Su Ge also liked it very much. If you like something, you should buy it directly without bargaining. After all, we are now nouveau riche. So Su Ge took out his phone, scanned the QR code on the wall, and asked, Uncle, this is it, how much is it? 13,000. M. Can it be cheaper? 12,008, no less. Even though I made a small fortune, I can't do this. A silver needle costs more than 10,000 yuan. I am really crazy. And for a payment of more than 10,000, the critical hit rate is shockingly low. There is a possibility that even the principal may not be returned. Be generous today. Looking at the silver needles in the box, Su Ge liked them from the bottom of his heart. Finally, I gritted my teeth and paid the money. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a special reward. The reward is Fiery Silver Needle, Ice Silver Needle. Choose one of the two. Chapter 19, Fiery Silver Needle. Can this also trigger a reward? The needle does not poke. Looking at the two options, Su Ge became conflicted. Fiery fire and cold ice, what are the functions of these two silver needles? I searched in the query box and the system gave an answer quickly. Fiery silver needle, no need to burn with flames, can be used directly, has miraculous effects on patients with cold body. Note that this silver needle has a certain attack effect. Ice silver needle, a silver needle that is extremely cold, and has a miraculous effect on patients with strong masculine energy. Note that this silver needle has a certain attack effect. I didn't expect that there is a certain attack effect, but I don't know what this effect refers to. Yu Shui is suffering from a cold body now, so let's choose the fiery silver needle. Su Ge roughly understood why Xiaoyiru felt cold air entering her body. Perhaps the biggest reason is that I inherited Yu Shuhui's genes. After choosing the fiery silver needle, the silver needle that was originally in Su Ji's box turned an iron-like red. Looking from above, the silver needle was still emitting a faint heat wave. The gifts given by the system are really amazing. The silver needle bag was taken out and the box was directly thrown away by Su Ge. After buying the medicine, Su Ge returned to Xiao Kang's home. When Xiao Kang saw Su Ge, he was very happy and quickly called Yu Shui over. Dr. Su, what do we need to do now? Oh, I haven't thrown away the steamer yet. Do you want me to buy some more charcoal? If you don't need it this time, there's no need for that steamer. Throw it away now. After hearing what Xiao Kang said, Su Ge couldn't help but smile bitterly. Wow, Xiao Kang's imagination is really powerful. It turns out that he also wants Yu Shui to take a sauna. It's just medicine. Drink it first while I boil it. I'll do acupuncture for you. Sugu took the medicine and walked towards their kitchen. Now we no longer need to use jars to decoct medicine like we did before. With electric heating and natural gas, the temperature is much easier to control. For an hour, Sugu kept looking at the medicinal herbs. The bitter smell of the medicine filled the huge room and made people frown. The nanny even opened all the windows. That's better. It's a little bitter, but you must finish it. After decocting the medicine, Sugu gave it to Yu Shui. Well, as long as I can give him a son, I will drink it no matter how hard it is. After Yu Shui took the medicine given by Sugu, he pinched his nose and drank it all. Even Sugu, who was watching from the side, was a little surprised. It seems that not being able to have a son has always been a concern for both of them. After forcing myself to finish the drink, the next step was acupuncture. It just so happened that Sugu could use the reward he had just received. Where's the miracle doctor? Is he back? Just as I was about to go upstairs to give Yu Shui acupuncture, I heard a hurried voice coming over. Why is Yuan he here again? And there was a beautiful lady behind him. Professor Yuan he came here once this morning, specifically to see you. After seeing your medical skills, he probably wanted to learn from you. Xiao Kong said softly beside Sugu. This. Sugu was a little embarrassed. His mastery of traditional Chinese medicine was all given by the system, he couldn't teach anyone at all. Great Dr. Su, I am confused. Yuan he came downstairs and almost burst into tears when he saw Sugu standing on the stairs. He staggered downstairs and almost fell to the ground in panic. The hotly dressed beauty standing beside him quickly supported Yuan he and complained a little. I clearly studied Western medicine, so why did my grandfather insist on asking me to study Western medicine myself? Yuan Shan looked at her grandfather who almost fell and complained in her heart. On the way here, she complained about this to Yuan he a lot. After helping Yuan he up, Yuan Shan raised her head and looked towards Sugu. But after seeing Sugu, her eyes lit up. Originally, she thought that the master her grandfather found for her was an old man. I didn't expect he was so young. Not only is he young, but he is also so handsome. For a moment, she actually had the urge to learn Chinese medicine from Sugu. No more complaints from before coming here. Grandpa, slow down. Yuan Shan helped up the anxious Yuan he and said worriedly. Professor Yuan he, why are you here this time? Xiao Kang asked in a surprised tone. In fact, he knew. Yuan he was amazed at Su Ji's medical skills. He just wanted his granddaughter Yuan Shan to learn from him. But it's better to let him say it himself. Xiao Kong, I'm confused. I'm confused. I came here this time to apologize to Dr. Su. Yuan he and Xiao Kong performed a duet. Professor Yuan, you don't have to. You are a professor of Western medicine, and I am a traditional Chinese medicine student. How can I ask you to apologize to me? Besides, I don't have a medical license. Naturally, Sugu had nothing good to say about the person who looked down on him at the beginning. There is also sarcasm in the words. Dr. Su, I am old and my eyes are blurry. I don't know the profoundness of Chinese medicine in our Yanxia country. This time I came here to ask Dr. Su if you can take my granddaughter with you and learn the skills of Chinese medicine from you. Yuan he finally told the purpose of his visit. Ever since I saw Xiao Yira wake up full of energy, the Western medicine that Yuan he has been sticking to for all these years has completely collapsed. He didn't expect that they couldn't cure Xiaoyiru with all the instruments they used. Sugu just gave her a sauna and pulled her back from the hands of death. During the time that Sugu was away, he also begged Xiao Kong for a long time, hoping that Xiao Kong could say something good for him. He could let his granddaughter learn Chinese medicine skills from Sugu to promote traditional Chinese medicine in Yanxia country. Well, Professor Yuan he, I don't have a medical license. That's because I was confused. A true Chinese medicine practitioner doesn't need a medical license. These are all local remedies. What folk remedy? That's the quintessence of Chinese medicine in our Yanxia country. I just happen to know this folk remedy, and it just happens to be able to cure Xiaoyiru. I'm not some miracle doctor. Sugu would definitely reject Yuan he, as he is now waiting to make money. I don't want to waste my time on others. But why can Yuan he make up for my refusal? That's not what you said at first. Professor Yuan, let's put aside the question of whether Dr. Su will accept the case or not, and let Dr. Su treat my wife first, okay? Seeing that the two of them were endlessly arguing, Shao Kahn couldn't help it. He is still waiting for Su Ge to treat his wife's illness. Okay. Yuan, he was a little puzzled. Did Shao Kahng's wife also have some incurable disease? But he didn't dare to say so, he just nodded in agreement. After saying that, he followed up with the help of Yuan Shan. After arriving upstairs, Su Ge asked Yu Shuhui to lie down first. This time I just need to pull my pants down a little, so it doesn't matter if I take a look at them all. It will be a little painful in a while, just bear with it. Su Ge asked Shao Kahn to help pull Yu Shuhui's clothes, and spread out the silver needles. After listening to Su Ji's words, Yu Shuhui just nodded. Then she tilted her head to the side and avoided looking at Su Ji's silver needle. After all, the silver needles in Su Ji's hand look scary. Not only is it bright red in color, but it's also over 10 centimeters long, which is quite scary. Su Ge took the fiery silver needle in his hand. He stabbed Yu Shuhui's stomach above and below. Ah! A scream echoed throughout the room. Chapter 20 Bedding. How could you stick a needle in her stomach? Seeing Yu Shuhui's screams, Yuan Shan finally couldn't bear it anymore. He spoke up and quickly stopped Su Ge. She has studied Western medicine for so long, but no one has ever dared to treat patients like this. Shut up. Hearing Yuan Shan's voice, Su Ge shouted in a muffled voice. The flaming silver needle in his hand was still spinning. Yu Shuhui gritted her teeth, the painful sweat on her face ruined her makeup. But even though she was in pain, she still didn't dare to move. Shao Kahn looked at his wife in such pain with a look of heartache on his face. He wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yu Shuhui. Dr. Su, I can hold on. It's already penetrated. It will be fine in a moment. Just bear with it. Su Ge stared at the silver needle in his hand and uttered a word of comfort. Isn't this nonsense? Grandpa, please say something. Yuan Shan couldn't bear to watch it anymore. But Su Ji's cold shout made him hesitate. In addition, since Yu Shuhui and Shao Kahn did not stop her, she did not dare to move forward rashly. I had to let Yuan he say something. Stop Su Ji's seemingly crazy treatment. Don't talk, just watch Dr. Su's treatment. To Yuan Shan's surprise, Yuan he actually spoke up for Su Ge this time. Let yourself take a good look. If this method is used to treat people, she would rather not learn it. All right. Just when Yuan Shan was so angry that she wanted to go out. Su Ge wiped the sweat from his head and took out the silver needle. As the silver needle was removed, Yu Shuhui's body suddenly relaxed and she lay on the bed, breathing heavily. Dr. Su, my wife. I will teach you how to make the medicine in a moment. You will recover in 7 days. By the way, you cannot have sex during these 7 days. Su Ge stood up and said to Shao Kahn. Yes, I will do it. Shao Kahn nodded, quickly squatted down, held Yu Shuhui's hand, and showed concern for her. The palace is open, take the medicine for 7 days, you can enter the yang, and conceive in the palace. Looking at Yu Shuhui, this thought quickly appeared in Su Ji's mind. This also proves that Yu Shuhui is fine now. Let her have a good rest. After standing for a while, Su Ge said to Shao Kahn. Shao Kahn looked at Su Ge, then covered Yu Shuhui with a quilt and let everyone out. After arriving in the living room, Shao Kahn was still very worried. After handing the tea to Su Ge, he asked with a frown. Dr. Su, after 7 days, is my wife really fine? Don't worry, as long as you don't sleep in the same room for 7 days and take the medicine on time, there will be no problem. Su Ge took a sip of tea and said with a smile. Humph, you're just bragging. We Western doctors can't even find out what's wrong with you. Do you think you can get better with just an injection and some medicine? Listen to Su Ji's words. Yuan Shan, who was standing aside, crossed her arms and said with disdain. It has been a year since Yuan Shan graduated and she is now an intern. But Shuhui's case has been studied. She didn't have any physical symptoms, but she just couldn't have children. No matter whether it is by ultrasound or X-ray. No problems were found. In her studies, she learned that this condition is called infertility. Infertility is a difficult and complicated disease that has many factors. At present, the medical field of Yanxia country has not completely solved this problem. This is a difficult problem that even many professors and medical bachelors have not been able to solve. He just gave it an injection and drank some herbal medicine and it was solved? Is this possible? Listening to Yuan Shan's words, Yuan He was also suspicious. But he didn't say it like Yuan Shan did. After all, Xiao Yiro said that he was going to die, but Sugo was pulled back anyway. Oh, you know shit. Sugo had no intention of giving this woman any face. Sneered. You. Yuan Shan was unhappy to hear Sugo say that to her. Zhao said angrily, okay, I don't understand, right? Then do you dare to make a bet with me? Oh? What's the bet? Sugo became interested. Anyway, I will definitely win, and this woman is the granddaughter of a professor in a big hospital. There should be quite a bit of money. Or, should I extort money from her? Sugo looked at Yuan Shan as if he saw a fat sheep. It's not easy to find such a complainer. If Anchu is really pregnant after a week, I will take you as my master? Yuan Shan crossed her arms and said angrily. You wish. Sugo hit back angrily. Yuan Shan? What do you mean? You don't dare? I don't dare. Do you know any medical knowledge? They can only have sex after a week. Can you tell whether she is pregnant or not after just having sex? This. After hearing Su Ji's words, Yuan Shan's face instantly turned red. Because what Sugo said is absolutely right. Even if you are a god, it is impossible to determine whether you are pregnant just after having sex. She also realized that she was too anxious and made such a low-level mistake. I quickly changed my words, half a month. If you don't get pregnant in half a month, even if you lose, you can't practice medicine without a license in the future, and you can't lie to my grandfather, do you dare? Let's change the bet. What's wrong, are you scared? Listening to Su Ji's words, Yuan Shan felt a little proud. He thought Sugo was afraid and didn't dare to make this bet with him. The rabbit folded its arms and stood proudly. No, I simply don't want to accept you as my apprentice. Question mark. He had never wanted to take this woman as his apprentice. No matter how she calculates this bet, she will not lose. Sugo is not willing to do such a loss-making business. Then he looked at Yuan Shan with a wicked smile and said, switch one. If you win, I will do as you say, but if you lose, I don't want you to be my apprentice. Looking at Sugo with a smirk, Yuan Shan subconsciously hugged her arms in front of her. He said angrily, you are shameless. Sugo? I just want to get some money from you, how can that be shameless? However, looking at Yuan Shan's actions, Sugo quickly understood. He smiled bitterly and said, what are you thinking? I mean, if you lose, you give me 1 million. If I lose, I will do as you say and give you an extra 1 million. How about that? You don't want me to. Ha, you think too much. Sugo replied with a wry smile. Well, this is what you said, I agree, my name is Yuan Shan, we will fulfill the bet in half a month. With that, Yuan Shan took Yuan He and was about to leave. Yuan He wanted to say something about the bet between the two. But it seems that this is indeed a good test. What if Sugo saved Xiaoiru and it was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse? So he followed his granddaughter and said goodbye to Shao Kong. After the two left, Sugo also stood up. The medicine he bought was just enough for 7 days. After explaining some precautions to Shao Kong, he got up and left. Of course, he definitely wouldn't take the money for Yu Shuhui's treatment now. In Su Ji's words, it's not too late to give it after the disease is cured. I'm so mad. As soon as Sugo left, Lu Sisi came to Shao Kang's house in anger. Chapter 21 Authorization. Xiao Rou, Ingna is going too far. When they arrived at Xiaoiru's room, Lu Sisi sat on the sofa angrily. He held his arms and held his breath. What's wrong now? My great poet? Xiaoyuro gently wrapped her loose hair around her ears and looked at the angry Lu Sisi with her bright eyes. He asked with a smile and a soft voice. It's still Ingna. The reason why Lu Sisi went back yesterday was because Xiaoiru's composer Li He had followed Ingna. And he also composed a song for Ingna. Yesterday, Ingna asked Lu Sisi to come over because she wanted Lu Sisi to help her write a song lyric. As Xiaoiru's best friend and lyricist, Lu Sisi naturally rejected her verbally. Today, she even made an appointment with Li He, wanting him to come back and continue composing music for Xiaoyiru. However, Li He refused on the grounds that Xiaoyiru would not live long. No matter how Lu Sisi said that Xiaoyiru was well, she couldn't keep Li He. Lu Cece, who was unable to retain Li He, also fell out with Li He. Only then did he rush over angrily to tell Xiao Weiru about this. I didn't expect so many things would happen after I got sick. After hearing what Lu Cece said, the smile on Xiao Weiru's face faded a lot. However, I still felt warm in my heart when I saw that my best friend Lu Cece did not leave me even when I almost died. It's okay. We can still survive without Li He. It's not bad to be able to see a person clearly like this. Things have come to this point, no matter how angry Xiao Yiru is, it will be of no use. She felt lucky to be alive. At this time, Xiao Weiru quickly let it go. I finally see their true colors. During the time you were sick, Ing Na released a lot of songs, and now they are ranked number 1. Lu Cece was still as angry as ever. First place is first place. When I get better, we'll catch up. Xiao Yiru moved slightly and changed into a comfortable sitting position. Then he said, Cece, can you help me find another composer recently? I should be able to get out of bed in the next 2 days. Let's release a song first. Who should we look for now? All the good composers have contracts, wait. Lu Cece was thinking about complaining when she suddenly remembered something. She quickly stood up from the sofa, touching his own body. Found it. Lu Cece took out a crumpled paper and looked very excited. Cece, what is this? Xiao Yiru asked in confusion. A song I haven't had time to watch yet. As she spoke, Lu Cece unfolded the paper, sat on Xiao Weiru's bed, and they both looked over. I heard winter was leaving, and I woke up in a certain month of a certain year. I thought I was waiting and looking forward to it, but the future could not be arranged by it. Looking at the music score and lyrics, the two began to hum together. Cece, come on, print a copy for me, and then play the song for me to sing. After humming for a while, Xiao Yiru seemed to have discovered a treasure. His eyes lit up. She quickly pushed Lu Cece to sit next to the piano in the room and played the accompaniment for herself. Oh, okay. Both the melody and the lyrics of this song made them happy. Lu Cece also wanted to know how beautifully Xiao Weiru could sing this song with the accompaniment. It was printed out quickly, and Lu Cece gave the printed copy to Xiao Weiru. He sat next to the piano and played for her. I heard winter was leaving, I woke up in a certain year and month, I thought, I waited, I expected, but the future could not be arranged by this. The sound of piano rang out. Xiao Yiru's soft voice also sang along with the tune. The soft and soothing melody, coupled with Xiao Yiru's already gentle voice, elevates the entire song. One day, my mystery will be solved. After the song ended, Xiao Yiru was still immersed in the music. This song seemed to be perfectly tailor-made for her. I woke up in a certain year and month. The future cannot be arranged in this way. What kind of conversations will we have with whom I meet? How far in the future is the person I am waiting for? Every word of the lyrics seemed to touch the hearts of both of them. Cece, you are such a genius. How did you come up with these lyrics? Did you also compose the music? Come back to the taste. Xiao Yiru slowly opened her eyes, excitement flashing in her eyes, and looked at Lu Cece, praising her generously. I wish I were that good. Listening to Xiao Weiru's words, Lu Cece smiled bitterly. Looking at her expression, Xiao Yiru was puzzled. Didn't you write it? Of course I didn't write this song. This song was written by Su Gu. Lu Cece did not hide anything and told Xiao Weiru the fact that Su Gu wrote this song. The more Xiao Yiru listened, the more surprised she became. You mean, when he wrote this song, or when he was treating me? Xiao Yiru said in shock. Lu Cece smiled bitterly and nodded. Not only can he cure diseases, he can also write beautiful songs. Is he really human? So, he wrote the song while watching me naked? Lu Cece? No, shouldn't you care about this song? Why are you suddenly talking about other things? It's broken, I forgot I could tell her. Lu Cece just realized that she had spoken too quickly again. How could she tell her that Su Gu saw her naked? I remember she once said that her body could only be seen by the people she loved. Why am I so talkative? Seeing Xiao Weiru's flushed face, Lu Cece wanted to slap himself in the face. At this time, Xiao Weiru felt shy and angry when she knew that Su Gu had seen her body. The handsome look of Su Gu coaxing her appeared in her mind again. He can treat illnesses, write songs, and he's so handsome. Show him that it doesn't seem like you're at a big disadvantage. Such a thought suddenly popped up in Xiao Weiru's mind. Ba ba ba. But she quickly drove the thought out of her mind. He is not related to me, so why should he see me naked? What should I do in the future? I don't have a boyfriend yet. Unless he is her boyfriend. Ba ba ba. Xiaoyiru, you are going to die, what are you thinking about? He is your doctor, how can he be your boyfriend? In a short while, Xiaoyiru's expression changed several times. Looking at Xiaoyiru's changeable face, Lu Sisi lowered her head and walked towards her. He said weakly, well, he is a doctor. He didn't do it to save you. He didn't do it on purpose, right? Ah. When Xiaoyiru heard Lu Sisi's voice, she suddenly came back to her senses. Then he threatened, if you dare to tell anyone about this, I will strangle you to death. Do you hear me? Don't worry, Sisi, I will never tell anyone. I swear, if I tell anyone, I will never find a boyfriend in this life. Lu Sisi raised her hand and swore to show her determination. After expressing her determination, she asked weakly, Xiao Rou, now that we have a song, do you want a surprising na? Unexpectedly? Call Sugo first and ask if I can authorize this song. This time, I want to give Li He and Ing Na a surprise. As they spoke, the two looked at each other and smiled sinisterly. Chapter 22 Musical Instrument Mastery. Scan the QR code on WeChat to get 1 yuan. Pay 1 yuan for prestige and get 10,000 times the critical hit. Agricultural Bank, on September 30th, 21, your account number ending in 1314 received 10,000 yuan, and the balance is 110,325,700.52 yuan. Scan the QR code on WeChat to get 1 yuan. Pay 1 yuan for prestige and get 100 times the critical hit. Agricultural Bank, on September 30th, 21, your account number ending in 1314 received 100 yuan, and the balance is 110,325,800.52 yuan. Boss, give me a bottle of Kangshufu for 1 yuan. Wandering around various convenience stores, Sugo, carrying his school bag, began his arduous journey of scanning codes to earn money. In fact, he didn't need to be so obsessed with buying a bottle of mineral water for 1 yuan. It's not impossible to have something like a one-piece lighter or something like that. But Sugo has his own plans. He doesn't smoke, so the lighter is of no use to him. And the things he bought can be given to volunteers, traffic police, firefighters, etc. You can't just give them a lighter. That's why Sugo kept buying a piece of Kangshufu. Not only can you drink it yourself, but you can also give it to those lovely people who are serving the people on the front line. After his backpack was full, he would look on the road to see if there were any traffic police, volunteers, or sanitation workers. Giving these things to them will make you feel much better. Uncle Policeman, you have worked hard. Here is some water for you. In just 2 hours, Su Ji's backpack was already full. Seeing the police officers giving orders, Sugo quickly took out the water and distributed it to them. No, young man, we're not hot. The traffic policeman standing in the middle of the road looked at Sugo coming over with water and waved his hand quickly. It's so hot, you guys have worked hard. Having said that, Sugo simply dropped the water on the ground and ran away. Hey hey hey. The traffic police wanted to thank Sugo. But Sugo ran too fast and couldn't catch up. In addition, Sugo always wore a mask to avoid unnecessary trouble. The traffic policeman couldn't remember what he looked like. He just stood there, bowed to him, and then returned to his work. Wow, that little brother just now was so thoughtful. He knew the traffic police uncles were working hard and bought a lot of water for them to drink. Even with a mask on, you can still see how handsome he is. I really want his prestige. I wish I had a boyfriend as loving and handsome as this. What Sugo did was captured in short videos by many thoughtful young ladies. For a while, a video of a handsome young man delivering water to a traffic policeman in Shanghai began to spread on short videos. They all guessed what this little brother looked like. It's just because of the mask that no one can see his true face. After leaving an area, Sugo could only go back to find more convenience stores. I'll lift up my long skirt for you and take you to the lighthouse of love. Sugo arrived at the door of a convenience store and was about to go in. The cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, and it was from Shanghai. Hello, is this Sugo? When I answered the phone, the voice sounded familiar. I am, you are, Cici? Finally, Sugo remembered. Isn't this voice Lu Cici? It's just that I didn't seem to leave him my number. Your number is really hard to find. Lu Cici's complaints came from the other side. I forgot to leave it for you. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Sugu asked curiously. Something's up. Do you remember the song you wrote last time? Xiao asked if you could authorize her. Lu Sisi is not the type of person who likes beating around the bush, so she asked very directly. Song? Sugu was a little confused. What song? Yes, that day when you were treating Xiao, you wrote it when you were bored. Sisi, why did you have to describe it in such detail? Xiaoiru's complaints could also be heard from the other end of the phone. She is with Xiaoiru. After hearing what Lu Sisi said, Sugu suddenly remembered. It seems to be the case. But it was just a song with lyrics and music. I am of no use to myself. Oh, this one, if you like it, I'll give it to you. Real? As Sugu said this, there was a sound of excited jumping from the other side. Yes, I gave it to you. It's useless for me to ask for it. Wow, Sugu, you are so nice, I love you so much. There are only lyrics and music, why are you so excited? Sugu had no idea that this song would help Xiaoyiru turn the tide during the time she was away. After hanging up the phone, he started looking for the convenience store again. With this purchase, another day passed. Soon it got dark. After a day of running around, the tired Sugu had dinner. Finally, I couldn't hold on any longer and came to Hurricane Square to rest. The night in Shanghai is much more lively than the day. There were couples holding hands, people walking their dogs on leashes, and some old men and women coming over to enjoy the fresh air. They were walking on the street in the square, talking happily. Their faces are filled with smiles after a day's fatigue has faded away. Sugu also used to like walking on the street in the square. Lu Yunyun was with them at that time, and they talked about happy topics and imagined their future. But later on, he was left alone. But Sugu still likes to come to the square, but in the past 2 years, when he comes to the square, he always finds a place to sit down by himself. Look at all kinds of people and see their smiles. I also felt an unprecedented peace of mind. Occasionally, there were a few singers performing in the square, and he would give them some money to help them. I lifted up my long skirt for you and took you to the lighthouse of love. We stumbled and fell, but finally arrived. Sit by the flower bed at the edge of the square. A man wearing a short-sleeved shirt and holding a guitar was singing Xiaoyiru's Lighthouse of Love in the center of the square. This was Sugu's favorite song in the past. Because the line in the song, "I'll roll up my skirt for you and take you to the Lighthouse of Love," was what he once yearned for. But after some stumbling, he still couldn't reach his destination. Listening to the singing, Sugu stood up and walked towards the singer. The man looked to be no more than 20 years old, not much different from himself. Wearing cheap clothes bought from a street stall, holding a faded guitar, singing with deep emotion. When he sings with deep emotion, he will close his eyes. The QR code placed at the feet was scanned by people from time to time. But that QR code was a stumbling block in his pursuit of his dream. But it is also helpless because of the pressure of life. Sugu is actually quite envious of such wandering singers. At least they can pursue their dreams. It just hasn't succeeded yet. Taking out his cell phone, Sugu did his best to pay a small fee and scan 1,000 yuan. I have a little money now, so it would be nice to be able to help out. Ding, scan the QR code for 100 yuan on WeChat to trigger a special item reward. Special item rewards, musical instrument proficiency, guitar, piano, xiao, flute, only 2 can be selected. Chapter 23, I found a younger brother. You can choose 2 this time? Looking at the prompt on the phone, Su Ji's eyes lit up. Perhaps there were too many options this time, so the system was generous and directly gave Sugu 2 options. Looking at the cello, violin, and other instruments in the back, Sugu had no interest at all. He wanted to play guitar or something. The piano is also good. I heard that people who can play the piano are very gentle and handsome. Choose between guitar and piano. Sugu smiled and tapped on the guitar and piano. But after ordering, he couldn't laugh anymore. Hiss. He is proficient in piano and guitar, so why does it hurt so much? What's wrong with you? Seeing Sugu suddenly squatting on the ground, the man who was singing just now stopped singing and ran towards Sugu. I think he was the one who gave me 1,000 yuan just now. It's rare to find someone this generous. No. I'm fine. Sugu has become somewhat accustomed to the repeated transmission of pain from this system. This time it was okay and the pain didn't last long. After about 2 minutes, he felt his pain was much better. Only then did she stand up with his help. Thank you for giving me $1,000. After helping Sugu up and sitting him down by the flower bed, the man thanked him. You sang well, I like it very much, keep pursuing your dreams. Sugu, who was feeling better, raised his head, smiled at the man and encouraged him. The man looked at Suji's smile and wanted to cheer himself up, but his eyes dimmed again. I may have to leave the magic city. The man sighed and looked at the people coming and going. What's wrong? Are you not chasing your dreams anymore? Sugu asked curiously. Is it a dream? The man glanced at Sugu, lowered his head and gently stroked the faded guitar in his hand. The voice dropped, I can't catch up anymore. I'm trying to raise money for a ticket home recently. I may never come to Shanghai again. Thank you for the $1,000. This time I can go home. The man jumped down from the flower bed, calmed down his lost emotions, and then smiled. He stretched out his hand towards Sugu. My name is Su Dun. Your last name is Su too? It just so happens that we are from the same family. My name is Sugu. Sugu also jumped down from the flower bed and held his hand. But after hearing Su Dun's name, Suji's smile became even wider. I didn't expect that this wandering singer had the same surname as me. This also gave Sugu a different feeling. Maybe we were a family hundreds of years ago. I'm 21. I'm 20. Elder brother. Brother. Ha 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 ha. It is always so easy and quick for men to go from strangers to familiar with each other. In less than a short while, Sugu had already found a younger brother for himself. Brother, I will leave the magic city tomorrow. We will meet again in the mountains and rivers. I haven't laughed so happily in a long time. Su Dun didn't expect that he would find a brother before leaving. It seems that the trip to the magic city is worthwhile. But all good things must come to an end, even though I have recognized him as a brother. But he knew in his heart that this was just a chance encounter. It's time to say goodbye. Sugu looked at Su Dun and thought he was also a passionate person, and maybe there was something wrong with his nerves. Looking at his faded guitar, he said, since we are all leaving tomorrow, and we are so destined to each other, I will give you a new guitar. Brother, this is impossible. A guitar costs so much money. Why are you talking nonsense? Since you call me brother, I have to give you a gift. Having said that, Sugu put his arm around Su Dun's shoulders and walked towards the Hurricane Mall. The two people's attire quickly caught the attention of Hurricane's shopping guide. Isn't this Sutton? How did he get in? Didn't we tell him to only sing outside and not come in? Who knows, but I heard he's leaving tomorrow. Maybe he wants to do some shopping. Look, he brought a friend with him. He's so poor, how can he afford anything? Look at the guy next to him, he's wearing cheap clothes, it doesn't look like he has much money. Who's going to receive him? Anyway, I'm not going. Zhao Kiki, isn't he your ex-boyfriend? Go and meet him. It's Coco, just go. Many people here in Sutton know him. He is a wandering singer who has to sleep in the park after being dumped by Zhao Kiki. As for Sugu, he was not much better. He was wearing cheap street stall clothes. Seeing them like this, these well-dressed receptionists would never be willing to receive them. So this difficult task was given to Su Dun's ex-girlfriend, Zhao Kiki. You guys, okay, I'll go send him away, okay? Zhao Kiki had no choice but to go up. Hello, how can I help you? Zhao Kiki was wearing a professional suit and looked very elegant. She looked very nice when she smiled. After seeing Sugu, she spoke to him in a standard welcoming manner. But after Su Dun looked at Zhao Kiki, he subconsciously wanted to step back. He lowered his head deeply and rubbed his hands together in front of him, feeling a little helpless. Excuse me, do we sell guitars in our mall? Sugu noticed something strange about Su Dun and felt a little surprised. But he didn't think much about it and asked with a smile. Sutton, are you still planning to buy a guitar? Hearing Su Ji's words, Zhao Kiki looked at Su Dun with a somewhat cold voice. Do you know each other? Sugu looked at Su Dun strangely. Brother, let's go. Sutton wanted to escape and turned around to leave. But before he could turn around, Sugu pulled him over again and hugged his shoulders tightly. Why should we leave? We are here to consume. Looking at Su Dun's cowardly look, I felt a little angry. And he had already discovered that Sutton was a little timid about the woman in front of him. But Sugu didn't care about that and asked, where is the guitar? Take us to see it. If you're buying it for him, I advise you not to spend that money. Guitars here are very expensive and he can't afford it. Zhao Qi's tone became increasingly unfriendly, even sarcastic. Su Ge didn't know how he had offended this woman. But he was sure that it must be Sutan's fault. Doesn't he have anything to do with you if he still can't pay it back? How much is it? Can he use $1 million? Su Ge retorted. Then he said, if you don't want to take us there, we can find it ourselves. Brother, let's go. I don't want the guitar anymore. Seeing that the two of them were on the verge of a showdown, Su Dan pulled Su Ji's clothes, and his voice sounded even more humble. If you don't even look down on yourself, then no one will look down on you. Su Ge glared at Su Dan fiercely. This child has a bit too much inferiority complex. Since he came in, he has been keeping his head down and asking to leave. He always speaks in a timid manner. Well, this way please. As long as you don't feel ashamed for not being able to pay, that's fine. Zhao Qiqi said something disdainful and turned to walk upstairs. Since he wants to buy it, take him there. If you can't pay the bill later, it's not others who will be embarrassed. They've gone up. Go get the manager. See Zhao Qiqi walking up with Su Ge and Su Dan. The group of beautiful shopping guides who were eager to watch the fun started to make a noise. Soon, the mall manager of Hurricane Plaza arrived. After listening to the shopping guide's words, he walked upstairs angrily. Chapter 24 Zhao Qiqi was fired. The interior of Hurricane Plaza is extremely luxurious, both in terms of decoration and store displays. Arriving at a guitar shop, Su Ge and Su Dan stopped at the door. But compared with this luxurious store, their attire was too shabby. Qiqi, why did you bring him here? Aren't you afraid of being scolded by the manager? After seeing Zhao Qiqi bring Su Ge and Su Dan up, a clerk with a good temperament walked out of the store. But when the clerk saw Sutan, his face turned a little bad. Xiaoxue, they want to buy something, I'll bring it up. Even though they are from the lower class, they still have the right to buy things. Zhao Qiqi looked at the two of them with a mocking smile. After bringing them here, she didn't plan to leave. I guess she was waiting to see the two of them make a fool of themselves. She didn't think Su Ge could really buy Su Dan a guitar. After all, the guitars here basically start at 100,000. Bring out the best guitar you have in the house. When Su Ge heard their conversation, his expression turned cold. These women here can only earn around 10,000 yuan a month at best. He actually said that he was a member of the lower class. Look down on this and look down on that. I really don't know where this confidence comes from. Su Ge ignored their conversation and went inside to sit down. However, Su Dan, after sitting down, buried his head in his chest, feeling very inferior. Seeing that Su Ge and Su Dan actually sat down, Zhang Shui frowned. Although she didn't think Su Ge could afford it, she had to receive the customer when he came. This is the basic accomplishment of a shopping guide. Then he said, the best guitar is a Mac brand, and it costs 480,000. 480,000? Su Ge said lightly. Looking at Su Ji's expression, Zhao Kuei couldn't afford it, so the smile on her face became even more intense. He crossed his arms and said to Zhang Shui, Xiaoxue, there are more than 100,000 yuan here. Show it to him. We should give him a way out. After hearing this, Zhang Shui also shook her head in her heart. Come to think of it, she really looked down on Zhao Qiqi. After all, he is your ex-boyfriend. Why bother? Hello, we also have entry-level ones here, but the price may be hundreds of thousands, what do you think? Zhang Shui wanted to persuade the two to leave. Su Dan definitely couldn't afford it, and as for Su Ge, she couldn't quite figure it out. But still responded politely. Forget about the one that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is there a guitar better than the Mac? Su Ge looked around. Come to think of it, he doesn't know much about guitar. Although he chose to master a musical instrument, he had never touched a guitar. But looking at Sutan looking so inferior, he wanted to give him some vent for his anger. That's why I said that. More expensive? Zhang Shui couldn't quite understand Su Ge. Do you want to continue installing? I've already given you a way out. But seeing that Su Ge had no intention of leaving, Zhang Shui was helpless. More expensive ones need to be custom made. If you need it urgently, Mike's guitar should be enough. It's too troublesome to customize it, Sutton, so let's just get a Mac brand guitar. Su Ge slapped Su Dan's shoulder hard. Ah! Sutan shuddered. He didn't hear the conversation between Su Gu and Zhang Shui at all. At this moment, Su Gu patted him, and he suddenly reacted. But his eyes were confused. Then this one, I'll scan the code. Generally, this kind of store requires credit card payment, after all, it is such a large amount. But if he swipes the card, he won't get any refund. Although you may not even get your principal back, you should still try. What if I give myself a double critical hit? Can I pay by card? We can't pay by scanning the QR code here. Zhang Shui winked at Su Gu. She hoped that Su Gu would give up when faced with difficulties. Firstly, she didn't want to cause trouble, and secondly, if the manager saw her, he would probably give her a lecture again. This is what Zhang Shui hates the most. This is also the reason why she asked Zhao Kiki after seeing Su Dun for the first time. Scanning a QR code? You country bumpkin, in a large mall like this, any single item can limit your phone's credit limit. Listening to Su Ji's words, Zhao Kiki did not forget to sneer. Then swiped the card. Su Gu took out a card from a worn wallet and handed it to Zhang Shui. Looking at his worn-out wallet that he bought from a street stall, Zhao Kiki almost laughed out loud. How can you have more than 400,000 yuan with such a cheap wallet? Only a fool would believe that. Please enter the password. Zhang Shui also shook her head when she saw Su Gu's wallet. Payment successful. Byte. After the payment was successful, Su Gu's phone rang. Hearing this voice, Su Ji's heart trembled. Is it possible to trigger rewards by paying with a bank card? However, Su Gu did not check it immediately. Everything is paid for, take out the guitar. Su Gu sneered. Oh, I'll get it for you now. Zhang Shui was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Su Gu actually succeeded in paying. Hearing his words, I quickly went to take out an exquisite guitar case and carefully took it out. Xiao Xue, he. Zhao Kiki was also surprised when he saw Zhang Shui take out the guitar worth more than 400,000 yuan. But before she could finish, Zhang Shui glared at her fiercely. This look was enough to show that Su Gu really bought this guitar worth more than 400,000 yuan. What's going on? Why let Sutton in? Just after Zhang Shui took out the guitar, Manager Lu Qi walked up, looking angry, and shouted at Zhao Kiki. Manager, they want to buy something. When Zhao Kiki saw Lu Qi, she subconsciously lowered her head. His eyes kept looking towards Su Gu. Zhang Shui, what are you doing? Lu Qi watched as Zhang Shui actually handed a guitar worth more than 400,000 yuan to Su Gu. Look at Su Gu's outfit again. Thinking he just wanted to give it a try, I quickly came over to stop him. Manager, what are you doing? Zhang Shui became anxious. This was bought by someone else. If you break it, how am I going to explain myself to them? Can you let anyone try out such an expensive guitar? Lu Qi said angrily. What do you mean by try? He bought this and has already paid for it. Zhang Shui quickly explained. Afraid of causing any misunderstanding. She couldn't afford to pay for such an expensive guitar even if she worked for 5 years. Question mark. Lu Qi was stunned. The hand that tried to snatch Zhang Shui's guitar was also suspended in mid-air. Su Gu just looked at him quietly, with a playful smile on his face. How can you be a shopping guide? Customers come to buy things, but you don't even give them water. Don't you want to do this job anymore? I have to say, as a manager of such a large shopping mall, Lu Qi's brain reaction is really amazing. The customers who can afford to spend money here are most likely those he cannot afford to offend. If I make a complaint, I will basically lose my position as a manager. He didn't dare to gamble. After all, some wealthy people always have some special hobbies. For example, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. He thought Su Gu might be some rich second generation who came to entertain them. So when Lu Qi saw that there was not even any tea on the table, he suddenly had an idea and changed the subject. No need for tea, but your employees are really, hey, they look down on people. Su Gu took the guitar from Zhang Shui and glanced at Zhao Kiki. Lu Qi knew what Su Gu meant. He turned around and glared at Zhao Kiki. Go to the finance department and collect your salary. You are fired. Ah. Zhao Kiki was dumbfounded. Chapter 25, Chasing Dreams. Sutton walked out of Hurricane Square, staring at the guitar in his hand, feeling like he was dreaming. Why did you buy it? He was a little confused. And looking at Su Ji's appearance, He doesn't look like someone who can afford a mic brand guitar like this. Why didn't he feel any pain at all? Also, why would he give it to himself? Wait here for a minute, I'll reply to your message. Come to the flower bed in Hurricane Square. Sugo asked Su-dun, who had not yet come to his senses, to wait for him for a while. He wanted to see what the ringing on his phone was. Sutton was nearby, so it was not suitable for inspection. Coming to the other side of the flower bed, Sugo quickly took out his cell phone. Ding, bank card payment is successful, triggering special rewards. Ding, this payment is not a QR code scan, the reward is specified by the system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earth Plane, China region, G-band single Chasing Dreams with a Childlike Heart. I spent over 400,000 yuan, and you only give me one single? It would be a lie to say I don't feel sad. After all, it's nearly 500,000. At best, he could scan no more than 200,000 codes a day. This sweep was almost enough for him to do 3 days of work. But looking at the system's reward, it's just one single song. Last time I bought songs, I also gave Stephanie Sun's album. The system is getting more and more stingy. Come and claim it. Received successfully, being distributed. With a single sound, before Sugo even felt it, it had already been released successfully. Just like last time, there are only music scores and lyrics. After successfully receiving it, Sugo came to Su-dun's side. Brother, I can't take this. Mike's guitar costs hundreds of thousands. After Sugo came over, Su-dun quickly stuffed the guitar in his hand into Suji's hand. What are you talking about? Don't you like throwing it away? Sugo said unhappily. This. I like it, but it's too expensive. It's okay as long as you like it. Why would a grown man hesitate so much? But. No buts, by the way, do you have a pen and paper? Sugo suddenly remembered the single rewarded by the system. The song Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart should be very suitable for Su-dun. Paper and pen? Yes. As he spoke, Sutton took out a small yellow notebook from his bag. The cover of this little notebook has turned yellow. There are a lot of things written densely on it. There are music scores and lyrics. It can be seen that Sutton really loves music. After taking out the small notebook, Sutton quickly turned to the last page. Handed it to Sugo. After Sugo took the small notebook, he started drawing on it. Sutton stroked the guitar in his hand with trembling hands. The Mike brand guitar can be said to be one of the top guitars in Yanxia country. This has always been Sutton's dream. I didn't expect that I could actually touch it today. This made him feel for a moment like he was dreaming. All right. After writing for a while, Sugo handed the song Chasing Dreams with a Childlike Heart to Su-dun. Su-dun looked at the small notebook with some surprise. This. Looking at the music in the little notebook, Sutton's eyes widened. The voice began to tremble. No one knows better than him how powerful this song is. Brother, did you write this? Of course, seeing your situation, I wrote it as my gift to you. Sugo also lied shamelessly. He write a shit tune. It's all the system's fault. But if he likes it, it's not bad to give it to him. This. No, brother, this is too expensive. After Su-dun watched the song Chasing Dreams with a Childlike Heart. As a musician, he knew very well that this song was more valuable than the guitar in his hand. This is the song I composed for you. I hope you can cheer up from it. Sugo encouraged. Sutton has been singing at Hurricane Plaza for several years. Before he separated from Lu Yunyun, Sugo saw him singing here. Over the years, whenever Sugo had time, he would come to Hurricane Square and sit by the flower bed. Watching people coming and going and listening to the songs he sings, no matter how upset my heart is, it will soon calm down. So if Sutton leaves, he will probably never come to Hurricane Square again. Brother, thank you. At this time, Su-dun no longer knew how to thank Sugo. It's just a chance meeting, and it's okay for him to give me such an expensive guitar. I also wrote such a good song for myself. What virtue and ability have I possessed? After watching it, can you sing it? Sugo doesn't like such a crying occasion. Looking at the moved Su-dun, he changed the subject. Yes, sure. Then let's go to the square and sing. Sugo said with a smile. Come to think of it, he actually had the fantasy of singing in the square. The two of them came to the center of the square together. Sugo saw Su-dun reaching for his broken guitar again and snatched it away. He said unhappily, "Are you saving this new guitar for having kids? Use a new one." "Yeah, okay." Soo-dun also slowly recovered. After holding the new guitar in my hands were still shaking a little. After all, it was the first time I used such a good guitar, so it was inevitable that I was a little nervous. Call. After letting out a long breath, Soo-dun finally calmed down his nervous mood. Then start tuning your guitar. I think I can play it, too. After taking Soo-dun's guitar, Soo-gu discovered. It's so easy to play guitar. He knows every string and his hands can touch the right position accurately. Brother, I'm fine, let's go together. After tuning the guitar, Soo-dun saw that Soo-gu also held it very standardly and said with a smile. I'll accompany you and you sing. I'm tone deaf. Soo-gu smiled and began to play the guitar. In the square, the sound of guitar rang out again. Where is the world full of flowers? If it really exists, I will definitely go there. I want to stand on the highest mountain there, no matter if it is a cliff or not. When Soo-dun's singing voice sounded, it instantly attracted many people to stop and listen. This song is different from what Soo-dun usually sings. In the past, the songs Soo-dun sang were all covers of Xiao Yiru's songs, which were more gentle. What Soo-dun sings now is a desire that is unwilling to accept the status quo. Coupled with Soo-dun's unique voice, many people gathered around him instantly. Some young people even took out their mobile phones and started shooting short videos. After all, this lyric is very touching. I will use my whole life to prove that maybe my hands are clumsier than my feet, but I am willing to keep exploring and devote all my youth without any regrets. When Soo-dun sang to this point, there was already a gleam in his eyes. He turned his head and looked at Soo-gu beside him. Soo-gu, who was wearing a mask, gave him an encouraging look. Soo-dun slowly lowered his head, then raised it suddenly, with an unprecedented stubbornness in his eyes. Run forward, facing the cold eyes and ridicule. How can we feel the vastness of life without going through hardships? Fate cannot make us kneel down and beg for mercy, even if our arms are covered with blood. The high note rose and the whole square was shocked. Chapter 26. What a coincidence, I was also dumped. This song is so powerful that it gave me goosebumps all over the floor. I can't stand it anymore. I'm so excited about this song. My scalp is numb after the high notes start. Has this song been released on an album? What's it called? I'll steal my mom's money to buy it. Soo-dun's song Chasing Dreams with a Childlike Heart instantly became popular on short videos. It went viral on the Kuaijiao app. Netizens began to constantly inquire about the origin of this song. For a while, the phrase "this is the most shocking song I have ever heard" became a hot search on Weibo. The number of comments below has reached 30,000 to 40,000, and the number of likes has reached tens of millions. Because there are only short videos of Soo-dun and Soo-gu in the square. This also made the Kuaijiao app very popular. All major music companies came out to look for the two people singing in the square. However, Soo-gu and Soo-dun, the parties involved, were completely unaware of this. At this time, the two of them were happily eating barbecue on the roadside. Brother, I respect you. I, Soo-dun, have never admired anyone in my life. You are the first. At 12 o'clock in the evening, at an open-air food stall. Soo-dun raised the beer in his hand, stood up and toasted Soo-gu. Drink the beer in your hand. He wiped the residue from the corner of his mouth and they both burst into laughter. Soo-dun had never been so happy. After coming to Shanghai for so many years, and meeting Soo-gu, he felt that his trip was not in vain. What do you admire? He's just a migrant worker struggling to make a living. Come on, let's go. The two of them drank one cup after another and had a great time. Brother, is there something fishy going on between you and that clerk? Tell me about it. Soo-gu, who had drunk a little too much, also started gossiping. You're talking about Zhao Kiki. That woman dumped me because I was poor. Soo-dun drank the beer in his glass. Then he said, "Thank you very much today, brother." That woman thought she was in a big shopping mall and met some rich people, so she thought she was superior to others. She was not ordered around by others. Did she dump you? Ha 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 ha, what a fucking coincidence, I was also dumped by a woman, ha 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 ha. As Soo-gu spoke, it was unclear whether he was laughing or sad. Even tears came out of my eyes. How could someone dump me even though I'm so talented? Soo-dun was very surprised. Moreover, Soo-gu is generous, handsome, and talented. How could someone dump a man like this? Talent is useless. I worked so hard to earn money for her to go to college, and guess what she is doing? Hey, she thinks I'm a farmer and not worthy of her. She ran off with a rich second-generation guy right after graduation. Not only did she take away my money, but she also said I was narrow-minded. Ha 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 ha. Soo-dun looked at Soo-go and laughed until tears came out. But he could hear how painful Soo-go was feeling. Mad, are women nowadays so realistic? Listening to Soo-ji's story, Soo-dun was so angry that he slammed the table. So what are your plans for the future, brother? Plan? Soo-go was stunned, then laughed and said, she thought that after cheating on me for 2 years, she would be done with it once she got the money? Bah! I just want to make a lot of money so that she can regret it when she gets married. I want her to know that I, Soo-go, will never be able to reach her level in her life. Soo-go said this and drank the beer in his hand. There was a box of beer at his feet, and there was almost nothing left. After finishing this glass, he also lay on the table, mumbling. Lu Yunyun, I've done everything for you in the past 5 years. Why are you treating me like this? Just wait for me, just wait for me. Brother, don't worry. If I become successful, I will help you slap that woman in the face when I go to her wedding. Let her know that I am the best person in the world. Listening to Soo-ji's mumbling, Soo-dun swore secretly. After paying the money, Soo-dun carried Soo-go on his back and walked towards a nearby hotel. Xiao Ro, this song shocked me. Early in the morning, Lu Sisi came to Xiaoyiru's house and walked hurriedly towards Xiaoyiru's room. At this time, Xiaoyiru had just woken up not long ago. Hearing Lu Sisi's voice, he stretched and sat up from the bed. After a few days of recovery, Xiaoyiru was now able to get out of bed. Miss Lu, why don't you take a nap so early in the morning? After opening the door for Lu Sisi, Xiaoyiru complained. You haven't slept enough. Come, I have something good to show you. After coming in, Lu Sisi quickly took out the mobile phone from her bag. He quickly logged into the Kuaijiao app and played the video for Xiaoyiru. Where is the world full of flowers? If it really exists, I will definitely go there. I want to stand on the highest mountain there, no matter if it is a cliff or not. In the video, a man stands in the center of the square, singing with his unique voice. The lyrics are good, the voice is okay, and very recognizable. When hearing the previous part, Xiaoyiru commented in a professional tone. Listen to the back. Lu Sisi interrupted Xiaoyiru's evaluation and then let him hear it. Seeing her so serious, Xiaoyiru felt a little curious. Is there something special that could make this great lyricist pay so much attention to it? With curiosity, Xiaoyiru listened further. Run forward, facing the cold eyes and ridicule. How can we feel the vastness of life without going through hardships? Fate cannot make us kneel down and beg for mercy, even if our arms are covered with blood. When the high-pitched voice sounded, Xiaoyiru and Lu Sisi suddenly got goosebumps. The sound was so shocking. It was so shocking that their scalps went numb. After listening to this, Xiaoyiru was shocked. She opened her eyes wide and stared at Soo-dun in the video. Said, this song is too shocking. Both the music and the lyrics touched the heart. After watching the video yesterday, I couldn't sleep all night. I was really shocked. I don't know what kind of person can write such a heart-shaking song. Lu Sisi looked extremely excited. Especially since she is a professional lyricist. She couldn't find any fault with the lyrics of this song. Do you know what this song is called? Who is the singer? What is his name? Xiaoyiru quickly smelled a different business opportunity. Once you can sign this singer, buy out the song he has. Xiaoyu Entertainment can now have a male singer to support its reputation. I've already told Uncle Xiao, and now I heard that all the major music and entertainment companies are looking for this person. I don't know much about the others. Lu Sisi replied with some regret. That's right. There are no such shocking songs on the market right now. Those entertainment companies will definitely try every means to sign him. Xiaoyiru sighed. I just hope her father can find him before other entertainment companies do. Chapter 27 Soo-dun was signed by Haiwa. Brother, thank you for your music and guitar. We hope to meet again someday. When he woke up in the morning, Soo-dun looked at Soo-go, who was still sleeping soundly, and placed a written farewell letter on the table. Then he put the 2 guitars on his back and walked outside. Dreams are good. But how many people can realize their dreams? After thinking about it all night, Soo-dun decided to go home first. When he has some money, he will come to Shanghai again. Continue your dream. Arriving at the station, Sutton bought a ticket and waited their board. When I think of singing with Su-gu yesterday, my heart still can't help but surge with excitement. The train from Shanghai to Fuyuan City has started checking tickets. Please check your ticket at Gate 8 and board the train. Just as Sutton was thinking about yesterday's madness, the station's broadcast rang. Hearing the sound of the radio, Sutton stood up. Arriving at Gate 8, Su-dun looked back at the magic city he had led for nearly 5 years, and murmured softly, "Thank you, brother. I will come to see you again when I become rich." As he said that, he walked towards gate number 8. "Mr. Sutton, please stay." "Mr. Sutton." Just as Sutton was about to check the tickets, a man in a suit ran over, panting. After arriving, he snatched Sutton's ticket. "What are you doing?" Sutton was a little angry. "I was just checking the tickets, how come you snatched them away?" The abrupt behavior of the man in the suit attracted the attention of pedestrians in the station. "Excuse me, Mr. Sutton. I'm Gung Tianhao, a talent scout from Haiyue Music. I want to talk to you." "Haiyue Music?" Su-dun took Gung Tianhao's business card and murmured something. Haiyue Music is a very famous music company in Yanxia country. The head office is in Shenzhen, and we also have a branch in Shanghai. When it comes to Haiyue Music Entertainment Company, Limited, some people may not know it. But when it comes to female singer Ing Na, many people understand. Ever since Xia Yiru became seriously ill, the female singer Ing Na, who has dominated the charts for more than 2 months, is a female singer under Haiyue Music. The strength is evident. But what Su-dun didn't understand was why the scout from Haiyue Company was looking for him. "Mr. Sutton, we at Haiyue Music would like to discuss cooperation with you. How about you stay in Shanghai for a day first?" Gung Tianhao looked at the cheap clothes Su-dun was wearing. Then he said, "Don't worry, even if the cooperation is not concluded, we will arrange all of Mr. Sutton's schedules." Looking at Gung Tianhao's sincerity, Su-dun was somewhat moved. After all, it was Haiyue Music, a company he had never dared to think about before. "Okay." Su-dun nodded and followed Gung Tianhao out of the station. When we arrived outside the station, Gung Tianhao's car was waiting outside. What Gung Tianhao drove over was actually a Rolls-Royce. This also made Su-dun feel relieved. There is no reason for a man who drives a Rolls-Royce to deceive a pauper like himself. After getting in the car, Gung Tianhao and Su-dun sat in the back seat. The two started chatting. "Hello, Mr. Sutton, did you write the lyrics and compose the music for yesterday's song?" "No, my brother wrote it to me." Sutton replied very honestly. "That means you are the original singer and you also own the copyright of this song?" "Original song?" Sutton fell into deep thought. I remembered yesterday when Su-gu said he was tone deaf and asked me to sing. Maybe he wanted to sing the original song for himself. "Well, I'm the original singer." "Oh, then if we sign you with Haiyue Music, can you get all the copyrights of this song?" "This?" Sutton hesitated. He doesn't know whether this counts as all his copyrights. I remember Su-gu told him yesterday that this song was written for him. I guess it was given to him. I should have left my number earlier, but I got too drunk yesterday and forgot to leave it. Sutton was very depressed. "Let's go to the Minjia Hotel and ask." After thinking for a long time, Su-dun decided to ask Su-gu. After all, this was the song he wrote, and he also gave himself such an expensive guitar. If I keep his songs to myself again, I would be a piece of shit. "Okay, driver, navigate to Minjia Hotel." Seeing Su-dun was hesitant, Gung Tianhao said to the driver. The driver received the order and turned around and drove towards the hotel where Su-gu was staying. Ah! Su-gu stretched hard and woke up from the bed. Looking at the sunlight pouring into the room, Su-gu rubbed his dazzling eyes, and it took him a while to recover. "Hey, where's Sutton?" Su-gu opened his eyes, looked around, and felt a little confused. After getting up, he found a letter on the table. "Elder brother. After thinking about it all night, I decided to leave Shanghai. Dreams are good, but people also have to face reality. Forgive my brother for leaving without saying goodbye, as I was afraid of being embarrassed by crying in front of him. Thanks to my brother's guitar and his songs, I regained my confidence in life. When you become successful one day, come to Shanghai to have a drink with me." Sutton. This kid actually played a missing game with me. Why don't you at least leave me a phone number? Even if you come to the Magic City to look for me, you can't find me without a number. Looking at the contents of the letter, Sugu felt a headache. He didn't believe that Sutton left because he wanted to keep a guitar worth more than 400,000 yuan for himself. If he really wanted to keep it all for himself, there was no need for him to drink with me yesterday. If he just runs away, I won't stop him. But they are very similar, both like to forget important things. After tidying up, Sugu still had to scan the code to earn money. He washed up and left the hotel, going to find a place to scan the code. Checked out? When he arrived at the hotel and heard Sugu check out, Su-dun was a little confused. Seeing the sun already rising high in the sky, I realized that I was late. But what about the songs? Mr. Sutton, since your brother said he gave you the song, you should be able to decide. And after we sign the contract, I need to bring you to our Shindu headquarters as soon as possible. Seeing Su-dun hesitating, Gung Tianhao didn't want to delay any longer. He can find it now, but if other music companies find his number, they will be in a very passive position. Sutton doesn't want to miss such a good opportunity now. Once he misses it, he may never have another chance in his life. So he gritted his teeth and said, "Sure, but if this song is released as an album, the lyrics and music of this song must be written by my brother." "Is that so?" "Of course, if you sign with our highway company, we can add it for you. By the way, what is your brother's name?" "My brother's name, his name is Sugu." Sutton looked out the window and replied. The car started and drove on the streets of Magic City. The contract was finalized in the car before arriving at the branch of Highway Music Company, Ltd. Chapter 28 Discovery. 2 days later. In Xiao Yiru's room. At this time, Xiao Yiru was able to get out of bed and walk. No, I should say he has fully recovered. During this period, Yuan He and Yuan Shan came several times. When checking Xiao Yiru's body, she was actually in better condition than before. Yuan He once wanted to call Sugu and ask his granddaughter to become his disciple. Even 1 million was prepared for her. But Yuan Shan has a stubborn temper. If she says she wants to make a bet, she will make the bet. No matter how Yuan He persuaded her, she said that she had to wait until Yu Shui became pregnant. Yuan He was helpless and had no other choice. If he wasn't old, he would have gone to pay a visit to Sugu. My Shara was more beautiful than before. Sitting in front of the dressing table, Yu Shui combed Xiao Yiru's hair with a loving look on her face. "What a pity it's a girl." Xiao Yiru replied with a sigh. She doesn't want to inherit such a huge family business. She likes singing and she thinks her life should be spent shining and singing, instead of wanting to take on a fortune of tens of billions. What's wrong with girls? Girls are better. No one knows a girl better than her mother. Yu Shui knew what Xiao Yiru was thinking. With a reproachful tone. "Mom, do you think you can give me another little brother?" Xiao Yiru naturally knew that Yu Shui was being treated by Sugu. But can he really do something that so many large hospitals, even foreign hospitals, cannot do? Yu Shui was also a little worried, but she still comforted him. "It should be okay. He saved you from death." Xiao Yiru was silent. Being able to save yourself does not mean that you can cure infertility. After all, every profession has its own specialties, and there are many subdivided fields for doctors. By the way, Xiao, you are already 20 years old, isn't it time for you to find a partner? Seeing that Xiao Yiru didn't say anything, Yu Shui changed the subject. "Mom, how old am I?" "How old?" "He's already 20. If you can find him soon, and if Mom can get pregnant, I'll take care of both babies." Xiao Yiru was a little confused. Am I too much of a mother? How did she come up with this idea? I think that Sugu is pretty good. If he can really cure me, would you consider it? Mom, what are you talking about? If you keep talking, I will ignore you. Xiao Yiru pretended to be angry. Okay, Mom won't say anything. Yu Shui continued to comb Xiao Yiru's hair. But Xiao Yiru's thoughts had already drifted away. Thinking of Suji's handsome face, he spoke to me like a child. The point is, that guy seemed to have looked at his entire body. It would be nice if we could be boyfriends. Bah, Xiao Yiru, what are you thinking about? He is your doctor. As she thought about it, Xiao Yiru's face turned red. Yu Shui looked at her daughter's suddenly red face in the mirror with a smile on her lips. My daughter has grown up. Xiao Ro, I discovered a shocking secret. At this time, Lu Sisi ran to Xiao Yiru's room in a hurry. After pushing the door open and seeing Yushui, he quickly restrained himself and said, "Hello, Auntie. Cici is here. Please sit down first. It will be ready soon." Seeing Cici, Yushui tied Xiaoyiru's hair. Then he said, "While you guys chat, I'll go get you some fruit." Having said that, Yushui walked out of the room. "What's up, Cici? Did you find the singer?" Xiaoyiru turned around and asked with a smile. "Singer? Forget about it. The singer was signed by Haiyue. I heard that he went to the Shenzhen headquarters to record songs. It will probably be released in the next few days. What a pity. By the way, what is the shocking secret you discovered? It is indeed a pity that Sutton was not signed. However, there are still some capable male singers under Xiaoyu Entertainment. Even if he is poached, it will not have a big impact on their Xiaoyu Entertainment. Come on, take a look at these videos." Speaking of this, Lu Cici quickly took out her cell phone. Open the Kuaijiao app and start playing the video. The video still shows Su Dun singing in the square. This video has now gone viral on the internet. But I have already seen this video, so why did Lu Cici show it to me again? Did you see anything? Lu Cici asked. Isn't this still the same male singer? What do you see? Xiaoyiru asked in confusion. Take a closer look. Listening to Lu Cici's words, Xiaoyiru looked again. Suddenly, the figure of a man behind Su Dun caught her attention. The man was tall and wearing a mask. Because the video was blurry, I couldn't tell what it looked like. But it just feels inexplicably familiar. You can't see it clearly, right? Check out other videos. As she spoke, Lu Cici opened the video in her collection. In the video, a man poured out the water from his backpack and gave it to the traffic police officers to drink. Before the traffic policeman could refuse, he ran away. There are also a lot of likes below. This video is just a little clearer. Wearing a black mask and an Adasabi t-shirt bought from a street stall. His figure is very similar to the man playing guitar behind Sutton. Is this Dr. Su? Finally, Xiaoyiru remembered. Isn't this Su Gu? Yes, it's Su Gu. I watched this video several times in the past 2 days. I didn't dare to confirm it at first, but when I saw this video, I confirmed that this person is Su Gu. Lu Cici said with great conviction. If you only look at the video of Sutton singing, you really can't tell the difference. After all, the focus of the video itself is on Sutton. But after watching this video, the clothes, the body shape, the hairstyle, it can be basically 100% certain that the person is Su Gu. I didn't expect him to be so caring that he even gave water to the traffic police uncle. Looking at Su Gu in the video, Xiaoyiru recalled the way Su Gu coaxed her that day. It felt like I was just a little kid. Not only that, Su Gu also bought bread, water, etc. for some stray cats and dogs, and many of them were photographed by caring people. Lu Cici looked at Xiaoyiru and continued, Xiao, I think your focus is wrong. Wrong focus? Xiaoyiru was puzzled. Have you forgotten the song meeting that Su Gu wrote for you? Lu Cici stared at Xiaoyiru with a mysterious smile. Meet? You mean? Xiaoyiru suddenly thought of the meaning of Lu Cici's words. Su Gu accompanied this male singer, so he must know this male singer. If we can contact Su Gu, we can probably contact Su Dun. If Haiyue hasn't signed him yet, they still have a chance to maneuver. After all, Sutton is also a great help. Cici, call Su Gu quickly and ask him if he knows that male singer. If we can sign him, my chances of winning will be even better. Xiaoyiru said quickly. Xiaoro, that male singer has already signed, that's not what I meant. Listening to Xiaoyiru's words, Lu Cici held her forehead with her hand. It seemed that she still didn't understand what she meant. Xiaoyiru was puzzled, don't you mean this? Chapter 29 Xiaoyiru is going to hold a concert. Isn't that what you mean? Xiaoyiru was very surprised. Of course not, my eldest lady. Lu Cici sat down and began to patiently tell her her thoughts. Su Gu can write songs and play the guitar. The key point is that this male singer originally sang at Hurricane Plaza. I still sing her songs all the time. There has been no improvement in the past few days. And this time, why did he suddenly write a song that became a huge hit? Why was it such a coincidence that Su Gu was accompanying him? You mean, this song was written by Su Gu for him? Xiao Yiru finally understood what Lu Sisi meant. She was also shocked. Because the song Su Gu wrote for her is very suitable for her. Tenderness, with a desire for love. But the song Sutton sang was completely different. Not only in terms of style, but also in terms of high notes. Generally speaking, every composer has his or her own style. There is a huge difference between this meeting and the song sung by Sutton. So Xiao Yiru was a little skeptical that this was the work of the same person. I didn't quite believe it at first, but I also didn't believe it would be such a coincidence. As she spoke, Lu Sisi exited the video interface, pressed the dial button, and said with a sly smile, "Just give them a call and they'll tell you." "Hello, who is this? You didn't save my number?" After dialing the phone, Lu Sisi became uneasy. The word "who" almost broke Lu Sisi's defense. "Ah. Sisi, my signal is not very good, so I didn't see who called." "Lu Sisi. Can you come up with a crappier excuse?" He. Listen to the conversation between the two. Xiao Yiru on the side covered her mouth and chuckled. Lu Sisi was also speechless. Was she so unpopular? I made a phone call and didn't even leave a note of my own number. That's not right. I don't look bad at all. Is this person not interested in women? It is very likely that he did not have that kind of look when he looked at Shiro's body. These two sentences made the tall and majestic image that Su Gu had worked so hard to build in Lu Sisi's heart collapse completely. I'm asking you, were you accompanying a singer at Hurricane Square the day before yesterday? The day before yesterday? Oh, yes, that's true. What happened? Did you go to Hurricane Square too? I didn't. I want to ask you, did you write the song that the wandering singer sang in the square? How do you know? Have you met Sutton? You really wrote it. After confirmation, Lu Sisi and the other person both showed expressions of horror. Although they were just asking, they were still shocked when Su Gu said that he wrote it. These are clearly two songs with completely different styles. How can you have such a span? Lu Sisi looked at Xiao Yiru, and both of them's eyes lit up. Tell him I'm ready to invite him out for dinner. Xiao Yiru quickly whispered to Lu Sisi. Both songs were written by Su Gu. If we dig Su Gu here, wouldn't he be better than Su Dun? Lu Sisi nodded and said quickly, "Do you have time? Shiro has recovered from her illness and she wants to treat you to a meal." Eat? No, I'm busy. Hey, the signal is not very good again, I'll hang up first, beep beep beep. Hey, you. When Lu Sisi saw that the phone was busy, she almost smashed it. People who wanted to dine with the great singer Xiao could line up from Shanghai to France, but this guy actually refused. Maybe he's really busy. Xiao Yiru felt a little disappointed, but this was the only way she could comfort herself. Especially when Su Gu looked at her, his eyes were bright, without any of the vulgarity that some men had when they looked at her. Is it because I'm not pretty enough? This was the first time Xiao Yiru began to doubt her appearance. I have never seen such a person. Putting the phone in her pocket, Lu Sisi said to Xiao Yiru angrily. Xiao Yiru looked at Lu Sisi and sighed. Such people are indeed very rare. Sisi, if I hold a comeback concert, will he come? Xiao Yiru asked. For some reason, Su Gu's refusal this time made Xiao Yiru want to see him even more. I didn't get a good look at this big boy last time. Now I want to see him, but he refuses. I should be coming. Hey, Xiao, are you going to return to the music scene? When Lu Sisi heard that Xiao Yiru was going to return to the music scene, all the depression that Su Gu brought to her disappeared. Ingna poached Xiao Yiru's composer, and took advantage of Xiao Yiru's illness to seize the major music charts. Lu Sisi had been furious for a long time. If Xiao Yiru returns now, she can also take revenge on Ingna. Lu Sisi now really wants to see Xiao Yiru return to her peak. What kind of expression would Ingna have? Well, after being silent for so long, it's time to return to the music scene. Xiao Yiru stood up from the bed. He stretched himself and continued, if I don't go back, my fans will almost forget about me. That's right, and this time we have a new song written for me by Su Gu. This time, we are going to dominate the charts. Lu Sisi also had a look of pride on her face. Then she took out her cell phone and ran outside to call Xiao Yiru's agent. Xiao Yiru, who was alone in the room, stretched her body and walked to the window. Coming to the window, Xiao Yiru sat on a lift stool, supporting her pointed chin with one hand, staring at the scenery of the magic city in a trance. Who is this song meeting about? I remember Lucisi once told her that Sugo wrote this song while he was treating her. Why would he write this song when he saw himself as a singer? She understands very well that a creator creates songs. It's usually about what kind of people you meet and what kind of things happen to you. Or maybe some of your own experiences. However, Sugo wrote this song in that environment. It is also named Meeting. Meet. Is it meeting me? Xiao Yiru's thoughts flew far away again. This little girl always wants to delay me from making money. She is really not a human being. Sugo, who was scanning codes to earn money, complained to the phone after hanging up. What's good about the meal? Can't it be discounted directly? A spendthrift little girl. Several days had passed, and Sugo had only earned over 100 million. In the past 2 days, I only earned more than 100,000 yuan a day. There is still more than a month left. The current speed of making money is too slow for Sugo. It would be great if there were more people like Xiao Yiru. I could treat one every 3 days and give each one a small goal. Hey, it's not dark yet. Why did I start daydreaming again? Sugo put the newly bought water in his bag. Under the puzzled gaze of the convenience store owner, he walked out of the convenience store. Bite. Is there another reward? Sugo is very excited when he hears this kind of text message alert. After taking out his mobile phone, the display on it still made him a little disappointed. Hello, I'm Xiaoyu baby, I have good news for you, our sweet goddess Xiaoyiru is coming back. The comeback concert will be held at the Magic University Stadium in Magic City. To purchase tickets, click below. Chapter 30 Special Reward, Single Courage. The prompt in the text message is the promotional number of Xiaoyu Entertainment Company. The mascot of Xiaoyu Entertainment Company is also called Little Fish Baby. Looking at this text message, Su Ji's mouth curled up. Xiao Yiru is going to hold a comeback concert, which means her body is fully recovered. I can finally feel at ease. How about I go and listen too? Looking at the text message, Sugo had an idea. As for Xiao Yiru's concert, he actually wanted to go and see it. In the past, I always wanted to go to a concert and feel the atmosphere. It must be a kind of enjoyment to go to a concert with your loved one and sing along with them. But in order to make money over the years, he was reluctant to spend this money. Plus that woman Lu Yunyun. Let us not talk about it anymore. The more I talk about it, the angrier I get. After clicking it, a new interface is opened. The purchase entrance, address, and time are shown above. Sugo took a look and couldn't help but frowned. The time is 6 o'clock in the evening, and the address is the Demon University Stadium. It was evening, not too late, and the Mao Stadium was not too far away. This is the ticket. Front row tickets cost about 700 yuan. The latter is slightly cheaper. Although there are rumors online, front row tickets usually cost more than 1,000 yuan. More than 700 is already very reasonable. But Sugo still felt a little distressed. Just buy a back seat and relax. After thinking about it, Sugo still couldn't bear to buy the ticket at the front desk. I chose a position at the back, in a corner. Only then did Sugo click to buy. Ding, Weishin pays 120 yuan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the special reward. Ding, non-scan code payment, the reward is selected by the system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earthplane, China region, Jingru's single courage. Have you been arguing about songs recently? Why are the rewards either singles or instrumental proficiency or something? Can't you just give me a Lamborghini? At the very least, a few 100 million will do. Seeing that it was yet another single, Sugo felt a little depressed. But something is better than nothing. Soon, Sugo also let it go. After putting the mobile phone in his pocket, Sugo started scanning codes to make money again. Scan the QR code on WeChat to get 1 yuan. Pay 1 yuan for prestige and get 10,000 times the critical hit. Agricultural Bank on October 2, 21, your account number ending in 1314 received 10,000 yuan, and the balance is 109,999,900.52 yuan. Scan the QR code on WeChat to get 1 yuan. Pay 1 yuan for prestige and get 100 times the critical hit. Agricultural Bank, on October 2, 21, your account number ending in 1314 received 100 yuan, and the balance is 110 million.52 yuan. Finally broke 10 million again. In the evening, looking at the balance of his bank card, Sugu breathed a sigh of relief. I spent more than 400,000 yuan to buy a guitar for Sutton. It took 2 days to get the number back to 110 million yuan. Moreover, Sugu felt that he was somewhat unlucky these past 2 days. He scanned so many QR codes before a 10,000 times return appeared. Could it be that the recent special rewards have used up all my luck? I'll lift up my long skirt for you and take you to the lighthouse of love. Just as Sugu was about to take a break, his cell phone rang. This time Sugu finally remembered the number. It's Lu Cici calling again. Are you so persistent in asking me to have a meal? Hello, Cici, the signal here is not very good. What do you mean the signal is not good? Don't hang up on me again. Okay, I won't hang up. You say. Sugu wanted to hang up the phone, but it was a bit rude to hang up on someone 3 times, so he asked. Cici is going to hold a comeback concert on October 8th at 6 p.m. You must have time for that, right? There was a hint of complaint in Lu Cici's words. Well, there's time. Sugu had also bought a ticket, so naturally he had time. That's fine. I'll save the front row ticket for you. I'll send you the ticket number when the time comes, and you can just pick it up when you get there. Ha! Sugu was stunned. I just bought the ticket, and you told me you kept it? Couldn't you have called me earlier? I've reserved a front row ticket for you. You must go. Sharo will be singing the song you wrote this time. Okay, I'll go. Sugu was thinking that he had been having bad luck recently. As soon as she paid the bill, Lu Cici reserved the ticket for herself. This can save a lot of money. After hanging up the phone, the depressed Sugu went to find a place to rest. How's Cici? What did he say? Come over? Seeing Lu Cici hung up the phone, Xiao Yiro hurriedly asked. This time she wanted to sing the song meeting written by Sugu for her at the concert. Firstly, she wanted to see Sugu's reaction after listening to her singing. Secondly, she wanted to thank Sugu in front of her fans. So as soon as Lu Cici hung up the phone, she asked nervously. After all, she felt that Sugu was different from others, and she was afraid that Sugu would refuse. He dares not come. Lu Cici didn't know why, but she was so angry when she talked to Sugu on the phone. What does it mean to be like, okay, I'll go? It was as if I was begging him. The front row seats are the kind you can't buy even if you have money. He was actually a little unhappy. Well, it's good that you can come. I just happened to want him to hear whether the mood of the song I sang is correct. When Xiaoyiru heard that Sugu was coming, she felt relieved. He dares to say it's wrong. Sharo, you are a professional singer. There is no song you can't sing. Lu Cici is not good at hiding her emotions. After hanging up the phone, he kept puffing out his cheeks. It was as if someone had made her angry. Why are you so angry? I didn't. He. Seeing that Sugu always made Lu Cici angry, Xiaoyiru smiled. Similarly, he became curious about Sugu. What kind of person is this boy who can make Lu Cici so angry and then refuse her invitation to dinner? Xiaoyiru looked at Lu Cici holding the phone with the screen lit, and a number appeared in front of her. But she was too embarrassed to ask Lu Cici for it. Otherwise, this little gossip would definitely question himself. He glanced at Lu Cici's phone. She quickly memorized Su Ji's number. She took out her cell phone calmly. Save the number you wrote down. The two chatted for a while. Only then did Lu Cici finally leave. After leaving, Xiaoyiru stared blankly at her cell phone. Want to give him a call? The sky gradually darkened, and outside the magic city, neon lights kept flashing. Xiaoyiru stared at the number on her phone, somewhat hesitant. What are you going to talk about on the phone? Although she really wanted to call Sugu. But I don't know what words to use to start a conversation between the two of them. A man who can heal illnesses, is caring, can write songs, and play the guitar. This was the first time that the always outstanding Xiaoyiru felt a little overwhelmed. Turn off the phone screen and then turn it on. Turn off the screen, turn on. After repeating this many times, Xiaoyiru felt a little melancholy. But the call was never made. Chapter 31 Auto Show. Scan the QR code on WeChat to get 1 yuan. Pay 1 yuan for prestige and get 10,000 times the critical hit. Agricultural Bank, on October 5, 21, your account number ending in 1314 received 10,000 yuan, and the balance is 110,990,520.52 yuan. Scan the QR code on WeChat to get 1 yuan. Pay 1 yuan for prestige and get 1,000 times the critical hit. Agricultural Bank, on October 5, 21, your account number ending in 1314 received 1,000 yuan, and the balance is 11,100,520.52 yuan. Huh, it finally broke 1 million. Looking at the balance on his bank card, Sugu breathed a sigh of relief. My luck has been pretty good these 2 days. Not only did there appear to be several 10,000-fold critical hits, there were also quite a few 1,000-fold critical hits. Carrying a large backpack of mineral water, Sugu happened to come to a traffic police booth. There is so much water that he definitely cannot drink it all by himself. So all the water was given to those lovely traffic police uncles. Within a few days, Sugu had visited almost all the traffic police booths within the 5th Ring Road of Shanghai. Sugu is also well known by these traffic police uncles. We've finished sweeping here, let's go outside the 5th Ring Road next time. After shopping at the last convenience store, Sugu walked towards the 6th Ring Road of Shanghai with his luggage on his back. Outside the 5th Ring Road of Shanghai, it is basically considered a suburb. But the suburbs here are still more prosperous than the city centers of many 3rd and 4th tier cities. However, the prosperous areas outside the 5th Ring Road are generally composed of some enterprises and factories. There are especially many 4S stores. When he arrived outside the 5th Ring Road, Sugu looked at the rows of 4S stores and felt eager to buy one. I have basically visited all the stores within the 5th Ring Road of Shanghai. The shops outside the 5th Ring Road are quite far away. It would be a bit tiring to walk alone. I've been scanning the code for so long, why not buy a car and treat myself to it? His driver's license is almost gathering dust in his hand. Thinking of this, Sugu walked towards each 4S store. When he has enough money, he plans to go to Shenzhen. There is no need to buy a very good car. So Sugu set his sights on the more ordinary state-owned store in Yanxia. In recent years, state-owned cars are still pretty good. Of course, if you care about your reputation, you must buy some luxury brands. However, Sugu didn't care too much about things like face. Besides, who are you showing it to? But he is in Chengdu now. No matter what, I have to buy a car that costs more than 10 million. Hello sir, are you here to see our car show as well? As soon as I entered the market, a woman in professional attire came up to me. She took out a poster and handed it to Sugu. Car show? Sugu looked at the poster and found that today was the day of the auto show. Looking at the cars of various brands parked around, I guess they are all here to see the auto show. Today is our Magic City International Auto Show. Aren't you here to see the auto show? The woman asked curiously. Generally speaking, people who come here are here to see. Although Su Ji's outfit was a bit. But the vehicles displayed in the auto show are not just luxury cars, so she came to ask. More importantly, although Sugu was wearing a mask, he still couldn't hide his handsomeness. Okay, I'll go in and take a look. If there is a car show, it would be nice to go in and take a look. Next time when I go to Shenzhen, I can also buy a luxury brand specifically. Okay, it's inside. Please come in. The woman made a gesture to Sugu to invite him in, and then went on to distribute flyers to other people. When we arrived at the auto show, there were already a lot of people there. Car models posed next to the cars for photos. Looking at those wretched men who were about to put their phones against other people's chests, Sugu even wondered if they were here to buy cars. The venue is very large, and most of the cars in the front are domestically produced cars and some cheaper joint venture cars. The further you go inside, the more expensive the car becomes. Sugu walked and stopped along the way, and no one greeted him. This also made Sugu look very relaxed. Walking into the luxury brand area, a vehicle caught Su Ji's attention. It's not that this car is expensive, but it's outrageous that the design of this car can appear in the luxury brand area. The logo on the front of the car is a capital B with wings. This car is a bit like a Rolls-Royce, but much smaller than a Rolls-Royce. It is a B-class sedan that is not like a B-class car, but larger than an A-class car. The style is not the type that young people like. Moreover, the body of this car is dark green, which makes people feel a little awkward when looking at it. More importantly, there isn't even a car model here. Walking next to the car, Sugu looked at the sign in front. Bentley OUE? So this is what a Bentley looks like. I thought it was a BYD. Coming to the car, Sugu looked at the car in front of him, speechless. With this design, he would believe it if someone said it was a BYD. Hello sir, would you like to see this car? Seeing Sugo stopped at the sign, Bien Shinshin walked over and asked with a smile. Hearing Bien Shinshin's voice, Sugo looked over. Today, Bien Shinshin wore a tight suit and tied her hair up, looking very elegant. Hello, I'm just taking a look. Sugo smiled at her. This is the first person who was willing to talk to Sugo after such a long time. Sugo was also willing to respond with a smile. Some shopping guides wanted to strike up a conversation with Sugo because of his handsome appearance. But when they saw the Adasabi t-shirt that Sugo was wearing, they instantly lost interest. What kind of car can someone who wears clothes like this afford? Now they want to take advantage of this opportunity to see if they can get in touch with some rich second generations. Although Sugo looks handsome, who knows what he looks like under the mask? Instead of wasting your energy on an uncertain person, it is more cost-effective to look for a more reliable rich second generation. That's why Sugo had been wandering around for so long, but no one was interested. Oh, I see. Do you want to see inside? This is a custom Bentley model, but the previous owner returned it, so it's just here. It's okay now anyway, Bien Shinshin said with a smile as she looked at the handsome Sugo. Okay. Sugo also wanted to see what the difference was between this luxury brand's customized vehicles and ordinary ones. The two came to the car and Bien Shinshin opened the door with a smile. A luxurious atmosphere inside instantly caught Suji's attention. Is this a luxury brand? The interior is so luxurious too. The interior decoration of Bentley OUA requires at least 16 animal skins, and these seats are all natural textured leather. Looking at Suji's shocked expression, Bien Shinshin said with a smile. There is actually a starry sky roof? Sugo leaned his head to look inside and exclaimed. Of course, this is custom made. Seeing Suji's surprised expression, Bien Shinshin also smiled. Sure enough, this is the car that rich people drive. Sugo looked at the interior and realized how luxurious rich people's cars were. The cars driven by rich people must have the best stuff. Bien Shinshin closed the car door and continued, come on, as long as we work hard, we will have opportunities in the future. Bien Shinshin gently touched the car with her hand, and it was obvious that she really liked it. I just don't know whether this come on was directed at Sugo or herself. Looking at Bien Shinshin, Sugo smiled. Although Bien Shinshin was not very pretty, she never disliked Sugo for wearing street clothes. She even showed him the interior of the car, which was enough to show that this girl was not a snob. And it is this kind of girl that Sugo admires the most. Shinshin, why are you here instead of working hard? Don't you want to do this anymore? Just as the two were talking, a very discordant voice interrupted their conversation. Chapter 32 I still like your unruly look. Excuse me, manager. I'm introducing this car to this customer. After the pot-bellied manager came over, Bien Shinshin, who had just been chatting and laughing with Sugo, quickly lowered her head. Looks like he's done something wrong. Do you want to buy this car? Li Fei looked at Sugo and asked with a frown. Especially when he saw what Sugo was wearing, his tone suddenly became unfriendly. What? Can't you take a look? Sugo despised such snobs. Since it's a car show, isn't it for people to see? Why go to the auto show if you don't even want to look at it and just come and buy it? This car is a custom car. If you want to see it, I suggest you go to the domestic section. Although he felt a little unhappy, he still addressed him as you. It's just that Sugo didn't like what he heard. I heard from this beautiful lady that this car was retired by someone else. Why? You can't even take a look at it? Sugo asked unhappily. Listening to Suji's words, Li Fei glared at Bien Shinshin fiercely. Bien Shinshin didn't dare to breathe either. She cried, Manager, I just introduced him to him. I won't do it again next time. Please don't fire me. I'm running out of money to pay the rent. That's good to know. Go and get busy somewhere else. There aren't that many rich people here to entertain you. I see. I'll get on with it now. Li Fei scolded Bien Shinshin harshly. But she was not fired after all. Wait a minute, beautiful lady, don't leave in such a hurry. At this time, Sugo called Bien Shinshin. Then he said, I haven't finished reading it yet. That. Bien Shinshin raised her head and looked at Sugo with anxiety in her eyes. It's already this time, please don't drag me into this. At this moment, Bien Shinshin didn't know whether she should leave or not. Hearing Dian Xinxin talking about how she couldn't pay the rent, Sugu felt sympathy again. Perhaps he had experienced the same embarrassment when he first came to Shanghai. Alas, my heart is still too kind. I want to take another look. Sugu said this and came to the side of the car again. Li Fei didn't quite understand what Sugu meant. She walked up to him, blocking his way to see the car, and said with a smile, I understand your desire to see a luxury car, but this car is custom made after all, and it costs more than 7 million inside and out. By the way, beautiful lady, what's your name? Sugu ignored Li Fei and asked. My name is Bian Xinxin. Bian Xinxin became more and more puzzled. What on earth did this person want to do? Was he trying to embarrass her on purpose? Bian Xinxin? It's a nice name. By the way, have you test-driven this car? No. Oh, do you want to test drive it? Bian Xinxin? This is a car show, test drive? Are you kidding me? A car worth over 7 million yuan, can you just test drive it? This is a custom vehicle. Sir, this car is. Car wash, credit card. Before Li Fei could finish speaking, Sugu took out a card from his pocket. Handed it to Li Fei. Li Fei? Looking at the card in his hand, Li Fei was a little confused. This card is from the Agricultural Bank of China, and it's an ordinary one. Are there really more than 7 million in here? What are you standing there for? Swipe your card. Looking at Li Fei in a daze, Sugu smiled. Oh. Li Fei, feeling nervous, quickly took the POS machine. Well, please enter the password. Wait a minute, let me ask, after I buy this car, how much commission can Bian Xinxin get? Sugu did not enter the password immediately. He wanted to ask how much commission Bian Xinxin got. Also, don't give it to this manager, all the commission will be his. You said you would give me this business? Bian Xinxin was shocked. If this business is given to me, I can get at least nearly 100,000 yuan in commission. Of course, you introduced me, so of course I am your client. Sugu replied with a smile. Manager. Here you go. Li Fei knew that he had no chance of getting this order no matter what. He handed the POS machine in his hand to Bian Xinxin. Bian Xinxin entered her work number, and then Sugu entered the password. Okay, let's start the formalities now. Okay sir, please wait a moment, I will prepare it for you now. Happiness comes too fast. Bian Xinxin still felt like she was dreaming. 7,850,000. This seemingly inconspicuous man paid the money without even blinking an eye. Bite. After paying the bill, Sugu received a notification on his phone. However, Sugu didn't look at it, but just asked Bian Xinxin to get a contract for him. Xinxin, what are you so happy about? Watching Bian Xinxin busy printing contracts and other things. The shopping guides who were still looking at the oncoming crowd asked in confusion. I sold the custom-made Bentley OUA. Bian Xinxin said to them with a smile on her face. What? Who bought it? Wasn't that returned? When the beautiful shopping guides heard this, they all looked towards the area where the Bentley OUA was. I saw Sugu and Li Fei standing there talking about something. Isn't this the handsome guy who was just strolling around? That's right. I saw he was wearing cheap clothes and I ignored him. Xinxin, don't be fooled. These beautiful shopping guides still hold a skeptical attitude. He has already paid the full amount and is signing the contract now. Bian Xinxin took the printed contract and shook it towards them happily. What? More than 7 million yuan paid in full? When these beautiful shopping guides heard this, they were stunned. In other words, they just watched a rich man slip away right before their eyes. Let Bian Xinxin pick up a bargain in such a remote corner? For a moment they wanted to cry. Beauty, I've already bought the car, can you take me for a test drive? After signing a series of complex and lengthy contracts, Sugu smiled and said when he saw Bian Xinxin was about to leave. Manager. Bian Xinxin didn't dare to agree, but just looked at Li Fei. Test driving for customers is one of our services. Look at what I am doing. If I can't accompany you well, you are the only one to blame. Li Fei pretended to be angry. Okay, thank you, manager. As he spoke, Bian Xinxin quickly took Sugu to the car wash area. Sir, our shopping guides are all quite free. Please take your time shopping. There's no need to rush her back. It's okay if she doesn't come back today. After watching Dian Xinxin and Su Ge walking towards the car wash area, Li Fei said to him with a flattering expression. Someone who pays full price for a luxury car worth 7 million yuan at one time will not only need one luxury car. These are all achievements. How could a shrewd man like Li Fei miss the opportunity to curry favor with him? Hearing Li Fei's words, Su Ge stopped. He turned around and smiled evilly. I still like your unruly look, you should recover a little. Chapter 33 Construction Site Conflict. Bank card payment of 7.8 million yuan triggers special rewards. For non-scan code payment, special rewards are designated by the system. Congratulations to the host for achieving driving proficiency. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Ge took out his cell phone to check it, and the corners of his mouth curled up. The system is still very powerful. Although there is no return, triggering special rewards is also good for Su Ge. Especially if it is a skill-based reward. In addition, since Su Ge passed the driving test, he hasn't even touched a car again. Not to mention luxury cars worth millions. To put it bluntly, he didn't even know where to start a fire. Wow, this is my first time driving such a luxury car. Thank you so much. Sitting in the driver's seat, Dian Xinxin had a big smile on her face. His hands were constantly touching the steering wheel, moving it left and right, which was very curious. How about we start a fire first? Seeing Dian Xinxin touching him all the time, Su Ge reminded her. Oh, sorry. Hearing Su Ge's words, Dian Xinxin blushed. This is a test drive for customers, why are you just touching the steering wheel? It's so embarrassing. How do I start a fire? After getting the key, Dian Xinxin felt a little embarrassed. Because she has never driven such a luxury car. I searched for a long time but couldn't find the one-button start. Su Ge. He chose driving mastery calmly, and something more popped into Su Ge's mind. It didn't hurt as much this time. Or perhaps he was almost immune to the feeling of pain. After learning, the entire layout of the car appeared in Su Ge's mind. He picked up the key and inserted it into a groove under the steering wheel. The car started. I see. After the car started, Dian Xinxin became a little nervous. The legs I raised were trembling a little. Oh, I didn't change my shoes. Suddenly, Dian Xinxin quickly stepped on the brakes. She remembered that she was still wearing high heels. Let me open it. Su Ge was a little depressed. I finally wanted to get you to open up. You really have a lot to do. I'm sorry. Dian Xinxin knew that it was her own mistake and lowered her head in shame. It's okay, there's nothing to be sorry about. I'll take you wherever you want to go. After changing seats, Su Ge asked with a smile. Looking at Su Ge's handsome face, Dian Xinxin's face turned a little red. The heart began to beat non-stop. Where does he want to take me? He can drive it himself, but he still takes me with him. Could it be? Dian Xinxin's thoughts were a little confused. Among those who work in this industry, some salespeople have gone to extremes to improve their performance. So she would unconsciously think in this direction. Go, anywhere. Dian Xinxin twisted her fingers, lowered her head and said with a red face. A commission of 100,000. As a salesperson, she had no reason to refuse. But she was conflicted, very conflicted. How about I take you home? Your manager just gave you a day off. Su Ge said with a smile. To my house? Dian Xinxin waved her hands quickly. No, I'm renting with others, and the place is too small. Sharing a house is actually not bad, the pressure is much less. Su Ge started the car and drove out of the convention and exhibition center. He didn't notice Dian Xinxin's somewhat embarrassed expression. Then he said, Tell me the place, I'll take you back. This. Dian Xinxin didn't know what Su Ge was thinking. She and her roommate switched shifts today, and her roommate is at home now. Well, why don't we go to the hotel? He glanced at Su Ge from the corner of his eye and said happily in a thin voice. Hotel? Do you have work to do in the hotel later? No. Then let's go to your house. Oh, you searched for Topaz Apartments. Seeing Su Ge so persistent, Dian Xinxin didn't know what to say. Actually, this is a good thing. My roommate happened to be there too. He shouldn't do anything rash. Soon, the car arrived at Huangyu apartment. I'll take you here. Stopping the car, Su Ge said to Dian Xinxin. Dian Xinxin was stunned and asked, Aren't you going up? No, I have something else to do later. Sugu replied with a smile. You are not. Dian Xinshin misunderstood. I'll lift up my long skirt for you and take you to the lighthouse of love. Just as Dian Xinshin was about to say something, she heard Su Ji's phone ringing. Looking at the number on the phone, Sugu frowned. Hey Uncle Wang, what's wrong? The call was from his former master at the construction site. Sugu, come here quickly. It's the end of the month and Wang Chang hasn't received his salary yet. Everyone is making a fuss. The security guards have stopped us. Come here quickly too. There was a noise on the phone. There were even some quarrels inside. Okay, wait for me there for a while, I'll be there soon. Sugu answered quickly. He still has several thousand yuan in salary to receive. That guy Wang Chang has delayed wages more than once. Judging from the sound in my hand, I'm afraid some conflict is about to happen. Did something happen? Seeing Su Ji's sudden change in expression, Dian Xinshin, who had not yet gotten out of the car, asked. There are some things I need to take care of. Sugu replied. Do you need my help? Dian Xinshin asked out of kindness, seeing that Sugu was indeed anxious. Looking at Dian Xinshin dressed in a suit. Suddenly an idea struck me. Dian Xinshin, have you ever studied law? Or do you understand law? Law, I worked as an assistant in a law firm, but later I started selling cars because of some issues. Dian Xinshin gave a strange answer. What are you going to do? That's good. By the way, my name is Sugu. Help me later. As he spoke, Sugu started the car and sped towards the construction site where he used to work. Wang Chang, if you don't pay us today, we won't do it. It's already been a week in October. My child is waiting for me to pay his tuition. If you don't pay it today, I will smash your office. Get out now, or we will quit if you don't pay us. At the Urchin construction site, a group of workers were shouting angrily outside a house built with colored steel foam tiles. 5 or 6 security guards were struggling to stop the workers. A conflict was about to break out. But the person involved, Wang Chang, still did not show up. Everyone, Mr. Wang is really out. Please come back this afternoon. The security captain spoke to the workers earnestly. Bullshit, where did he go? We said we'd get him paid yesterday, where's his salary? Did he buy a coffin for himself? A young man holding a helmet shouted. You guys. Squeak. Just when the security guards were feeling overwhelmed, a brake sound was heard. Who just said I bought myself a coffin? The car stopped and Wang Chang got out with his big belly and shouted at them angrily. Chapter 34, Are you hooking up with a rich woman? Wang Chang, you still remember to come back. Where are our wages? There is always no shortage of impulsive young people on construction sites. The first time he saw Wang Chang, Sun Yan walked towards Wang Chang aggressively with his helmet in hand. But before he took a few steps, he was stopped by an older worker. Wang Chang, we agreed to pay our salaries at the end of the month. What date is it today? When will we get our salaries? Wang Shanhe, the most senior member of their team, pulled Sun Yan over and questioned him. Salary? You guys are so embarrassed to ask me for my salary? Wang Chang held his briefcase with a look of disdain on his face. How much time have you wasted on my work? I said the 5th floor must be delivered this month, but you haven't finished the 5th floor yet. Do you still have the nerve to ask for salary? Is it our fault that the 5th floor is not finished? Do you have the materials in place? The weather is so hot now, don't you have an idea of how much you can finish in a day? Wang Shanhe was also angry. Work on a construction site is full of uncertainty. In such hot weather, to put it bluntly, it is simply unbearable to work 10 hours a day. How to do it without even the materials? And they said they would deliver it in a few days, so they delivered it in a few days. The issues of workers and materials are completely ignored. Even if he is a god, he can't accomplish it. I don't care. If the salary is not paid, forget it. Wang Chengkai didn't care whether they lived or died. All he knew was that they had extended it for 5 days. So wages have to be suppressed. You're not going to give it to me, are you? When Sun Yan heard what Wang Chang said, he became anxious. He pulled up his helmet and was ready to fight Wang Chang to the death. At this moment the security guard quickly stopped him again. Come on, give it a try. If you beat me up, don't even think about getting paid. I'll make you pay without even having to pay for your pants. Sun Yan was holding a safety helmet. Unlike Su-gu, who just copied bricks. So he wasn't that scared yet. What's more, there are security guards here. Squeak. Just when everyone was getting anxious, a car rushed in. Whose baby is this? It looks so handsome. After the car stopped, Su-gu and Dian Xinshin got out of the car. They could tell from his eyes that it was Su-gu. Wang Chang, it's the end of the month, where's your salary? Su-gu got out of the car and spoke directly after seeing Wang Chang. Yoho, I haven't seen you for a few days. You even bought a car. Except for some changes in Su-ji's face, his figure, and everything else remained unchanged. And he was wearing a mask. Wang Chang was very impressed by him. Whether I buy a car or not is none of your business. Where's my salary? You want to be paid before you finish your work? Who gave you the courage? Wang Chang said this and walked towards Su-gu. Then he smiled and said, You must have taken out a lot of loans for this car. It's a BYD. Coming to Su-ji's car, Wang Chang looked at the vehicle that had not yet been registered and spoke with sarcasm. After all, in his eyes, a car like BYD would cost no more than 100,000 yuan at most. It's far inferior to the Mercedes-Benz he drives. Yes, I took out a lot of loans. I bought this car just for you. If you don't pay me today, do you believe I will tear your car apart? Su-gu sneered. Ha, this makes me laugh to death. Can you afford to pay for your car being smashed to pieces? Even if I smash your broken car, it won't cost more than a few $100,000. He laughed wildly. This car is... Listening to Wang Chang's words, Dian Xinshin wanted to explain something. But he was stopped by Su-gu. Su-gu just laughed and said, Come on, smash it. I want to see if you can afford to pay for it. Smash it. Seeing that Wang Chang didn't know the value of the car, Su-gu wanted to cheat him. Of course he needs a salary, but he must not have an easy life. Do you think I really don't dare to smash it? Wang Chang was angry. The last time Su-gu picked up a brick. He still feels resentful about it. Now I just bought a broken car. No matter what I say this time, I have to teach him a lesson. Bang. All I heard was Wang Chang hitting Su-ji's car hard with his fist. Dian Xinshin felt distressed when she looked at the mark on the front cover left by Wang Chang's fist. This punch cost at least hundreds of thousands. Dian Xinshin, help me call the police. Su-gu said to Dian Xinshin beside him. Call the police. Do you think I won't dare to smash the car if you call me? Even if I compensate you with a new car, what's the point? A broken BYD is worth nothing. As he spoke, he used the zipper ring of the leather bag that was clamped in his armpit to scratch a mark on it. Then he raised his head provocatively towards Su-gu. Wang Chang, don't go too far. Seeing that Su-gu did not stop him, Sun Yan's temper flared up again. Why, I dare to scratch his car, do you dare to scratch mine? Seeing that Sun Yan still wanted to hit him, Wang Chang provoked him. Damn it, I don't want the salary. Sun Yan's hot temper was still fooled. He broke free from the security guard and smashed Wang Chang's Mercedes-Benz with his helmet. The front cover of the Mercedes-Benz was instantly dented. My car. This Mercedes-Benz is Wang Chang's favorite car. I heard that in order to buy this Mercedes-Benz, he didn't even buy a house. Now Sun Yan actually smashed a groove directly. If this is repaired, it will no longer be the original paint. Didn't you say I didn't dare? I smashed it. As he spoke, Sun Yan smashed another mark on it with the safety helmet in his hand. I'm calling the police to arrest you. Wang Chang definitely doesn't dare to confront Sun Yan head-on. This guy is so fierce. At first Wang Chang thought Sun Yan didn't dare. But I didn't expect that this guy would be so desperate and fight to the death with me. Call the police? No need, I've already called the police for you. Looking at Wang Chang's angry expression, Su-gu walked towards Sun Yan with a smile. Good job, bro. Su-gu put his arm around Sun Yan's shoulders and said with a smile. It's the same for you. You've only been gone for a few days and you've already found a girlfriend. I'll be miserable in no time. Sun Yan smiled bitterly. After the impulse, he knew what he was facing. Forget about salary and work. This groove alone is enough for him to pay off his debts for several months. Don't worry, we'll talk to you when the police arrive. Su-gu gave Sun Yan a comforting look. Seeing Sugo so confident, Sun Yan was a little confused. How come Sugo became so confident after being away for a few days? It turns out that when he was dealing with his girlfriend, he was as humble as a dog. Sun Yan subconsciously looked towards Bian Xinxin. She is wearing a suit and is so beautiful. Suddenly he thought of something. He nudged Sugo with his arm and asked, "Tell me the truth, are you hooking up with a rich woman?" Sugo? Woo. Not long after, a rapid siren sounded outside the construction site. Hearing the sirens, Wang Chang glared at the two men and said angrily, "Just wait, you'll see what happens in a little while." Having said that, Wang Chang hurried outside to greet them. Chapter 35 Shocked, BYD wants 7 million? At the gate, Wang Chang was talking to two policemen. As he spoke, he pointed his hand towards the side, as if he had suffered a great injustice. The two police officers frowned and walked towards this side with him. "Officer, that's him. He smashed my car." Coming in front of them, Wang Cheng pointed at Sun Yan with grievance and said to the two people who came over, "Hello, I'm from the police station. I heard that you smashed this boss's car, right?" A young police officer came over and looked at Sun Yan and asked, "Hello, I called the police." Just as the young police officer was speaking, Bian Xinxin came over and interrupted. The two police officers looked at Wang Chang, then at Bian Xinxin, somewhat confused. "Does it matter who calls the police?" "I called the police because he smashed my client's car." Bian Xinxin looked at the two police officers in confusion and then said, "Two police officers? You mean he smashed your car?" "No, he smashed my client's car." As she spoke, Bian Xinxin pointed at Sugu. Sugu also stood up and said with a smile, "Hello, officer, he smashed my car." Wait a moment. The young police officer was somewhat confused. Just now, Wang Chang was feeling very aggrieved and said that someone smashed his car. Now this person says that it was Wang Chang who smashed his car. So, who smashed whom? The police officer said, "He smashed my car first, then my brother got mad and helped me get revenge by smashing his car." Sugu explained. "So, after you smashed his car, he called the police, and then this person smashed your car again, right?" After hearing Su Ji's words, the two police officers understood. It's just that Wang Chang's crying just now made people who didn't know think he was a victim. They were deliberately looking for trouble, so I couldn't help it. When Wang Chang saw that he was not in the right, he quickly explained. "Officer, he owed us wages, and when we went to him to ask for it, he smashed our car and threatened us." They had finally gotten the upper hand, so how could they let Wang Chang go? That's why they spoke quickly. "Nonsense, what did I threaten you with? Don't spit blood on me." Wang Chang was anxious. If this continues, it seems to be disadvantageous to me. There are two options now. One is to provoke trouble, and the other is civil mediation. How do you think we can handle this? The two police officers also roughly understood the reason. However, when she heard that Wang Chang owed wages to migrant workers, she lost her good impression of him. But the two police officers also understood that if this matter became too serious, it will be even more difficult for these migrant workers to collect their wages, so we hope that a mediation can be reached. Civil mediation is fine, but he has to repair my car. When Wang Chang heard that civil mediation was possible, he felt relieved. His car is a Mercedes-Benz. That's enough for Sun Yan to drink. I agree. Sugu also said. Sugu, what are you doing? I can't afford to compensate you. When Sugu heard that he actually agreed with Wang Cheng's words, he quickly pulled his clothes. It's okay. Sugu gave him a comforting look and walked forward. Then he said, I agree with civil mediation. Sun Yan can repair your car. Can you also repair my car for me? That's for sure. Wang Chang said disdainfully. How much does it cost to repair a Beatty? It's a world away from his Mercedes-Benz. Then can we also pay the workers' wages? Sugu continued. Wang Chang was just trying to find an excuse. But when he saw the two policemen with sullen faces, he became scared. He gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I'll send it to you now. As he spoke, Wang Chang took out several stacks of cash from the car and gave them to Wang Shanha. Wang Shanha is their substitute, and he knows exactly how much each person earned last month. After receiving the money, he directly paid everyone's salary. Seeing that Wang Shanha had finished paying, Wang Chang said angrily, Let's apply for insurance salary assessment now. It must be paid in full, not a penny less than mine. As he said that, Wang Cheng called the insurance company and came over to decide on the insurance. Sugu also asked Bian Xinxin to make a phone call. Because this place is close to the insurance company, people here came over before the two police officers arrived. Uncle police officers, please don't leave yet. I'm afraid he will cheat. The situation here has been mediated and the two police officers are preparing to leave. But Sugu stopped him. It's okay. If he dares to cheat, we'll come over again. The two police officers didn't think that Wang Cheng would dare to cheat. After all, the amount of money involved didn't seem to be that much. Even if it's a Mercedes-Benz, spending tens of thousands of dollars is not enough to go to the extent of cheating. Officer, don't leave yet. Let's assess the damage first. Sugu still stopped the two police officers. Then he came to the insurance adjuster who came over and asked, how about it, how much does it cost? For this Mercedes-Benz, repainting it will probably cost at least $5,000. After looking for a while, the insurance agent said to Sugu, did you hear that, Sun Yen? At least 5,000. I'll go get the car fixed in a bit, and you decide on the compensation. Wang Cheng was very proud when he heard this. The starting salary is at least 5,000. That is how much Sun Yen earns. Only 6,000 yuan a month. The damage assessment now says this much, but it will be different when it comes time to repair it. Dare you play with me? I can't stop playing with you. Wang Cheng thought proudly. Hearing that the starting amount was 5,000, Sun Yan looked at the money in his hand with frustration on his face. The salary I just received will be gone soon. I haven't paid back a single cent of my Huabei and Jiabei payments this month. His is fixed, now look at my car. Looking at Wang Cheng's smug look, Sugu ignored him and asked. Okay. The insurance agent walked towards Su Ji's car. TSK, how much can a Biati compensate you? See two people walking over. Wang Cheng was disdainful. After all, it's just a BYD, and the top configuration costs only tens of thousands of yuan. Not to mention scraping off a little paint, even replacing the front cover would only cost a few dollars. Hello, is this your car? The insurance agent came to Su Ji's car and his eyes were attracted by the logo on the front of the car. He quickly opened the car door. I found the interior is really luxurious. He didn't know how to assess the damage to the car. It may need to be reported to the higher authorities for inquiry. Of course, a custom Bentley OUE. Sugu replied with a smile. Customized version? Can I give you a call? If it is a custom version, it is even more difficult to estimate the price. Well, let me call and ask. At this time, Bian Xinxin came over and said to him, I just sold this car to him this morning. As she spoke, Bian Xinxin took out her cell phone and dialed the number. What Bentley OUE? Isn't this a BYD? When Wang Cheng heard this, he felt something was not right. He has seen many Bentley cars, but none of this style. Can I ask how much this car costs? A bad premonition came over Wang Cheng. The insurance agent looked at Wang Cheng and said, a normal Bentley OUE would cost between 3 million and 4 million, but a customized version would cost twice as much, at least 7 million. 7 million? Wang Cheng and everyone else were stunned. Chapter 36. Does that rich woman have any best friends? 7, more than 7 million. Wang Cheng almost stumbled and fell to the ground. 7 million, if you divide it all up, it would be at least several 100,000. Sun Yan looked at Sugu with disbelief. He never imagined that this inconspicuous car that Sugu drove over could be worth so much money. What a rich woman he is hanging out with. Hello, this kind of car is custom made. If you want to replace the entire front cover, it needs to be shipped from abroad, which may cost about 500,000 yuan. Bian Xinxin hung up the phone and said to them, 500,000? Wang Cheng is going crazy. If he changes the lid, it will be enough to buy him an E-Class Mercedes-Benz. His car only costs about 400,000 yuan. Mr. Wang, the starting price is 500,000. How can you pay? Sugu crossed his arms and asked with a smile. This. At this time, Wang Cheng didn't know what to do. Where could he get so much money? How can this be a Bentley? This is clearly a BYD. You two must have colluded with each other. I can only give you 20,000 yuan at most. He wants to cheat. There is no way he could afford to pay 500,000. Uncle Police, you saw it, he was trying to cheat. This is also the reason why Sugu didn't let the two police officers leave. He is quite familiar with Wang Chang. This is the result of the damage assessment. If you have any objection, you can also take legal action. The two police officers looked at Wang Chang coldly. Since he had money but didn't pay his workers, they don't have a good impression of Wang Chang. Let alone playing tricks at this time. I don't have that much money. Wang Chang wants to die now. Why make yourself unhappy when there is nothing to do? But what puzzled him was how Su Ge, a small worker on a construction site, could have the money to buy such an expensive car. Did he end up hooking up with a rich woman after that? In fact, there is another way to solve it. That is to compensate me with your car, and I will not pursue it. Su Ge said with a smile. Shall I compensate you with my car? Wang Chang was stunned and looked towards his car. He saved up for 2 whole years to buy this car. The car has only been driven for a year. In order to buy this car, he didn't even pay the down payment for the house. But if he didn't give it to him, he would have to go without food and drink for 3 years to fully repay Su Ge for the 500,000. Wang Chang hesitated. Your car is definitely not worth that much money, but since we know each other, I'll give you a discount. Su Ge smiled. That's right, Su Ge. We are destined to be together. Let's forgive him while we can. Just use his car as collateral. Yes, Su Ge, we all know each other after all, so you have to give me a discount. There are very few cars. 500,000 is enough to buy your car, and it's even cheaper. Su Ge is very conscientious. Hearing Su Ge's words, the workers who were bullied by him started to make a fuss. Wang Chang treats his new car like a baby every day. Every time workers passed by his car, he had to wipe it, which was very disgusting. Now Su Ge's action made them feel very relieved. In addition, Wang Chang has withheld so much money from them over the years. Now he can finally get back his money with interest. Listening to the crowd's booing, Wang Chang was angry but calmed down. He calculated in his mind that the car had been driven for about a year. Now the best I can sell it for is 300,000. That's better than 500,000. Looking at the two policemen and Su Ge, Wang Chang gritted his teeth helplessly and said, Here you go, I'll give you my car as compensation, okay? Uncle Police, okay, we have settled the matter this way. Then, Su Ge shouted to Sun Yan, this car will be yours from now on. Ah, what? Sun Yan was a little confused. What do you mean it will be mine from now on? Hurry up and ask him for the key. Then ask him to take you to transfer the ownership. Let him pay for the transfer himself. Seeing Sun Yan in a daze, Su Ge hurriedly spoke again. At this time, one of the workers understood. Su Ge is going to give Wang Chang's car to Sun Yan. He quickly pushed the dazed Sun Yan with his hand and whispered, Go get the key quickly. Sun Yan finally reacted. His eyes lit up. He looked at Su Ge with gratitude. Put the safety helmet on your head. He came to Wang Chang, stretched out his hand, and said proudly, Give me the key. Looking at Sun Yan's smug look, Wang Chang's teeth were almost broken. He took out the key from his pocket and put it firmly in Sun Yan's hand. Sun Yan was overjoyed when he got the key. DD. Unlock, lock, unlock, lock. Just pressing the unlock and lock button on the key made him extremely happy. Watching Sun Yan destroy his car like this, Wang Chang's heart was bleeding. Su Ge, this is for you. After playing for a while, Sun Yan came to Su Ge and handed the key to the Mercedes-Benz to Su Ge. What are you doing? This car is for you. Su Ge looked at Sun Yan and said with a smile. Brother Su, please stop teasing me. This car is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. I just want to satisfy my desire to play with it. How can I really want it? Sun Yan still has self-awareness. He felt that even if Su Ge hooked up with a rich woman, he shouldn't waste money like this. But this time Su Ge was indeed planning to give the car to Sun Yan. After all, Sun Yan is a brother who can get along well with others, and he will really help if there is any problem. Now that Su Ge is capable, there is nothing wrong with giving his brother a car. Anyway, he had no intention of actually repairing the Bentley he had bought. Then he said, Why are you talking so much nonsense? I'll give it to you now. You are my brother after all. But. No buts, don't you think of me as your brother? No. Brother Su, thank you. Looking at Sun Yan's grateful expression, Sugu patted his shoulder gently and said earnestly, "Don't be so impulsive in the future. Not everyone is willing to help you." "Yes, Brother Su, I remember it." Sun Yan naturally knew what Sugu meant. "Fortunately, Sugu helped me today, otherwise, I might have lost my job. He is really going to have to eat dirt this month." "Okay, that's it, let's go and complete the transfer procedures with him." "Hey, Brother Su, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Let's have a nice meal together." As he spoke, Sun Yan came to Wang Chang and said in a good mood, "Let's go, Mr. Wang, and transfer the ownership." "You?" Wang Chang wanted to cry. The two got in the car, and with Sun Yan's miraculous step on the accelerator, the two left here first. I just don't know if Wang Chang will collapse when he steps on the accelerator. Things here finally came to an end as Wang Chang completed the transfer procedures for Sun Yan. After talking to Sun Yan on the phone and telling him that he had something to do, Sugu drove the car with a scratch on it and left the construction site with Bian Xinshin. On the phone, Sun Yan sent a final message to Sugu. "Brother Su, does that rich woman you're with have any girlfriends?" With a confused look on their faces, Sugu and Bian Xinshin rushed towards Huangyu apartment. Chapter 37. Please respect the light bulb. Scan the QR code on WeChat to get 1 yuan. Pay 1 yuan for prestige and get 10,000 times the critical hit. Agricultural Bank, on October 8, 21, your account number ending in 1314 received 10,000 yuan, and the balance is 108,999,900.52 yuan. Scan the QR code on WeChat to get 1 yuan. Pay 1 yuan for prestige and get 100 times the critical hit. Agricultural Bank, on October 2, 21, your account number ending in 1314 received 100 yuan, and the balance is 109,000,052 yuan. After driving the car to the parking lot of the Magic City Stadium, Sugu started scanning the code again. I was so impulsive. How could I think of buying a luxury car worth millions? Looking at the money notification on his phone, Sugu still felt regretful. Once people have money, they will engage in retaliatory consumption. In the past 2 days, Sugu summed up that he was addicted to being a loser. It's not just giving away cars, but also giving performance to others. The whole state of a nouveau riche. This result also made it a bit difficult for Sugu to earn back the money. Although the process is very enjoyable. But if I try to earn it again, I will feel more annoyed. However, Su Ji's speed in adjusting his mentality was still very good. So in the past 2 days he has been trying his best to make money and no longer making large purchases. Arrived at the outskirts of the Magic City Stadium. After Sugu came down, he continued to scan the code to pay. It has to be said that Xiao Yiro's comeback concert is a big deal. The parking lot outside the entire stadium was almost full. People also began to flock here. There are many vendors outside selling water, small accessories, and the like. It is very lively. Sugu did not let any of these small vendors go. "I'll lift up my long skirt for you and take you to the Lighthouse of Love." Just as I stuffed a bottle of water into my backpack, I heard my cell phone ringing. It's Luz Cece calling. "Hey Cece, what's going on? Are you here?" "Here I come." "Yeah, Sharo and I are backstage now. See you later." Hang up the phone. Sugu raised the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that this little girl still cares about me. Thinking about this, Sugu continued to scan codes to make money. How's it going? Is he here? After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yiru, who was putting on makeup, asked. "I'm already here, I think I'm still outside," Luz Cece said with a smile. "Well, that's good." When Xiao Yiru heard Sugu coming, she also smiled. Maybe Su Ji's arrival also made her feel more comfortable. Soon it was time to enter. A large number of people began to rush into the stadium. Sugu didn't notice the crowd. There are quite a lot of small vendors coming here today. He wants to buy them all. In addition, he also has to deliver water to the volunteers. At 6 o'clock, many people had already taken their seats inside. Didn't he say he was coming? Looking at the reserved seats in the front row that were still empty, Xiao Yiru asked with a frown. "I'll call again and ask." Luz Cece was a little angry. What's wrong with this person? It's almost time to start, why isn't he here yet? "I'll lift up my long skirt for you and take you to the Lighthouse of Love." Sugu, who was scanning the code, heard his phone vibrating. Then he checked his phone and it was already 6:10. "Hey Cece, I'll be there soon." After answering the call, Sugo ran inside. Arriving at the ticket counter, Sugo took out the ticket using his mobile phone. He ran inside without even looking. Come to the venue. The security guard took his ticket and pointed to the backstage corner. It's bad. I got the wrong ticket. On the stage, Xiaoyiru's figure slowly appeared. Sugo looked at Xiaoyiru on the big screen. He was too lazy to change it. He just took his ticket and walked to the last seat. I, actually, have always wanted to tell you. After sitting down, Xiaoyiru's gentle voice began to sound. The first song she sang was her famous song Lighthouse of Love. As Xiaoyiru sang, the men and women around her began to wave their glow sticks. Dance to Xiaoyiru's singing. I have to say that Xiaoyiru is top-notch in both voice and singing. Especially her gentle and unique voice, which makes people feel like bathing in the spring breeze. Let you hold my hand and stay at the lighthouse. Xiaoyiru, Xiaoyiru. The song is over. There were enthusiastic shouts from below. Sugo could finally understand those who like to watch concerts. This atmosphere allows many people to vent. My friends, are you all okay? Xiaoyiru pointed at the crowded seats and spoke into the microphone. Good. The audience responded quickly. Everyone, today is Shuro's comeback concert. I've been gone for such a long time. Shuro would like to say sorry to everyone here. As she spoke, Xiaoyiru bowed deeply towards them. Then he said, Xiaoro had some problems in the past few months, but now Xiaoro is completely fine. Next, Xiaoro will continue to bring you better songs. I hope you can continue to support and love Xiaoro. Xiaoyiru, I love you. Xiaoyiru. Xiaoyiru finished speaking. There were more shouts from the audience. The crowd was noisy and loud. Brother, are you here for the concert? Looking at the noisy shouting of the crowd, Sugo smiled. However, his unsociable behavior was interrupted by a couple next to him. Sugo looked at the two of them strangely. The man hugged the girl next to him and smiled at him. The purpose of watching a concert is to vent your emotions. You don't look like you are here to watch a concert at all. He must have been heartbroken. Who would go to a concert without a girlfriend? The woman next to the man also laughed. Sugo. How come I got kicked for no apparent reason while attending a concert? It would have been fine if I had just given him a kick, but someone also forced me to eat a handful of dog food. Just when Sugo looked towards him, found that they were all in pairs. Critical hit plus 10,000. Seeing himself surrounded by a group of young couples, Sugo felt like escaping. Hey, can you please respect me as a light bulb? Can you please not be so open? I'm behind you, why did you kiss each other? Please respect the light bulb. At this moment, Sugo suddenly didn't want to attend this concert anymore. You all have been wanting to ask me what happened. After singing a song, Xiaoyiru would always insert some other words in the middle. After all, the concert lasts 2 hours. She only has a few songs in total. So it is necessary to use other topics to delay. Then he said, yes, I am sick. I am very sick. But, I also met a noble person. Xiaoyiru's words attracted a lot of attention. It turns out it's not a rumor, it's true. Today, I want to use a song to thank this nobleman. If he were here, I hope he could feel it. As she spoke, Xiaoyiru looked at the empty seat in front of her and started singing again with some disappointment. But the people below looked at the empty seat in front with some surprise. Chapter 38. Are you Sugu? Who is Xiaoyiru talking about? Who knows, but I heard that a young man cured it. The seat in the front should have been reserved for him, but it seems he didn't come. Damn, you didn't even come to Xiaoyiru's concert. You're so arrogant. That's right. If I knew who it was, I would beat him up when I got home. There were some very discordant sounds around me. Sugo sat there shivering. These fans are horrible. You can even think of something like putting a sack on someone. You are really amazing. Brother, don't you think this guy is too ungrateful? Seeing Sugo sitting there without saying anything, the young man inquired. Well, he's ungrateful. If I knew who it was, I would definitely beat him up. Sugo said seriously. Brother, we really think alike. If that person comes over later, it's fine if he doesn't pass by us. If he does, I will trip him up. Sugo. Xiaoyiru's song continues. Many people are curious as to why that location has not appeared yet. While singing, Xiao Yiro had looked towards that location more than once. But apparently, no one ever showed up again. The time came to 2 hours. Xiao Yiro has finished singing all of her songs. Many fans know that this time Xiao Yiro also brought an unreleased single. This time it's a benefit for fans. And I heard that when the album is released, only the labor cost will be charged for the song. It only costs a dime to list on various music apps. In the hot summer, whether it is songs or games, all need to be purchased. This is true as long as it involves an individual's copyrighted work. And this time, Xiao Yiru showed great sincerity. You should know that no matter which app you use to buy songs, you will need to spend at least $1. During the time when Xiao Yiru disappeared, Ingna rushed forward and sold the songs for 5 yuan each. And it has sold tens of millions of copies. All in all, Ingna herself earned over 100 million yuan from at least one song. This time, Xiao Yiru's new song was sold for only 10 cents. You can imagine how conscientious that is. The last song today is my new song. Here, I want to thank Sugu. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be able to get a new life, and I wouldn't be able to stand here and sing for you all. This song is called Meeting, and it is also the beginning of our meeting. Looking at the person who still didn't show up, Xiao Yiru felt a little disappointed. She couldn't understand why he lied to Cici and said he had already come. Maybe he doesn't want to have anything to do with me. Ah, who on earth is this bastard? I'm already very disappointed when I see Xiao Yiru. If I meet this bastard, I will beat him to death. Sugu, huh? I'll remember him. Don't let me run into him, or I'll really cover him up. Is it a big deal to cure someone? You didn't even come to the seat they reserved for you. Why are you pretending to be so great? No, I want to kill him. Looking at Xiao Yiru's lost expression on the big screen, the fans were outraged. Similarly, they were all curious about who this Sugu was. He even dared to stand up the great singer Xiao Yiru. Isn't he afraid that these fans will attack his Weibo? Listening to what the people around him said, Sugu didn't know whether he should come out to prove himself. You will get beaten. It's better not to show up. These fans are crazy. I'll lift up my long skirt for you and take you to the lighthouse of love. Just when Sugu was feeling depressed, his cell phone vibrated. Hey Cici. Sugu, you bastard, didn't you say you were coming? Where are you? Ah, Xiao was planning to thank you at the concert, but you stood us up. As soon as the call was connected, he heard Lu Cici firing at Sugu like a machine gun. Sugu smiled bitterly and said, I'm here. I didn't catch up and sat in the back. Huh? You're here? Lu Cici was stunned, looking at the crowd from backstage. But there were too many people here, and she really couldn't find Su Ji's location. Yes, I sit in the third row from the bottom, on the west side, the 10th seat. Sugu said. Oh? Hearing Su Ji's words, Lu Cici quickly asked the cameraman to move the camera towards Su Ji's position. A man wearing a black mask appeared on the big screen. Dude, you're on the big screen. Looking at Sugu on the screen, the young couple patted Su Ji's shoulder and said with a smile. He. Sugu smiled awkwardly. I thought to myself, when you get to know me, just don't put a sack over my head. Xiao, look at the big screen. After finding Sugu, Lu Cici spoke into the microphone in Xiao Yiru's ear. Xiao Yiru? Turning around, I saw Sugu sitting in the audience on the big screen, holding a glow stick in his hand. Sugu. Xiao Yiru lost her voice. I originally thought Sugu wouldn't come. I didn't expect that he was sitting at the back. Sugu? This person is Sugu? That should be the case. Could this man be a doctor? Xiao Yiru just said that he cured himself. It should be him. When everyone heard Xiao Yiru's words, they began to speculate. The young couple sitting next to Sugu looked at him with strange eyes. Are you Sugu? Sugu was stunned. Will I be beaten if I admit it now? Sugu, thank you for giving me a new life, and thank you for writing a song for me. Today, I will sing this song to you. After seeing Sugu on the big screen, Xiao Yiru turned around and bowed towards Su Ji's position. Here winter leaving. I woke up in a certain year and month. I guess I'll wait and look forward to it. The future cannot be arranged in this way. A soft voice sounded. The music also began to play accompaniment with Xiao Yiru's gentle voice. Upon hearing this voice, the audience that had been chattering just now suddenly fell silent. It's mainly this a cappella singing, coupled with some gentle accompaniment, that is so soothing. Sugu, can I invite you down? As the song was approaching its climax, Xiao Yiru paused and spoke in the direction of Sugu. Sugu was helpless, he couldn't escape. Are you really Sugu? Seeing Sugu stand up, the group of young couples around him were dumbfounded. Who just said that he wanted to trip him and put a sack over him? Yes, I am the Sugu you want to cover with a sack. Sugu smiled and walked off the stage. He also appeared on the big screen. And those who were sitting next to him were all stunned. This is scolding someone in front of him. Chapter 39. The concert ends. Who will I meet and what kind of conversation will we have? After seeing Sugu coming down, Xiao Yiru's singing voice rang out again. But after Sugu came down, he did not go on the stage because he had never experienced such an occasion. For him, such occasions would only make him feel embarrassed. But Xiao Yiru walked towards him while singing. Reaching the edge of the stage, Xiao Yiru stretched out her hand. Sugu felt helpless. I had no choice but to reach out and hold Xiao Yiru's hand. Then he stood on the stage. In order to avoid embarrassment, Lu Sisi quickly brought over a guitar. She remembered that Sugu could play the guitar. Helpless Sugu had to use soft string sounds to accompany Xiao Yiru. Honey, Xiao Yiru's concert was such a hit, I really want to go. In Chengdu, in a large flat, a beautiful woman spoke coquettishly. If Sugu were here, he would definitely know this girl. She was the girl who abandoned him and was with Wang Chao, Lu Yunyun. At this moment, looking at Xiao Yiru's concert, stars were in my eyes. He had wanted to go to the concert for a long time. But Sugu was very poor at that time and never had the chance to go. Xiao Yiru will come over in a couple of days. I'll let you see her in person then. A man came out and said with a smirk. The man's age is estimated to be around 30. He is not very tall and looks okay, but he is just an ordinary person after all. At this time, he saw Lu Yunyun lying on the bed, and pinched her hard on the back. Hubby, are you telling the truth? Will Xiao Yiru come to Chengdu in 2 days? Lu Yunyun was pinched. Instead of getting angry, he stood up and hugged Wang Chao with excitement. Of course. Our Feichao game company will need a game endorsement in a few days. We were originally planning to finding Na, but now that Xiao Yiru is well, we will definitely ask her to do the promotion. Wang Chao put his arm around Lu Yunyun's slender waist and said with a smile. Wow, our new game is done? Every time Feichao Games releases a game, it causes quite a stir. The main reason is that Feichao Game Company is willing to advertise. The game is also pretty good. It's just too frequent, with a new game released almost every year. This also led to Feichao Game having the reputation of being a unique game. Feichao Game's unique operation is that every time after releasing a new game, the previous game will be shut down. Then bring players of old games here. Of course, a lot of them were lost. Of course we have. If we don't release it soon, Penguin Games will catch up with us. When Wang Chao said this, there was resentment in his eyes. Right now, the only competitive game companies in China are Penguin and Feichao. Because games all require payment, they are all trying their best to lower costs to build momentum for themselves. At present, Penguin is very strong, and they also have the prestige to attract traffic. So they have surpassed Feichao Company more than once. This time, Feichao Company even found some foreign designers to design it. I heard that Penguin has also released a new game this time to compete with their Feichao Company. In order to quickly attract people, the senior management of Feichao Company decided to let Xiao Yiru come to represent them. Try to create some momentum and crush Penguin Games hard. How is that possible? Penguin Games only makes rubbish games. They definitely can't compare to our Feichao. Lu Yunyun must be praised. We can only know if it works after a competition. By the way, I'll go to the company first. As he said that, Wang Chao put on his clothes and walked outside. But Lu Yunyun hugged him from behind. She said shyly, "Why don't you accompany me properly? I have work to do. I'm leaving now." As he said that, Wang Chao pulled Lu Yunyun's hand away and walked outside. Looking at Wang Chao's figure, Lu Yunyun felt a little depressed. It's already evening, why are you going to the same company? Helpless Lu Yunyun had to go back to the sofa and turn on the live broadcast on her mobile phone. Ha? Sugu? After the live broadcast started, a man walked onto the stage. Lu Yunyun was stunned when she heard the comments coming from the live broadcast room. This figure looks familiar. Looking at the man playing the guitar behind Xiao Yiru, Lu Yunyun felt a little strange. Plus, this person is also called Sugu. It can't be his. How can he play guitar? And how can he be as handsome as this little brother? After taking a closer look at the man playing the guitar on the stage, Lu Yunyun dismissed her wild thoughts. After all, she and Sugu have been together for so many years. I know him better. He works at the construction site every day to earn money. Where can I play the guitar? Not to mention that he was the one who saved Xiaoyiru. He is not a doctor. If he really had this ability, he would never break up with her. Thinking of this, Lu Yunyun put her phone aside. Xiao Yiru's concert ended with the last song meeting. In addition, Wang Chao always goes out for social events at night recently. Lu Yunyun was also a little upset. Anyway, he's going to marry me, he won't let me down. Lu Yunyun could only comfort herself in this way. Coming to the window and looking at the lights in Chengdu, the corners of her mouth curled up. This is the life of rich people. Sugu, thank you. At the Magic City Stadium, Xiaoyiru's concert. After singing the song meeting, the entire concert came to an end. However, Xiaoyiru still felt that for this kindness of saving a life, thanking him in front of so many fans was the greatest respect for Sugu. This is what I should do. Sugu was a little overwhelmed. How come he didn't expect that Xiaoyiru would thank him in this way? Too grand. It's a bit unbearable. He was really scared. I was afraid that Xiaoyiru's fans would give me a sack somewhere. Then he was beaten up. Wow, Ruru is so gentle. She is so kind to her savior. That's right, Roro has always been so gentle and kind. Whoever can marry Roro is truly blessed in 8 lifetimes. Watching Xiaoyiru bow to Sugu to express her gratitude, she became more and more famous in the hearts of her fans. The news that Xiaoyiru had recovered from her illness spread to more and more people. For example, Ying Na, Li He, and Penguin boss Ma Tang. Soon, Xiao Kang's mobile phone was filled with messages from more than 10 days. Without exception, everyone congratulated Xiaoyiru on her recovery. Of course, there was also questioning about how Xiaoyiru recovered from her illness. For example, Ma Tang from Chengdu. His mother's illness was treated in the largest hospital in Shenzhen for a long time, but could not be cured. He even went to the LCU several times. I heard that Xiaoyiru was almost dying, but she was cured. Ma Tang also decided to give it a try and went to find him. After all, he had been there when Xiaoyiru fell ill. Moreover, Xiaoyiru was once the image ambassador of Ma Tang's prestige. After learning about Ma Tang's troubles, Xiao Kang also called Sugu to Tang Yinipin. Chapter 40 Orphans are good. It's still that familiar place. After Sugu arrived, Yushui came over to greet him warmly. Not even the babysitter was called. After taking the medicine for a week, she endured it for a few more days to prevent any accidents. It was not until yesterday that she shared a room with Xiao Kang. And she clearly felt the changes in her body after taking the medicine prescribed by Sugu. In the past, she didn't have the energy to deal with Xiao Kang. But yesterday, she made Xiao Kang unable to get out of bed. At this time, Xiao Kang still had some back pain. After seeing Sugu, his eyes lit up. Dr. Su, come here and have some tea. What kind of tea should I drink? I'll talk to Dr. Su. Seeing Xiao Kang wanted to call Sugu over. Yushui rolled her eyes at him. We haven't even started talking about this, why are you yelling? Xiao Kang was speechless. He walked over helplessly and sat with them. Uncle and aunt, just call me Sugu, no need to call me Dr. Su. Sugu said with a smile. Then I'll call you Xiao Su. Yushui smiled and continued, Xiao Su, what do your parents do? Parents? Sugu smiled bitterly, I am an orphan. Orphan? Yushui didn't expect that such a talented and handsome boy was actually an orphan. If he were an orphan, there would be even fewer concerns. Then he blurted out, orphans are good. Sugu? No, I mean it's really pitiful. Yushui realized that she had made a slip of the tongue, and quickly corrected it, then asked, do you have a girlfriend? When Yushui asked this, Xiaoyiru, who was about to go upstairs to change clothes with Lu Sisi, stopped. She also wanted to know. What would a girlfriend be like for someone as outstanding as Su Gu? Girlfriend? Su Gu lowered his head. He looked very disappointed, shook his head, and said, no. Xiao Su is so outstanding, how come he doesn't even have a girlfriend? Su Gu didn't want to dwell on this matter so much, so he quickly changed the subject. Auntie, how are you now? Let me take your pulse. Yu Shuhui is so smart. Knowing some things that Su Gu doesn't want to mention. No more asking. I just felt a little secretly happy. He is an orphan, but he can heal illnesses and write songs for Shiro. If I don't get pregnant this time. Isn't this a ready-made son-in-law? Plus, he is his daughter's savior. It was as if it was sent specially for them by God. Yu Shuhui stretched out her hand calmly. Su Gu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. How come it's just like meeting my mother-in-law for the first time? What is going on here? Depressed Su Gu put his hand on Yu Shuhui's hand. Cici, why does Su Gu seem so lost whenever he mentions his girlfriend? When she came to the room, Xiaoyu took off her performance costume. I changed into a very cute pajamas. Now she also does scraping and cupping every week. So it can't be exposed to too much cold. Sitting in front of the mirror, Xiaoyu asked curiously. Who knows, but what I didn't expect was that Su Gu was actually an orphan. Lu Cici replied. Yeah, an orphan actually knows so many things. I don't know how he managed to survive all these years. Xiaoyu fell into deep thought. I don't know how you got here, but I'm curious about how you got here today. What's the meaning? Don't you know what the consequences will be if you bow to someone at a concert? Consequences? I just thanked him. What consequences could there be? Xiaoyu was puzzled. See for yourself. Lu Cici took the phone. On the forum, a title titled A Mysterious Man Appeared at Xiaoyu's Concert, Is He Her Savior or Boyfriend?, was discussed crazily. Looking at the title on the forum, Xiaoyu was confused. Are these people so boring? I've asked my agent to clarify. You don't have to worry. But don't do this again next time. It will affect your singing career. Lu Cici took the phone and spoke to Xiaoyu earnestly. What are these people doing with nothing to do? I just want to express my gratitude to him. Xiaoyu crossed her arms and responded angrily. Real? Cici, you don't think I'm in love with him, do you? I'm a singer, and I know there are some things I can't touch. In the entertainment industry, there has always been such an unwritten rule. That is marriage. It was probably because a big singer got married a few years ago, which caused too much of a stir as a fan committed suicide. As a result, both singers and celebrities are extremely low-key nowadays. Even if they get married, they do it in secret in a foreign country. No one dared to reveal it. And these stars all rely on their fans. Once you get married, you ruin your image. After that, his career path will be in jeopardy. Although Xiaoyu is the daughter of Shao Kong, a tycoon in the entertainment industry. But she has her own pursuits. Only then did he speak to Lu Cici so firmly. Okay, you just need to know the answer. However, I don't seem to have anything to do. How about I go after Su Gu? Lu Cici joked at Xiaoyu. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? You are a great lyricist, and yet you say such things. Listening to Lu Cici joking. Xiaoyu stood up and pinched her. Come and let me see if your big white rabbit is wet and you are not blushing. Ha 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 ha, stop it, it's itchy. The two of them started playing and laughing on the bed. Auntie, you have recovered very well. When you get pregnant, I will prescribe some medicine for you. If you get pregnant at your age, there are certain risks. After taking the pulse, Su Gu smiled and said, Xiao Su, can I really get pregnant? Yu Shuhui was a little excited. She has been thinking about rebirth for many years. My body has recovered fine, but I may not be able to get pregnant this time. Su Gu didn't continue. After all, it is still a bit difficult to talk about this thing with people of these two age groups. But Yu Shuhui is quite open-minded. He rolled his eyes at Shao Kong and said, Did you hear what Xiao Su said? Try harder. Shao Kong. Oh, I forgot to tell you something important. You guys chat, I'll go prepare something and we'll have dinner together tonight. Seeing that Shao Kong had been calling Su Gu just now, he might have something business to discuss. Only then did he leave with great tact. Uncle Xiao, you say. After watching Yushui leave, Suga breathed a sigh of relief. This auntie is too open-minded. I can't handle it. It's like this, Shiro's song was written by you, I heard it was very good, our Xiaoyu company wants to sign you as Shiro's exclusive composer. Xiao Kong stated his purpose. This. Suga was a little hesitant. After all, I still have to scan codes to make money, and I can't delay it. I know you don't like being constrained. Songwriters have a lot of freedom. It won't hinder you from doing your own things. I plan to give you 10% of Shiro's song revenue as your salary. 10%? Suga was puzzled. He also doesn't really know how much money the song makes. But I think Xiao Kong is a bit stingy. Yes, if Shiro's Meeting is released as an album, it should be able to sell for around 80 to 90 million. What? Suga was shocked. A song can sell for 80 or 90 million. 10% is 8 or 9 million, it's faster than scanning the code yourself. Yes, this is still a preliminary budget. Xiao Kong didn't know why Suga liked money so much, but as long as he liked money, there was no reason for him not to agree. I'll think about it. It's a lot, but Suga has to consider it. For no other reason, he felt he needed to digest it. Okay, there is one more thing that requires you to go to Shindu. Xiao Kong said another thing. Chapter 41, Drunk. As for the question of going to Shindu, Suga will go sooner or later. Whether it is Lu Yunyun's wedding or the medical treatment of Ma Tang's mother from Penguin Company. He has to go there every time. And this time, the conditions offered by Ma Tang were very generous, as long as his mother could be cured. 100 million can be offered directly without any hesitation. As one of the largest companies in the country, Suga believes that Ma Tang has the ability to do so. So he agreed. As for being Xiaoyiru's composer, Suga and Xiao Kong stated some of their conditions. He didn't want to lose his own freedom by becoming Xiaoyiru's composer. Of course, what Suga wanted was not freedom. Instead, he wants to scan the code. Money is one. The second is revenge on Lu Yunyun. Another point is that Suga can't write any songs at all. All songs are rewarded by scanning the QR code. Suga must continue scanning the code to trigger the single. Of course, Xiao Kong has already given a clear answer to the question of freedom. The company will not require Suga to get off work and leave work on time every day. After he has the new song, he can communicate directly with Xiaoyiru. The rest is all left to the company. After some conversation, Suga realized how generous Xiao Kong was with his 10%. A song needs a lot of people to work on it and then promote it so that people can hear it. The operating costs here are terrifying. 10% is still less than the share their company gets, so it can be said to be very conscientious. Suga also agreed. In the evening, the nanny prepared a table full of delicious food. This time, it was more like a homely affair. Because the ones who came to eat were Xiaoyiru's family. Suga and Lu Sisi are considered outsiders. Come, have a drink. After Suga agreed to Xiao Kong was also very happy. So, he just opened a bottle of wine to entertain Suga. Uncle Xiao, you can't drink alcohol. Not recently. Suga reminded. Oh, I know. It's for you. As he said that, Xiao Kong opened a bottle of mitai and poured it for Suga. Uncle Xiao, I'm not very good at drinking. Suga is really not very good at drinking and he tends to get drunk every time. Declined politely. It's okay, Xiao Sisi, have a drink with Suga, you will become partners soon. Xiao Kong didn't plan to let Suga go today. He actually asked his daughter to drink with him. Suga is willing to be my composer? Xiaoyiru was a little surprised. After all, Suga wrote this song of encounter for himself. It hasn't been long since it went viral on the internet. Currently, there are nearly 500,000 people on her Weibo asking her to release the album Meeting. The reviews were all 5-star and the response was overwhelming. Well, please take care of me in the future. Suga smiled. Of course, come on, have a drink. Xiaoyiru raised her glass and toasted Suga. Seeing that Xiaoyiru had already picked up the cup, how could Suga, as a man, refuse? He also picked up the cup and started drinking. That's too little. Drink it all. Seeing Suga take a sip, Xiao Kong became unhappy. Holding the bottle of wine, he smiled at Suga. Suga. Suga was very depressed when he saw Xiaoyiru actually drinking a glass of wine. Can you drink so well? Helpless, Sugo had to bite the bullet and drink the glass of wine. Cece, let's toast to our new colleague. After seeing Sugo finish drinking, Xiaoyiru gently pushed Lu Cece. It's just that Lu Cece's current condition is not very good. I feel a little low. What's wrong with you, Cece? Xiao Kang asked with some surprise. Uncle Xiao, Sugo can compose music and his lyrics are so good, Lu Cece looked at Xiao Kang aggrievedly. Because Sugo had taken all her work. So, am I going to be unemployed? Ha 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 ha. Seeing Lu Cece's aggrieved look, Xiao Kang laughed. Then he said, don't worry, Cece. If Sugo can write such good songs every time, you and Shiro will go on stage and sing. Ha? Lu Cece's eyes lit up. Because Xiaoyu Entertainment is promoting Xiaoyiru. So no matter whether she is a new female singer or an old one, there are good new songs, all centered around Xiaoyiru. Lu Cece as a lyricist. It would be a lie to say that I don't have a desire for the stage. And she sings very well herself. If she could be on the same stage with Xiaoyiru, she would definitely become popular. At least it's better than being a lyricist. Then thank you, Uncle Xiao. As she spoke, Lu Cece picked up the cup and toasted Xiao Kang. Why are you toasting me? You should pray that Sugo can complete your work every time. Xiao Kang laughed. Then I toast to Sugu. Lu Cece certainly didn't understand what Xiao Kang meant. He quickly handed the wine glass in his hand to Sugu and said, Sugu, please write songs well. I want to sing on stage with Xiao Ro. All right. Sugu also stood up and the two clinked their glasses. Lu Cece drank it all in one gulp again. Sugu was confused. Sister, this is white wine, how can you make it like this? But everyone was looking at Sugu. Helpless Sugu didn't eat a single bite of the food and drank 2 glasses of wine. Come, try Auntie's cooking. Watching Sugu drink it all in one gulp, Yushui started to pick up food for Sugu. Sugagung said politely. I just felt a little dizzy. I feel terrible. Mainly because my stomach is too empty. After these 2 glasses of liquor, he really couldn't hold on. Isn't he a doctor? Looking at Sugu lying on the table in pain, Yushui was surprised. Who told you that doctors can drink it? Xiao Kang was speechless. Then, he helped Sugu up and walked upstairs. I'm fine. I still need to make money. This alcohol takes effect too quickly. The drunk Sugu started talking nonsense again. Let's go up and take a look. At this time, Xiaoyiru and Lu Cece had no appetite to eat. Listening to Su Ji's drunken talk, I followed him out of curiosity. Sugu, where is your girlfriend? After putting Sugu on the bed, Xiao Kang went downstairs. Lu Cece and Xiaoyiru were ready to tease him. Especially Lu Cece, who finally found an opportunity to take revenge. With a sinister look, he asked in Su Ji's ear. Girlfriend, don't mention that bitch to me. I work hard to earn money to support her school, hiccup. Sugu burped, then said with a wry smile, I paid for her to go to college, but she dumped me because I was a migrant worker, ha ha burp. Listening to Su Ji's words, Xiaoyiru and Lu Cece looked at each other. They both noticed each other's surprise. I didn't expect that Sugu had such a past that he couldn't bear to look back on. And what about you now? Lu Cece continued to ask. Now. Sugu closed his eyes, then suddenly raised his hand. I want to make money, a lot of money, and I want to make her pay the price at her wedding. After 5 years of hard work, I want to give back all the pain I've suffered in the past 5 years, give it back. Chapter 42 New Song Courage in Greenlight. Sugu, wake up quickly. Early the next morning, Sugu was pulled up by Lu Cece. He rubbed his hazy eyes and looked at Lu Cece's anxious eyes. Sugu quickly looked at himself under the quilt. Call. Fortunately, no one took off my clothes. What's wrong? Sugu stood up and asked curiously. Lu Cece took out her cell phone. Handed it to Sugu. There is a song on it. The name of the song is also familiar. Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. Sutton was signed by someone? Su Ji's eyes lit up. If this song were to be released on an album, it would mean that Sutton would be signed. Too bad I didn't get his number. If so, you can call to congratulate him. Sutton, yes, his name is Sutton. I remember you wrote this song, didn't you? Yes, I wrote it. Sugo was a little puzzled as to why Lu Sisi spoke so incoherently. Are you looking at who wrote the lyrics and composes the song? Lu Sisi asked Sugo to take another closer look. Sugo frowned. It clearly shows above that the lyricist and composer is Lee Hee. How could it be Lee Hee? Lee Hee definitely can't write such a good melody and lyrics. When I composed music for Xiao Rou before, I wrote the lyrics. I know his level very well. Lu Sisi was furious. She felt that Su Dun was too heartless. The song that Sugo wrote for him should at least have Su Ji's name on it. But the name written on it was Lee Hee. How could he accept that? It's okay, it's just a song. As long as Su Dun becomes famous, it's not bad. Sugo didn't care too much about it. Originally, I gave that song to him. Hyue is promoting this song a lot right now, and it's almost catching up with Shiro's meeting. It's just a different style. Aren't Xiao Yiru's songs also selling very well? Sugo stood up, stretched, and said with a smile. He didn't quite understand why Lu Sisi was so angry. That's true, but Sutun's behavior is really infuriating. Lu Sisi looked at Sugo and saw that he actually didn't care. I became even angrier. He felt sorry for Sugo. The song he wrote for others was not even signed with his name in the end. Okay. By the way, I suddenly thought of a few songs yesterday. I'll write them for you guys. Seeing Lu Sisi so angry, Sugo had to change the subject. A new song? Sure enough, when Lu Sisi heard there was a new song, her eyes lit up. Then he asked, what about the lyrics? Are there any lyrics? Yes, a set. Come on, I'll write it for you. As they spoke, Sugo and Lu Sisi walked outside together. As soon as I went out, I saw Xiao Yiru waiting outside. When she saw Sugo, her face turned red, and she felt like she was caught red-handed. I've recently thought of some new songs, I'll write them for you guys to see. Yeah, Xiao Yiru nodded. The three of them came to Xiao Yiru's room together. Come to think of it, no other man this young has ever entered Xiao Yiru's room. However, Sugo had come in more than once, so Xiao Yiru didn't care too much. Sitting in front of Xiao Yiru's dressing table, Sugo began to recall the songs in it. Just got a song called Courage to write. This tune is very suitable for Xiao Yiru to sing. Since Sugo has mastered music, he can now even understand music scores. Next is Stephanie Sun's single. What to choose? This time Sugo plans to choose a lighter one. Green Light is pretty good. After selecting two songs, Sugo first wrote out the music score and lyrics of Green Light and showed them to the two of them. This song is of the light and cheerful type, while my songs are all of the gentle type. Xiao Yiru likes both the song and the lyrics. It's just based on her current personality. They are all relatively soft songs. So, strictly speaking, this song is not very suitable for her. Wait a minute. As he spoke, Sugo began to write the song Courage again. Looking at the music score written by Sugo, Xiao Yiru's eyes lit up. This song is really good. Not only the music but also the lyrics amazed him. I like this song, Courage. Xiao Yiru took the music score written by Sugo in her hand and couldn't let it go. Actually, I quite like this one. Lu Sisi picked up the Green Light written by Sugo and said. She doesn't have a voice as gentle as Xiao Yiru's, but she can definitely sing this kind of light-hearted song with ease. Sisi, didn't my dad ask you to sing with me? How about making Green Light your first song to become famous? Xiao Yiru said. Really? Lu Sisi opened her eyes wide. She dreamed of being on stage. There is no one who doesn't like the spotlight. Unfortunately, since signing with Xiao Yu, she has never had the opportunity to perform on stage again. Moreover, the songs she wrote are all in line with Xiao Yiru's gentle type. She herself doesn't like singing very much. But now, Sugo is here. Sisi, actually I know you want to sing, but there's nothing I can do. Xiao Yu can only do this for now. But now we have Sugo. Xiao Yiru looked at Sugo. Wow, Xiao Rou, thank you so much. Hearing this, Lu Sisi jumped up. He threw himself into Xiao Yiru's arms. Maybe this is why she can always write lyrics for Xiao Yiru. Because Xiao Yiru knew her too well. You should thank Sugo. Seeing Lu Sisi so excited, Xiao Yiru said with a smile. Yes. Lu Sisi quickly let go of Xiao Yiru. He turned around, bowed to Sugo, and said, Thank you, Sugo. This is just my job, please don't do this. How could Suga bear it, so he quickly said, Suga, you are really my savior. I have no way to repay you. How about I repay you with my own body? Lu Sisi said with a happy smile. Suga, Xiao Yiru. After a while of making a fuss, Suga finally escaped from Xiao Yiru's room. The main reason is that Lu Sisi is too noisy. He can even say something like I will pledge my love to you. Sisi, you are so shameless that you can even say such a thing. Xiao Ro, how about we both pledge our love to each other? Wow, Sisi, you're going to die. Ha 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 ha. Suga walked out of the room and heard the two girls fighting inside, and he was very upset. This girl's jokes are so scary. Call. Sure enough, I am still too behind the times. Suga naturally didn't take Lu Sisi's words to heart. We were just joking. Suga, you're awake. As soon as I turned around, I heard Xiao Kang's voice. Uncle Xiao, I just got an inspiration this morning. I'll write a song for each of them. Suga said with a smile. After all, he appeared outside someone else's daughter's room early in the morning. It feels like a creepy old man peeping at me. You are so amazing. You can even write songs after waking up. Xiao Kang gave Suga a thumbs up. But he had just finished speaking. Su Ji's old face turned red instantly. When he wrote songs, he just copied them. By the way, my waist hurts a bit. Do you have any acupuncture? Can you help me with it? Xiao Kang actually came to find Suga early in the morning, but he really couldn't bear it any longer. He felt as if his body was being hollowed out. Okay, I'll go get some acupuncture first. Suga walked towards the room where he lived with a smile. The more I look at this boy, the more I like him. Looking at Su Ji's departing back, Xiao Kang smiled. Chapter 43 Angels Tears Earrings. Didn't we agree on this? To write the lyrics and music for my brother? In the recording studio, Su Dun looked at the name on the album and angrily said to Gung Tianhao. Su Dun, this is a decision from above. You may need him to write your lyrics in the future. You should at least give him some benefits. Gung Tianhao pulled the angry Su Dun to a corner. Speak to him earnestly. Now they signed Li Hyuk. In the future, he will need Li He to help him compose music. There are enough human relationships here. Gung Tianhao was also thinking about Su Dun. You don't keep your word. Su Dun stared into Gung Tianhao's eyes. Then he said, my brother hasn't authorized me this song yet. Now he has given it to Li He. How can I face my brother in the future? Everything he has today is thanks to Sugu. I have been wandering in the magic city for so long. The one thing Sutton knew best was, you can't push your benefactor aside. Now Highway Company has paid him tens of millions for one song. It can be said that Su Dun has now become a phoenix. But he knew in his heart that this was given by Sugu. It's not my own ability. Didn't you say that this song was given to you by your brother? Since he gave it to you, you can give him some money when you meet next time. Gung Tianhao disagreed and took out a cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth. He took a puff slowly and said, you have to think clearly. We can sell this song for at least 100 or 200 million yuan. You can also give him an extra 10 or 20 million yuan. When the time comes, give him half of it. Will he still say anything? In Gung Tianhao's eyes, there are very few things in this world that cannot be solved with money. If it's not settled, it just means there's not enough money. Listening to Gung Tianhao's words, Su Dun fell into deep thought. Maybe this is a good solution. But I just feel guilty about it. It's all my fault. Why didn't I leave a phone number when I left? It's too late to say anything now. He now only hopes that when he meets Sugu will not blame him. Scan the QR code on WeChat to get 1 yuan. Pay 1 yuan for prestige and get 10,000 times the critical hit. Agricultural Bank, on October 11, 21, your account number ending in 1314 received 10,000 yuan, and the balance is 199,999,000.52 yuan. Scan the QR code on WeChat to get 1 yuan. Pay 1 yuan for prestige and get 1,000 times the critical hit. Agricultural Bank on October 11, 21, your account number ending in 1314 received 1,000 yuan, and the balance is 110,000,000.52 yuan. I've been really lucky recently. I've gotten more than a dozen 10,000-fold critical hits, which is enough to make another 10 million. Looking at the balance in the bank card, Sugu raised the corners of his mouth. After leaving Xiaoyiru's house, Sugu started his journey of scanning codes again. After all, he makes money by scanning codes. Now I have several more sources of income. Xiaoyiru's son, scan the QR code on your side. Xiaoyiru's mother is pregnant, and there is another 100 million waiting for him. In addition, after Xiaoyiru's mother becomes pregnant, they will have to go to Chengdu. Brother Ma in Shenzhen can make another 100 million. There should be about 300 million in total here. Sugu now has his own plans. One is that after arriving in Shenzhen, he wants to have a house. Isn't Lu Yunyun's apartment a large one covering several hundred square meters? Then I will find a way to buy a villa. Sugu checked online and found that an ordinary villa in Chengdu would cost about 3 to 500 million yuan. I still have a lot of money left. Another thing is the car. I heard from Guchen that his car seemed to be a Ferrari, worth several million. My budget is probably within 30 million. About the same. When you get to a place, you can buy a car first. As for where to live, Xiaoyiru will not have any problems by then. Thinking of this, Sugu became more confident about this trip to Shenzhen. Since you want revenge, leave no consequences. The pain of these 5 years must come to an end. Boss, what accessories do you have? We came to a small stall, where a girl dressed like a college girl was selling small accessories. Sugu would definitely not buy this kind of trinket before. Mainly because he had visited all the convenience stores nearby. And since the things I bought cannot be thrown away, I have no choice but to find a way to buy something else. For small accessories, it's pretty good. It should be said that it is easier to put. The female college student looked up. Looking at Sugu wearing a black mask, his eyes lit up. This little brother is so handsome. I just don't know what it would look like without the mask. Looking at Sugu, she quickly put her phone in her pocket. Introduced. You bought it for your girlfriend, right? Here are some better ones. As she spoke, the female college student took out an exquisite box and said to Sugu. They don't have to be too good, just ordinary ones will do, preferably earrings that cost 2 for $1 or something like that. Sugu said. So stingy. Listening to Suji's words, the female college student muttered. This guy looks handsome, why is he so stingy? I bought jewelry for my girlfriend and actually bought her one piece. What are you thinking? Sugu didn't hear her mumbling. Instead, he was picking from them. We don't have $1, how about this $5 one? Seeing that Sugu was so stingy, the female college student took out a fake diamond earring. Placed it in front of Sugu. $5? Sugu frowned. The refund for $5 and $1 is different. But since I don't have it, it's better to go empty-handed. After playing with it for a while, Sugu had no choice but to buy it. Anyone who becomes her girlfriend will be in trouble for the rest of his life. Looking at Suji's departing back, the female college student's initial expression of admiration changed. It turned into disgust. After all, I only bought one earring. It must be to deceive ignorant girls. How could Sugu know what this woman was thinking? After scanning the code, he left in a hurry. The prompt on his phone made him feel a little nervous. Coming to a corner, Sugu quickly turned on his mobile phone. Ding. Scan the code to pay 5 yuan and trigger a special item reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of Angel's Tears earrings. Angel Tears earrings? Sugu looked at the pendant in his hand, and sure enough, the fake diamond had also turned blue. The silver above also turned into platinum. I don't know how much higher quality these earrings are than the ones I held in my hand before. Check how much this pair of Angel's Tears earrings cost. This was the first time Sugu obtained this kind of item. He wanted to know how valuable this special item given to him by the system was. Angel's Tears, limited to 100 pairs worldwide, current price, $13.5 million US. Hiss. 13 million in US dollars. This pendant costs almost $500 million. The system is really awesome. Sugu also seemed to have discovered another way to make money. Chapter 44 Buying Fake Jade at the Antique City. Can I give this pendant away or sell it? Sugu started searching in the system query box. Yes, everything the system rewards can be sold or given away. The system responded quickly. This. Sugu was excited. If such a good thing were sold, it would definitely be worth a lot of money. I was careless. I just wanted to buy some water and return it. I didn't think the system would give me special rewards. Suga stared at the pendant in his hand for a long time. Finally, after losing consciousness, he uttered a sound of annoyance. It may be something rewarded by the system, either an ability, a single song, or an appearance transformation capsule. This made Suga mistakenly believe that all the rewards from the system were related to him. But the pendant in front of him made Suga finally realize how stupid he was. Things you buy cannot be given as gifts. But the rewards from the system are all good things. Thinking of this, Suga put the pendant in his hand into his school bag. His eyes were full of heat. At this time, he already had an idea in his mind. He wondered in his mind why there was no special item reward for buying water. Mainly because water is something that cannot be rewarded too well. A bottle of water, no matter how much you reward it, can't be compared to something of great value. So there has been no reward. But this pendant is different. Pendants can be good or bad, real or fake. The reward of the system is that it can turn these fake things into real ones. As long as you buy some cheaper fake things, they will become real. Suga thought of this. I had a goal right away. Yes, that's the antique city. Let's go buy some jade. As he spoke, Suga drove towards the antique market. The Magic City Antique Market is located in a place with exquisite architecture outside the 5th Ring Road of Magic City. This place can be said to be the most representative antique city in Shanghai. The house is one of those ancient buildings. The top of the house has protruding decorations. Nian beast, lion, or something like that. It looks very vintage. After parking the car in the parking lot, Suga poured water on the car and walked downstairs. Hello everyone, this time I brought the master with me to our Magic City to pick up bargains. In the Shanghai Antique City, antique anchor Dai Xiaoming was broadcasting live at the entrance of the antique city with a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man is Gu He, a well-known antique master in Shanghai. Wow, last time Meng Meng and Master Furukawa dug out a vase, it turned out to be blue and white porcelain, worth at least millions. That's right. Master Gua is a recognized antique master in the circle. He can always find good things in the antique city. That's right, Dai Xiaoming is so lucky that she can find Master Gu He to help her evaluate her appearance. That is, who is our Dai Xiaoming? Dai Xiaoming held a selfie stick and smiled sweetly as she watched the comments. This is exactly the effect she wants. It's just that the blue and white porcelain thing last time was just a script. They also have partners here, and their main purpose is to attract traffic. As for Guha, yes, he is an antique appraiser, but he is not a master. After all, there are not so many real masters in today's society. He does live streaming with Dai Mengmeng simply because it makes more money than collecting antiques. The two of them just happen to know each other. It's a way of sharing what we have. Okay, let's go now and see what good things we can find today. It looks like it's almost done. Dai Xiaoming took Gu He and walked towards the antique city. The antique city is quite familiar to Dai Xiaoming and Gu He, and many people followed them and greeted them along the way. Boss, how much is your cheapest jade? In front of a stall, Sugu asked. The cheapest? The boss is an old man wearing glasses. Judging from his age, he should be around 60 years old. He pushed his glasses and looked at Sugu with some surprise. Who would come to buy jade without even looking at it and just ask for the cheapest one? Is this buying jade? But although he was confused, he didn't say anything. Just took out some dusty jade. Then he said, "These are processed jades. If you want to buy them sincerely, you can take 100 yuan. $101? Sugu was a little surprised. Isn't this a bit too dark? This thing that seems like no one wants can actually be sold for 100 yuan. Can you sell it cheaper? Sugu looked at the jade in his hand and thought it was not worth the price he mentioned, so he asked. It can't be cheaper, 100 is the minimum. The old man's attitude was very firm, and he had no intention of giving in to Sugu at all. Sugu was a little hesitant. It's not worth spending $100 on a fake jade. Young man, these jades are all inferior. The boss is very kind to charge 100 yuan. At this time, a voice came from behind Sugu. When Sugu turned around, I found that a girl's camera was facing me. Wow, this little brother is so handsome. Exactly. I really want to see his full face. Can the anchor ask him to take off his mask? Host, could you please take a look at the comments? Are you obsessed with it? Many people saw Su Ji's appearance through Dai Xiaoming's camera. It's just that Su Gu always wears a mask, so many of her fans want Dai Xiaoming to take off Su Gu's mask. But now Dai Xiaoming is really obsessed with girls. Because she had never seen such a handsome boy. So I was a little dazed for a moment. What are you doing? Su Gu asked with some surprise. Oh, I'm the antique anchor, hello. After hearing Su Ji's question, Dai Xiaoming finally reacted. She stretched out her white hand and smiled sweetly. Hello. Su Gu also shook hands out of courtesy. But he really didn't know why the anchor was filming him during the live broadcast. You don't know me? Seeing Su Ji's reaction, Dai Xiaoming was depressed. After all, he is a cute and adorable anchor with millions of fans. Is this your normal reaction? Sorry, I don't usually watch live broadcasts. Dai Xiaoming. Hello, my name is Dai Xiaoming. Can we see what you're buying? This is Mr. Gu He, the antique master. He can help you take a look. Although depressed, Dai Xiaoming knew that the live broadcast was still going on and quickly pulled them back. Oh, no thanks, I was just looking around. Su Gu just wanted to buy some cheap things and get some rewards from the system. Forget about the appraisal or anything like that, he even thinks $100 is too much. Ha, Dai Xiaoming was rejected. Poor Meng Meng, she is not worthy of this handsome little brother's attention. Meng Xiaodai fainted in the toilet from crying. As soon as Su Gu refused, there was a burst of laughter in the live broadcast room. Similarly, Dai Xiaoming's face looked a little unhappy. But as a host, she can quickly sort out her emotions. He smiled and said, "It's okay. We are professionals and can definitely help you buy the most authentic jade." Okay. Su Gu was helpless. I have never seen such an enthusiastic anchor. Having said that, he stopped paying attention to Dai Xiaoming and asked the boss, "Boss, is this 80 okay? If it's 80, I'll take one." Okay, just take one. The boss was a little annoyed by Su Ji's bargaining. Finally he couldn't bear it anymore and gave it to Su Gu. Bite. Chapter 45 Top Grade Bloodstone. Young man, that jade of yours is not a real jade. Just as Su Gu stood up and was about to leave, Gui called him. Question mark. Su Gu was stunned. Is there such a thing as being serious about jade? Furukawa walked forward, looking mysterious. Then he said, "Come, show me the jade and I'll tell you how to tell the quality of jade." I saw Gu he was about to explain jade to Su Gu. Dai Xiaoming quickly turned the camera towards the two of them. Now is the time to ask them to give rewards. It was also a turning point that made them impressed by Gu He. Mixing a little professional knowledge with the happiness will also make Dai Xiaoming's popularity soar. Su Gu hesitated for a moment holding the jade in his hand. But think about it, since he wants to see it, then let him see it. It's not a loss anyway. So Su Gu handed the jade plate with a blood dragon engraved on it to Gu He. This jade, it's very particular. Gu He took the jade and was about to explain it to Su Gu. Dai Xiaoming has used her mobile phone's camera to take a close-up of the jade in Gu He's hand. But Gu He hadn't finished his sentence yet. He stared at the jade in his hand with disbelief. Even my hand started shaking. What's wrong with you, Master Gu? Something seems a little strange to Gu He. Dai Xiaoming asked curiously. This is bloodstone. Furukawa cried out. Look at the lifelike blood dragon and the smooth jade plate. Plus the sufficient blood volume mentioned above. This jade is definitely top-grade bloodstone. Master Gu, is there anything particular about this bloodstone? It seems that there is something wrong with Gui's tone of voice. Dai Xiaoming also became curious. Chicken bloodstone itself is quite rare. Generally, there is less blood on chicken bloodstone. This kind of full and rich one can be said to be the best. Gui calmed down and continued, I remember that last time our Yanxia country auctioned a palm-sized rough stone without any carving, and it was auctioned for as much as 1.8 million. So expensive? Dai Xiaoming was also shocked. I didn't expect that such a small piece of stone could be sold at such a high price. What about this one? If the raw stone can be sold at such a high price, I guess this one should not be cheap either. The carving is top-notch, and it's top-grade bloodstone. It should cost at least 5 million. Hiss. When Gui said this, even Sugo was shocked. Just a little thing like this, and the starting price is 5 million? I've heard of bloodstone. I heard that a piece of it the size of a palm can cost millions. Yes, I heard that this kind of stone is very rare in Yensha. It is rare in itself, let alone being used for carving. Anyway, this thing is something that is in short supply. If you have one, it will cost you $1 million. This little brother is so lucky that he can buy this. The above person is confused. This little brother knew it was bloodstone at first sight, so he rejected Dai Xiaoming's. Master Guo was just about to explain jade knowledge to people, but he turned out to be the master. Listen to what Guo said. The barrage of comments in Dai Xiaoming's live broadcast room began to scroll wildly. After all, I spent $80 to buy something worth more than 5 million. Even though Furukawa has been doing live streaming for such a long time, he still hasn't gotten it. The last blue and white porcelain was bought for 50,000 yuan, and was sold for just over 1 million yuan. Sugo is much more terrifying. Little brother, what did you just do? Just as Gui asked, Sugo frowned. Seeing that his hands were shaking, Sugo, who was still hesitant, snatched it away. Good guy, don't let your hands shake and I'll drop it. Looking at Su Ji's worried expression, the live broadcast room was filled with joy again. This is definitely not a script. Look how nervous that little brother is. Script? Do you dare to use bloodstone as a script? If it fails, how long will it take to make money from the live broadcast? Wow, this little brother is so handsome even when he steals my things. I love you. The person above suggested buying a mirror. A piece of jade costs millions. After snatching the jade, Sugo quickly put it in his pocket. He was originally planning to buy a little more to see if it would trigger the reward. But Dai Xiaoming and Gu he kept following him. Wherever I go, he goes. It would be awkward if it didn't trigger. So Sugo simply walked outside. Little brother, can you leave me your contact information? Watching Sugo walk around but not find what he liked, he prepared to leave. Gu he stopped him and asked. Yes, little brother, you have such a good eye. Leave your contact information outside. When I see something good in the future, I can ask you to help me choose it. Dai Xiaoming also really wanted to have some interaction with Sugo. After all, it's rare to see such a handsome guy. I don't look at antiques or anything like that, I just bought one for a friend. Sugo doesn't like to get involved in so many things. As for the way to stay, he politely declined. Having said that, Sugo started the car and walked out of the antique city. Seeing that Sugo refused again, Dai Xiaoming has never felt so lost. Obviously I am not bad looking. Xiaoming, this person is not simple. Looking at Su Ji's leaving back, Gui sighed. It's just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. It's nothing special. Dai Xiaoming said angrily. A blind cat will catch a dead mouse? Not necessarily. Gui shook his head and looked at Dai Xiaoming with a smile. What do you mean? Dai Xiaoming blinked her big eyes, very confused. Did you see the car he was driving just now? Car? You mean the BYD? What's that? It's a custom Bentley, and it starts at least 7 million. Listening to Dai Xiaoming's words, Gui was speechless. How can this custom car be identified as a BYD car? He is a host after all, but he doesn't even understand these things. 7 million? Dai Xiaoming was shocked. The car just now. Starting at 7 million? Are you crazy? Host, I checked the car. It is indeed a custom-made car. It seems to be worth 7.8 million. It was exhibited at the last Shanghai Auto Show and was bought by a young man. It's true. But why would you buy this car when you are so young? It looks just like a BYD. They are low-key. This car has a blast interior. You can check it out online for yourself. Look, sparrows eat cow meat. Awesome, plus 99. Look at the fans' answers in the barrage. Dai Xiaoming was dumbfounded. It really is that custom car. So do you think a person who drives a luxury car worth millions of dollars would buy a jade stone worth tens of dollars for his friend? Looking at Dai Xiaoming's surprised expression, Gui said with a smile. So he bargained on purpose just now. What else? Gui looked at Su Ji's departing back. I can't help but sigh. After all, I have been hanging around in the antique city for such a long time. It was actually picked up by a young man. What a failure. Chapter 46 Yu Shui is pregnant. Ding. Scan the code for 80 yuan to trigger a special item reward. Congratulations to the host or the top quality chicken bloodstone blood dragon jade plate. When he arrived at the roadside, Suga stopped the car. The prompts on the phone are basically the same as what Furukawa said. It is indeed bloodstone, and it is of the best quality. This kind of stone is of very little value in the hot summer. It is a kind of jade that is priceless. Sugu also specifically checked some auction prices. The cheapest one starts at 1 million. As for me, the starting amount is definitely 5 million. I was too clever for my own good. If I had known it could be triggered this way, I would have bought more than just mineral water. When Sugu thought about all the useless work he had done, he felt so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Go shopping in the market. At worst, I can buy some things that I don't use often. Having made up his mind, Sugu became full of ambition. Any item the system rewards you with will be enough to keep you scanning codes for a long time. I'll lift up my long skirt for you and take you to the lighthouse of love. Just as I was about to leave, my phone vibrated. It's still an unfamiliar number. Hello, who? Is that Sugu? I'm Xiaoyiru, can you come to my house now? The voice was familiar. But Sugu remembered that he didn't seem to have kept Xiaoyiru's phone number. But hearing Xiaoyiru's anxious voice, he quickly said, I'll be there right away. Soon Sugu arrived at Tang Yunipin. After getting off the car, he found that Yuan He and Yuan Shan were also rushing towards Xiaoyiru. Dr. Su, you are here too. Yuan He seemed very excited when he saw Sugu. His whole face turned red. Such enthusiasm made Sugu confused. And that donkey-tempered Yuan Shan. There was obvious admiration in his eyes. And the way he looked at me was a little evasive. It's like seeing the one you love. Professor Yuan, what are you doing? Sugu was a little confused, but still reached out and shook his hand. Dr. Su, you are a true miracle doctor. Yuan He started praising me as soon as they met. Sugu felt a little embarrassed by the praise. I don't think I've done anything recently. Did something happen? Sugu asked curiously. Still pretending. Yuan Shan gave Sugu a resentful look. With a blush on her face, she supported her grandfather. Sugu? Dr. Su, didn't Shao Kong tell you? Yuan He was also a little surprised when he saw Su Ji's puzzled look. No. Sugu answered honestly. No wonder, his wife seems to be pregnant. This is also the reason why Yuan He is excited. First, he pulled Xiaoyiru back from the hands of death. Now we have solved the problem of infertility, which all domestic hospitals are helpless to solve. Yuan He is really convinced now. It turns out that Chinese medicine can be so powerful. Have you learned this from dogs before? After Shao Kong told him this, he immediately put down his work and asked Yuan Shan to come with him to become his disciple. No matter what, Sugu can't get away this time. When Yuan Shan found out, she was also shocked. And now, she has no temper at all. I am totally convinced. Oh, I'm pregnant. It's a day or two later than I expected. Sugu was not very excited. After all, there aren't so many random hints in my mind. I could have gotten pregnant. Otherwise, he might have already gone to the depths. Hearing Su Ji's words, Yuan Shan wants to hit someone. It turns out that he already knew that Yu Shui could get pregnant. So you want to make your own 1 million bet money by betting? This guy is so bad. Thinking of this, Yuan Shan became angry again. What? Hurry up and see if you are really pregnant. Yuan He admired Sugu more and more. Now is the time to go and verify. After the two of them came upstairs, we were greeted by the nanny. Where are Uncle Xiao and Auntie? He has been vomiting all day, Dr. Su, please go and take a look. When the nanny saw Sugu, she quickly spoke to him. Okay. Sugu hurried upstairs. After reaching upstairs, Yu Shuhui's room was already full of people. Shao Kong held Yu Shuhui's hand with a worried look on his face and rubbed her back. Xiao Su, take a look. She has been vomiting all day. I think she might be pregnant. Seeing Sugu coming in, Shao Kong quickly spoke to him. Don't worry, I'll take a look first. As he spoke, Sugu placed his hand on the arm of Yu Shuhui, whose face looked a little pale. The beating of the pulse is indeed a happy pulse. The reason for such frequent vomiting was that I ate something sour yesterday. Generally, pregnant women prefer to eat sour food. Yu Shuhui also has stomach acid problems. This led to the vomiting. It's okay, just a minor problem. As he spoke, Sugu smiled and said to Shao Kahn, who looked worried, Shao Su, your aunt is vomiting like this, you should find a way to cure her, it's not a good idea to keep vomiting like this. Although Shao Kahn believed in Sugu. But seeing Yu Shuhui's pale face, I was still very worried. Auntie, you should have some stomach medicine at home. Sugu asked. Yu Shuhui has stomach problems, so she should have these on hand. Yes, but I didn't dare to eat it. After finally feeling that she was pregnant, Yu Shuhui didn't dare to take any medicine. Even after vomiting like this, she didn't eat a single piece. It's okay, you can eat it. Get your stomach problem cured first. I'll buy you some medicine to help you stay healthy later. Sugu said with a smile. Thank you, Shao Su. Auntie, just take a good rest. Take the medicine I prescribed for you recently. After 7 days, you just need to wait for the baby to be born. Thanks. Yu Shuhui forced a smile. Hearing Su Ji's words, Shao Yiro quickly took out Yu Shuhui's medicine and gave it to her. Yu Shuhui, who had been vomiting for a long time, finally fell asleep on the bed. Shao Su, I won't say anything else. Thank you so much. After Yu Shuhui fell asleep, several people went downstairs. Shao Kahn was so excited at this point that he didn't know what to say. Ah, Uncle Shao, you're too polite. This is what I should do. Sugu said with a smile. What should be done? Oh, by the way, I promised to give you another 100 million, but now I can't get through to you. Shao Kahn is indeed a big businessman. A promise is worth 1,000 gold. Having said that, he called his finance department right in front of Sugu. Su Ji's account soon had another 100 million yuan. Looking at Shao Kang's excited expression, Sugu was more excited than him. Another 100 million has arrived. Dr. Su, this is 1 million. Finally, Yuan He, who had been silent all the time, moved. He placed a bank card on the coffee table and pushed it in front of Sugu. This is the bet between you and Shan Shan. Yuan He said with a smile. Ah, the bet. Sugu scratched his head. Then he said, then I will respectfully obey your command. Having said that, Sugu stuffed the card directly into his pocket. Anyway, he didn't need the money, so he accepted it reluctantly. Looking at the money-loving Sugu, Yuan He smiled even more. After all, things that can be solved with money are not a big deal. This also means that the matter of his granddaughter becoming his disciple is almost settled. There is another thing. As Yuan He spoke, he shouted to Yuan Shan, Shan, come here and become my disciple. Yuan Shan. Chapter 47 Shindu, Lu Yunyun, I, Sugu, am here. I'm willing to accept defeat, master. When Yuan Shan heard that Yu Shuhui was pregnant, I admire Sugu. He also had the idea of wanting to take Sugu as his teacher. But seeing how money-obsessed he was, I suddenly didn't want to worship him anymore. But since her grandfather had spoken, she couldn't disobey him. After all, I was the loser. Wait a minute, I didn't say I would take you in. Sugu just wants to make money now, but doesn't want to have a tail. Dr. Su, Yuan Shan really wants to learn Chinese medicine from you. Suddenly, Yuan He thought of something. He quickly took out another card from his pocket. Said, this is 1 million yuan as a disciple fee. Sugu was a little moved. He really couldn't understand the world of rich people. What are you thinking of spending 1 million to learn Chinese medicine? One investment is enough to earn many people in many years. But Sugu still cannot accept disciples now. No, before Lu Yunyun gets married, you can't accept any disciples. What he urgently needs now is to make money. After thinking for a while, he said, Professor Yuan, it's not that I don't want to accept you. It's just that I have something to do. Give me 2 months. When I'm done, we can discuss this matter together. This. Yuan He didn't expect Sugu to refuse. No wonder. Just now Shao Kahn gave 100 million directly. This is how much I have given. Just 1 million. He shook his head and said, 10 million for tuition, as long as divine Dr. Su provides food and lodging for my granddaughter. Professor Yuan, it's not about money. When Yuan he said 10 million, Sugu was indeed moved. But I have waited for so long, I can't give up halfway just because there is someone tailing me. So he said, I really have something to do. I will definitely collect it in 2 months. Is that okay? All right. Yuan he found out that Sugu was not unwilling to accept it, but seemed to be busy, so he had to give up. Yuan Shan, who was standing aside, looked at Sugu, feeling somewhat puzzled. This person is really strange. He obviously loves money so much, but now because of some things, he even refused tens of millions. What could have happened that would make him not even want this money? Xiao Su, the money has been transferred to you. When are you going to buy the medicine? I'll ask Cici and Shiro to go with you. Xiao Kong came over after finishing his phone call. The medicine is common pregnancy-preserving medicine. I'll write the prescription in a moment and you can ask someone to buy it. There is nothing particularly expensive about the medicinal materials this time. So Sugu was too lazy to buy them one by one himself. It also wastes time. There are millions of good things waiting for him out there. How can we waste time on such a small thing? After writing the prescription, Yuan he took it. Then he ordered Yuan Shan to buy it. Anyway, he has made up his mind to let Yuan Shan and Sugu learn Chinese medicine. Now is a good time to get in touch with these medicinal herbs. Yuan Shan took the prescription and went to buy medicine feeling very depressed. Xiao Su, can I ask you if your Aunt Yu is pregnant with a boy or a girl? After finishing the explanation here, Xiao Kong pulled Sugu aside and asked. But after hearing this, Yuan He's occupational disease came back. Xiao Kong, aren't boys and girls the same? You're already so old, why are you still so decadent? What do you know? My daughter is married, who is going to take care of all these things for me? Xiao Kong confronted him directly. Can't your daughter inherit your property? Nowadays, women are encouraged to hold up half the sky. Yuan he refused to accept. Of course you would say that if you have a son. Yuan he was very angry. By the way, I seem to have wanted a son at the beginning. Uncle Xiao, let me tell you this, Aunt Yu's body has fully recovered now, and she will be able to have children in 3 to 5 years. Sugu didn't say whether it was a boy or a girl. After all, she's only been pregnant for a few days, how is it possible to tell the gender of the baby just by touching it? But in order to prevent Xiao Kong from worrying about gains and losses, he had no choice but to say so. You mean, if this is a daughter, I can get pregnant again next time? Xiao Kong understood it this way. Uncle Xiao, I didn't say this is a daughter. We've only been pregnant for a few days, so we can't tell whether it's a boy or a girl. I'm just telling you that even if it's a daughter this time, you can still get pregnant after letting Auntie rest for a year. Just relax. Sugu was a little amused. Xiao Kong was too anxious. I see. Xiao Kong had no choice but to give up. After all, he still believed what Sugu said. Dr. Su, I want to ask you how you cured this infertility. Yuan He, who had not said a word, felt itchy in his heart. Especially when it comes to medical stuff. Chinese medicine emphasizes the balance of yin and yang. Aunt Yu has a very cold body, which makes the uterus too cold, so the young cannot survive and therefore she cannot get pregnant. Sugu searched for the words to explain. Then he said, our Chinese medicine treatment method is to use medicine to dispel the cold in her body, and the other symptoms will naturally fall into place. After hearing this, Yuan He pondered for a moment. He raised his head and said, No. What's wrong? I remember you used silver needles to treat her. What's the principle behind this? Yuan He watched every time Sugu received treatment. After all, he is a doctor himself and has a keen eye for detail when it comes to curing illnesses and saving lives. The silver needles are used to force the emperor to abdicate. Force the emperor to abdicate? Yuan He didn't quite understand this word. Yes, heat expands and cold contracts, understand? Yuan He's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he slapped his thigh and said, yeah, why didn't I think of that? Body coldness causes uterine contractions, and the silver needles are used to stimulate uterine contractions. Chinese medicine is really amazing. Yuan He said to Sugu excitedly. Forehead. This explanation is fine. I didn't expect that Professor Yuan could actually fill in the blanks on his own. That's right, I don't have to explain so much. It's really nice to have a smart professor to help me explain it. Dr. Su, we have a deal. I don't care if you have an apprentice or not. In 2 months, you must accept my granddaughter as your own. After listening to Su Ji's explanation, Yuan he became even more convinced that Su Ge was a miracle doctor. Isn't it possible for a miracle doctor to explain so many truths? Okay. Su Ge had no choice but to agree to him. After chatting for a while, Su Ge stood up and prepared to leave. After all, there are still many things out there, waiting for you to scan the code. Plus, things here are almost done. Thump, thump, thump. Just when Xiao Kang and Yuan he were about to send Su Ge out, Xiao Kang's phone rang. Xiao Su, wait a moment. Looking at the phone number in the phone, Xiao Kang called Su Ge. Hey, Brother Ma, what's wrong? Brother Xiao, has the miracle doctor you mentioned come over? My mother is almost dying, please ask him to come over. There was a very anxious voice coming from the other side. What's going on? Didn't you say it would be fine if we waited a few days? Xiao Kang asked in confusion. The doctor has issued a critical illness notice, saying that the family should take the old man back home. He may not be able to survive. As he said this, he felt like he was about to cry. Okay, I got it. I'll let him pass now. Hang up the phone. Xiao Kang looked at Su Ge with a serious expression and said, Su Ge, you have to go to Chengdu right now. Looking at Xiao Kang's serious expression, Su Ge knew that it must be a big deal. Su Ge nodded. Soon, Xiao Kang chartered a private plane. Xiao Yiru and Lu Sisi also packed all their luggage and went with Su Ge. Chengdu, Lu Yunyun, I, Su Ge, am here. Chapter 48 Ma Teng's Bitter Past. Chengdu, a special economic zone of Yanxia country. In recent decades, it has grown from a small village to a barren land. It has become the economic lifeline it is today, and its development speed is truly astonishing. The plane landed at Hongqiao Airport and someone came to pick us up soon. Ms. Xiao, Ms. Lu, Mr. Su, our Mr. Ma has been waiting for a long time. When we arrived at the airport gate, a man dressed in a suit who looked like a butler came to greet us in an extended Labor Day car worth tens of millions. Su Ge and his companions didn't waste any time, they got into the car and headed towards the Chengdu Villa complex. Aren't you going to Xiaoyu? After getting into the car, Su Ge asked with some surprise. Logically speaking, shouldn't they go directly to Xiaoyu's head office? Why did he go to Ma Teng's villa with me? Go home first, and then go to the company after a day of rest. Xiao Yiru said with a smile. Go home? You shouldn't take this car to go home. Looking at the embroidery of a label with the word horse on it, Su Ge was puzzled. This is clearly Ma Teng's family's car. Mr. Su, Miss Xiao, and our Mr. Ma belong to the same villa area, not too far away. The butler who was driving heard what Su Ge said and said with a smile. Okay. I didn't expect Xiao Yiru's family to be so rich. For Su Ge, Ma Teng's reputation is already very high, and he is also a big name in the gaming industry. It's normal to have money at home. Xiao Kang bought a villa in Shanghai. There are more here. That's not just ordinary wealth. Can entertainment companies make money this way? Damn capitalism. Not long after, the car drove into a beautiful villa area. The security guard at the door stood straight. The person who opened the door was also wearing white gloves. After opening the door for them, he did not forget to greet them. The quality is really not to be underestimated. After entering, groups of people in suits and maid outfits soon came to greet us. 2 of them are Xiao family's housekeepers. They came specifically to greet Xiao Yiru. After all, Xiao Yiru is the daughter of the Xiao family. Even if there are only a few pieces of clothes in the bag, they will not be allowed to do it themselves. After handing the things to the housekeeper, Xiao Yiru and Lu Sisi also followed Su Ge to Ma Teng's house. Mr. Ma's mother has been brought back home. She is now upstairs. She said she won't make it through the day. When they arrived at the parking shed in front of the villa, the housekeeper sighed and said to him, Let me take a look first. Su Ge couldn't be sure whether he could be saved. After all, we haven't even met each other. After getting off the car, a thin man with gold-rimmed glasses and red eyes walked out quickly. Excuse me, is this Mr. Su Ge? When the man came over and saw Su Ge, his voice sounded very anxious. Hello, I'm Su Ge. Sugu also quickly stretched out his hand. Hello, I'm Ma Tang. Let's stop talking and go up and take a look. Sugu nodded and quickly followed Ma Tang upstairs. Xiao Yiru and Lu Sisi looked at each other. Also followed. Come upstairs. The luxurious decoration in the villa is a bit shocking. But Sugu has no time to sigh now. At this time, quite a few people had gathered in the room. An old woman with grey hair was trying her best to arrange her funeral arrangements. Arriving at the door, Sugu made a gesture to Ma Tang to keep quiet. Excessive depression in the body, which lasts for a long time, will lead to illness. Coupled with old age, life will not last long. The treatment method is to first use silver needles to clear the blood vessels, then use silver needles to clear the blockage in the abdomen to remove the poison, and then use warm and moist medicine to prolong the life. Drug prescription. Note, this treatment has certain risks. The risk is 5%. The things that flashed through his mind made Sugu very happy. If there is a treatment, it means it is curable. That's the risk. It's only 5%, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Dr. Su, my mother. Shoo. Sugu made a gesture to Ma Tang to keep quiet. The old man is in very weak condition now, so Sugu doesn't plan to disturb him for the time being. Since there is a treatment, he still needs Ma Tang's permission. He doesn't want to do the same thing this time as last time. You have to bet your life on it. Dr. Su, how is my mother? Can she be cured? After coming out with Sugu, Ma Tang asked anxiously. 90% sure, but I need your permission. Sugu didn't dare to say too much. If you are 90% sure, then you will definitely treat her. What are you waiting for? Hearing Su Ji's words, Ma Tang became anxious. It's already 90% complete, so it must be treated. Is there any point in asking about this? But Sugu shook his head. I also asked the doubts in my heart. Mr. Ma, I want to ask you, how did your aunt get this disease? Ma Tang? How did he know how to get it? Let me rephrase it. I don't quite understand why my aunt has so many problems. What is bothering her? If these problems cannot be solved, I am afraid that even if I cure her, I will only live a few more days. Sugu now understands a little bit about curing the root cause of the disease. The hint in my mind is already obvious. This is a disease caused by long-term depression. This disease can be said to be either big or small. It's too small, just find a place to vent. But if it gets too big, it could be fatal. That's why Sugu asked Ma Tang this question. Ma Tang hesitated to speak, sighed, and took Sugu to the study. Do you smoke? Arriving at the study, Ma Tang handed a cigarette to Sugu. Sugu waved his hand. Nor did he stop him. Call. Ma Tang took a deep puff and then began to speak. It turns out that Penguin and Feiqiao Games chairman Wang Shangyun are relatives. Wang Shangyun is Ma Tang's uncle and his mother's younger brother. When Ma Tang came to Shenzhen to start a business a few years ago, he brought him with him. When Ma Tang was making great success in the gaming industry in his early years, Wang Shangyun and Ma Tang suddenly turned against each other, set up their own business, and took away many of Ma Tang's key technicians. At that time, Ma Tang almost fell into the abyss. Fortunately, he had the support of several old employees and his mother, and he was finally able to get back on his feet. Penguin Company was established. Ma Tang, who had gotten back on his feet, naturally regarded Wang Shangyun as a thorn in his side. We have been fighting each other to the death over the years. But Wang Shangyun is also very business savvy. Never fell down. Over the years, his mother watched him and his brother's son fighting to the death. Feeling depressed all day long. Because of this matter, Ma Tang's uncle has quarreled with his mother more than once. Even now, Ma Tang's mother can't even go back to her parents' home. This is why the long-term depression led to illness. When talking about Wang Shangyun, Ma Tang's eyes were still filled with resentment. It is conceivable what a dark experience Wang Shangyun made Ma Tang go through at that time. Even the mention of the name made him grit his teeth. I think I understand. I can't get involved in this matter. However, I can cure my aunt first, but she can't be so angry afterwards. Sugu hesitated for a moment and said, I'll try my best. Ma Tang also sighed. Is there no better solution? Sugu asked. Yes, but it's difficult. Like what? For example, I can acquire his company. Ma Tang's eyes were cold. Chapter 49 Treatment. Suga didn't want to understand the grudge between them, nor was he too lazy to understand it. However, Suga heard it from Ma Teng's words. It's just that her mother was too kind because of her son. This resulted in him being unable to return home and causing a rift between brother and sister. This is not a matter he can intervene in. Now all we have to do is find a way to extend the life of this old man. Dr. Su, if my mother's condition is cured, she can still live for a few more years, and she is only less than 70 years old. It can be seen that Ma Teng is very filial to his mother. This is not about me, but about you. Suga stood up and continued, let me treat her first. As they spoke, the two of them walked towards the ward together. Ma Teng, are you kidding me? All the doctors in the country have seen her, and you let a young boy come to see our mother? That's right, brother. He can't be a liar. Brother, the professor said our mother can't be cured, aren't you making her suffer? After arriving at the ward, everyone watched Suga take out a row of silver needles. They all quickly blamed Ma Teng. After all, Suga looked too young, and he actually took out one needle after another. Is this a cure or a loss of life? That's enough. Listening to the chattering of my two sisters and brother-in-law in my ears. Ma Teng scolded. Watching Ma Teng get angry. The four of them quickly shut up. I have my own ideas about my mother's affairs, get out of here. Having said that, Ma Teng began to chase people outside. I won't go out. I can't let you do whatever you want. At this time, the woman in the blue gown plucked up the courage and said to Ma Teng. That's right, brother, Mom is already like this. Another woman in a red gown also said. Suga listened to them and didn't move the needle. This is not the same as before. And this time the place where the needle needs to be inserted is the lungs, so if you are not careful, something bad will happen. Otherwise, the system would not prompt that there is a 5% risk. My words are no longer effective now, are they? Ma Teng's voice became deeper and deeper. It felt like his anger would explode at any time. Okay, you're the eldest brother. If something goes wrong, I want to see how you can face our mother. Hearing Ma Teng's low voice, the two women who had just wanted to be tougher lost their confidence in an instant. He left the room angrily. As for the two brothers-in-law, they naturally followed. They dared not to offend Ma Teng. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I made you laugh. After they left, Ma Teng finally came to his senses and apologized to Sugu. It's okay. By the way, if you trust me, I suggest you go out and wait. Sugu didn't want to be distracted by someone around him. After all, it is better to be cautious about the risk warnings that appear in this system. Okay, I have complete confidence in the person recommended by Brother Xiao. I thought Ma Teng would hesitate. I didn't expect to agree directly. This kind of decision is really rare. After closing the door, Sugu exhaled heavily. The old man lying on the bed glanced at Sugu lightly. No sound was made. But a flush began to appear on her face. If it's any later, even God's 1T be able to save us. Suga quickly spread the silver needles in his hand on the bed. Using the fiery silver needle is a very risky act. Because at her age, it is difficult for her to withstand the burning sensation of the silver needles. But it's too late now, I must give it a try. Your sons and daughters are waiting for you to enjoy your old age. Believe me, I can cure you. Looking at the old man with his eyes narrowed into a slit, Suga said softly. Hearing Su Ji's words, the old man moved his eyelids. Suga knew that she heard what he said. Just hear it. It will be a little painful for a while, just bear with it. Suga said as he pulled out a silver needle. He first sealed the acupuncture points on the old man's painful part. After all, there is still a silver needle to be inserted into the lungs, and there can't be any mistakes. After finishing those painful parts, the old man had closed his eyes and fallen asleep. Breathing also became steady. Suga let out a breath slowly. Next is the final lung puncture for detoxification. To allow toxins in the lungs to be expelled from the mouth. Suga had to hold her mouth with one hand. Because I'm afraid of being distracted. Suga simply put two fingers together and let the old man bite them. Then he used his right hand to pierce the old man's lungs. Xiao Rou, how good is Su Ji's medical skills? Outside, Ma Teng leaned against the wall smoking a cigarette and said to Xiao Yiru beside him. Very impressive. Do you know Professor Yuan He from the Magic City? He is trying to get his granddaughter to become his disciple recently. Xiao Yiru felt that, if we put it this way, it can make Ma Tang believe more in Su Gu's strength. Is that so? Ma Tang took a puff of his cigarette, looked at the closed door, and then asked, under what circumstances were you saved by him? Well, Uncle Ma, I was already unconscious at that time. Let Cece tell you about this. She was right next to me at the time. Hello, Uncle Ma. Lu Cece came forward and spoke to him politely. Hello, can you tell me about the situation? Yes, sure. Lu Cece told Ma Tang about how Su Gu treated Xiao Yiru. Of course, some details are not described. It's hard to say whether Xiao Yiru was seen naked by him. In other words, the doctor said Xiao had 3 days left, but he managed to cure her completely? Ma Tang was a little surprised. It seems that Su Gu has nothing special about him except that he looks handsome. How could there be such medical skills? Yes, it's basically cured. I'm in better shape now than before. Xiao Yiru said with a smile. He seems to be a very good doctor. Hearing Xiao Yiru say this, Ma Tang felt a little better. After all, Su Gu already has clinical experience. Don't worry, Uncle Ma. Su Gu will definitely be able to cure Grandma. Seeing Ma Tang so irritable, Xiao Yiru comforted him. Ma Tang just nodded, smoking silently without answering. Everyone else was also anxiously watching to see when the closed door would be opened. But they didn't dare to say anything that would make Ma Tang angry. After all, Ma Tang is their brother. When they were down and out in the past, Ma Tang could be considered a half-father who supported them. So now they are very afraid of Ma Tang. Time passes by every second. There was no movement from the door. There were no less than 10 cigarette butts at Ma Tang's feet. But he still lit the one in his hand. Snap! Suddenly, the door moved. Ma Tang threw the cigarette he had just lit on the ground without smoking it. He stood up suddenly and ran towards Su Gu. How is my mother? Chapter 50 Special Rewards Glory of the King Full Template seeking 5-star praise. The old lady is old, but fortunately, she was finally brought back, but don't make her angry, she can't get angry now. Su Gu sighed. The first words the old man uttered after waking up were tears. Su Gu didn't know how to persuade her. Su Gu was powerless to help the old man with his wish to have a family from his mother's side. You guys go see Mom, stop talking nonsense, I'll talk to Dr. Su. After the excitement, Ma Tang quickly calmed down. He asked his 2 younger sisters to go and talk to the old man first, as he had something to tell Su Gu. The 2 looked at each other. He also hurried into the room. Dr. Su, please. The 2 came to Ma Tang's office again. This Ma Tang is a heavy smoker. As soon as I got to the office, I lit one. Although Su Gu didn't like smoking, he didn't stop it. After taking a puff of cigarette, Ma Tang said to Su Gu, Dr. Su, this time I will definitely have a duel with Fei Chao. If I win, I will find a way to acquire Fei Chao. Ma Tang said this, took a puff of his cigarette, and leaned heavily on the chair behind him. Dr. Su, I wonder if my mother's condition can be stabilized during this period of time. So what if it's stable? Won't it be the same after you acquired his company? Su Gu was puzzled. If the acquisition is completed, will his mother stop being sulky? You don't know me, Wang Shan-yun. He is the best at currying favor with powerful people. As long as I completely suppress him, he will find ways to curry favor with me. Ma Tang fiercely put out his unfinished cigarette in the ashtray and continued, Dr. Su, my mother doesn't have many days left to live, right? He knew in his heart that even if Su Gu rescued his mother this time, it would only be temporary. Su Gu nodded. Indeed, this time it was just to extend life for a period of time. How long she can live depends entirely on herself. Thank you very much. If you can live one more day, we will have one more loved one in this world. As he spoke, Ma Tang stood up and said, Dr. Su, I will give you the 100 million. As for the other medicinal materials, I'll trouble you to take care of them. Well, it's a small matter. As they spoke, the 2 men shook hands, and Ma Tang called the butler over. Arrange for Su Gu to stay temporarily in the villa. It won't be too late for Su Gu to leave when his mother gets better. After all, I just arrived here and haven't found a place to live yet. But you can also stay at Xiao Yiru's place. It's just that Su Gu felt that it was somewhat inconvenient for him to live with 2 girls. So I agreed. Coming to his room, Su Gu lay on the soft bed, playing with mobile phone. I haven't played games for a long time. I don't know what games Ma Tang is making. Ever since Su Ge has been with Lu Yunyun, I never played games again. Games from Yanxia country, even stand-alone games, need to be purchased. Online games are mainly based on point cards. The equipment is the big head. However, because it can be traded freely, a lot of the money that the rich recharge is mostly in the hands of other players. The company still makes money from the game props mall and point cards. Hey, Feichao Company is warming up for the game. Opening the app market, Su Ge looked at the game page that was pushed to the homepage. I clicked it out of curiosity. Land Sword Immortal, this name sounds good. After clicking in, the name of Feichao Company's game appeared in front of him. It's still the same fairy tale game as always. In Yanxia country, apart from stand-alone games, all the games on the market are fairy tale games. In fact, many people have had enough of it. However, due to the traditional issues of Yanxia country, the fairy tale game has always maintained a high level of popularity. Penguin has also started warming up, but has not written any games yet. It just used the word fair without saying specifically what kind of game it was, which made people very confused. Let's try Fei Chao's Land Sword Immortal first and see how it goes. Su Ge muttered. After clicking in, I found that it was an appointment. And it costs $1 to make a reservation. Millions of people have already made reservations. It's still only by appointment. Su Ge was a little depressed. This is a marketing trick. After making an appointment, you can check out the character skills, scenery, etc. Although Su Ge was depressed, he still chose to make an appointment. After all, I haven't played games for a long time. I want to see what the picture quality is like and whether it is worth playing. Ding, Weixin paid 1 yuan, triggering a special reward. For reservations not made by scanning the QR code, the rewards will be determined by the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earth Plane, the full template of the popular game Honor of Kings in China. Hey! What is this? Su Ge was stunned. Game? What is a full template? Su Ge became a little curious. Clicking the inquiry box, Su Ge entered the question. The full template of Honor of Kings, including the game concept, operation strategy, game design, etc. The system gave the answer. Su Ge has not had much exposure to games. Just a little curious. It doesn't matter now anyway. Click to see. Hiss, it hurts. After making the choice, Su Ge's head started to hurt again. He didn't expect that such a game template could have so many things. What are PPD, PDF, how to operate, how to get players to pay money actively, etc., so much that Su Ge's brain is about to explode. But fortunately, the pain only lasted for 7 or 8 minutes this time, which is less than that in traditional Chinese medicine. After a while, Su Ge finally came to his senses. China on Earth is so amazing. They can actually make such an awesome free game. See what comes into your mind. Su Ge was shocked. The operational direction here, the control of human nature and so on. It's true. It makes much more money than paid games. And it is embedded in the mobile phone. By the way, what kind of game is Ma Tang making here? Maybe I can help him out. Thinking of this, Su Ge decided to help him. After all, they have given him 100 million yuan for his treatment, if only we could provide him with help. It's also worth the money I got. Thinking of this, Su Ge tidied himself up and walked out. At this time, Ma Tang's mother's room was full of people. As an outsider, Su Ge did not go in directly. Listen to the laughter coming from inside. Su Ge couldn't bear to disturb them. Now it is better for this old man to smile and be happy so that he can recover faster. Su Ge, who had been wandering at the door for a while, was seen by Ma Tang. After explaining something more to his mother, he left. I think he might think Su Ge had something to do with him. Dr. Su, what's going on? Ma Tang came out and asked with a smile. It can be seen that he should be in a good mood now. No, I just want to ask what game Mr. Ma is going to launch soon. Maybe I can give you some good suggestions. Su Ge said with a smile. Chapter 51, why not make a free game? Ma Tang didn't know what Su Ge meant. Isn't he a doctor? And he knows games? However, he did not reject Su Ge immediately. After all, Su Ge had just saved his mother. The two of them came to Ma Tang's study and sat down. Dr. Su, the game I'm currently promoting is a 5v5 online battle game. It was designed by a foreign game designer, but... Ma Teng stroked his forehead. After some hesitation, he continued, "It's just that we haven't figured out a specific way to make money from this game yet, and it's also a new type of online game, so I don't know if it will work in our Yanxia." Suga knew what Ma Teng meant. In the general environment, the focus is still on fairy tales, so Ma Teng said so. "Is it the kind that attacks defense towers and crystals in a canyon?" Suga suddenly remembered that the game he received as a reward from his system seemed to be a 5v5 online battle game. "I just don't know if it corresponds to this." "Huh? How did you know?" Ma Teng looked at Suga with a little shock. This game hasn't been released yet, how does he know that the battle is in a canyon? And it seems that the official website has not yet revealed any relevant details. Suga knew he had made a slip of the tongue. Then he quickly said, "I played a 5v5 tower defense game on the internet before. What you are talking about is a bit similar." "Is that so?" "Yes, this game is modeled after that one. That game is very popular on the internet, and many people use VPNs to play it. It's called Heroes Gathering." Ma Teng had no doubts either. After all, there are many people in Yanxia country who climb over the wall to play games. Moreover, the online battle game called Heroes Gathering has become extremely popular on the internet. It's just that there is nothing similar in Yanxia country. In addition, mobile phones are now common, so Ma Teng spent a lot of money to hire those designers. Use that model to make a mobile game for the hot summer. Hero Gathering is purchased within the game, which means it costs 1 cent per game. We are planning to go this route. Ma Teng no longer concealed it and said to Sugu. Is that so? If the game costs 1 cent per game, it does fit the current gaming environment. But this will discourage some people. After all, not many people are willing to spend money to suffer. For example, you spend money, get betrayed by your teammates, and are targeted by others. Why not make it free? Sugu asked tentatively. After hearing Su Ji's words, Ma Teng looked at him. He shook his head and said, "If we make it free, how will we make money? I'm a businessman, I need to make money." Ma Teng was not angry at Su Ji's words. After all, he doesn't understand the game. Have you ever thought that free things can make more money? Suga was naturally very confident since he had the complete template of Honor of Kings. After all, nothing given by the system is ordinary. Oh? Tell me, how do you make money for free? Ma Teng became interested in Sugu. It's funny that you can make money from playing games for free. After all, in the game, many monsters drop equipment, gems, and the like. This is a fighting game, and each round has to start from level 1. It's useless even if I buy it. What's more, what they are promoting is fair competition. Once you can pay money to buy it, what's the point of talking about fairness? There are 2 ways to make money, one is lottery, the other is selling skins. Sugu said with a smile. I can understand the lottery, but what's the point of selling skins? Listening to Su Ji's words, Ma Teng became more and more interested. He always felt that Su Ji's words seemed to have opened a new door for him. This door is most likely the key to him becoming the largest gaming company in the country. Why do people in Yanxia country like Xianxia games? In fact, besides the gorgeous moves, there is another reason: it's beautiful to watch. Suga had played games before. I really yearn for those glowing weapons, clothes, and so on. Combining the system's template concept, he could probably analyze the reason for doing so. Looks good? Ma Teng pondered for a moment. Suga didn't bother him either. As a gaming tycoon, Suga felt that Ma Teng would definitely be able to analyze what he said. Time passes by every second. Why? It wasn't until the cigarette burned his hand that he finally reacted. Then his eyes lit up and he looked at Sugu as if he had discovered a mountain of gold. Dr. Su, your idea is great, but I don't know how to do it. Do you have any ideas? Ma Teng was a little excited. He figured out a lot of the points. And the psychology of gamers. But I don't have much idea about the specific operation. Well, sure. I can go to your company first to see the specific design of our game. Sugu said with a smile. Okay, without further ado, let's go now. The game will be released in a few days. Now Penguin Company is working overtime every day. Ma Teng is also a man who does what he says. Suga had an idea here, so he took him there immediately. Along the way, while the driver was driving, he chatted with Sugu about the specific details. Sugu did not hide it either. Tell him the strategies and templates provided by the system. Along the way, whenever Ma Teng heard Sugu talk about some novel plans and strategies, he would slap his thigh. This was something he had never thought about. A new door. A new way to make money. He believed that with Su Ji's plan, he would be able to crush Fei Chao game. Arriving at Penguin Company, the two quickly reached the 28th floor. Along the way, many people greeted Ma Teng. I am also curious about the handsome young man next to Ma Teng. The person who can be led by Ma Teng personally must be no ordinary person. After coming up, Ma Teng immediately convened a meeting. Among them, the board of directors, game designers, and game operations all ran over. What happened to President Ma today? Why did he call so many people to the meeting? I don't know, but looking at Mr. Ma's smile, there should be something good. Maybe the game is about to be released. No, could it be because they found a better way to release it? In the conference room, everyone was talking in low voices. Only Ma Teng, who was sitting upright, and a handsome man next to him were communicating with him. A young lady next to them was moving her fingers quickly on the keyboard as the two were talking. Soon, plans for their upcoming game appeared on the computer. Boss Ma, do you think there is anything else that needs to be changed? After the call, the young lady in the suit showed him the notebook on the table. Show it to Mr. Su. Ma Teng said to his assistant. The assistant was a little confused, but still gave Sugu a look. Sugu took a quick look and said, "There is no problem for now. Let's discuss it first." Chapter 52 Game Chief Planner, Sugu. Who is this person? It seems like Mr. Ma is seeking his advice? I've never seen him before, but he looks quite handsome. Could he be a new planner? It is very likely that our game, which has not yet been finalized, may have been hired by a foreign university. Seeing that Ma Teng actually asked for Su Ji's opinion, the people below began to speculate. After all, this game has been in the works for a long time, and even the name has not been decided yet. The charging standards had not been determined, so it was normal for them to imagine Sugu as a transferred person. All right. After finishing, Ma Teng finally raised his head and looked at everyone. When the others saw Ma Teng, they all sat up straight and looked at him, waiting for Ma Teng's instructions. Everyone, the name of our game has been announced. It's called King of Glory. Ma Teng said with a smile. Honor of Kings? This name doesn't seem to fit in with Xianxia. It's really not related. We are making a fighting online game like Xianxia. How can it be called King of Glory? Why did Mr. Ma come up with such a name? After hearing Ma Teng's words, everyone became curious. After all, the design elements in this game are mainly based on fairy tales. Mr. Ma, can I ask why our game is called this name? At this time, a woman sitting in the back stood up. The woman seemed a little aloof, with a serious face. A true iceberg beauty. Shu Yao, please wait a moment. I will explain it to you later. If you have any opinions, please let me know after I finish explaining our plan. Ma Teng looked at Shu Yao, waved his hand and asked her to sit down. Shu Yao was puzzled. But he did not refute and sat quietly in his chair. Ma Teng stood up. He looked at everyone, then put his hand on Sugu beside him. Everyone, this is our game's chief planner, Mr. Sugu. What? When everyone heard this, they were shocked. Then their attention turned to Chu Yao, who had just stood up. Because Chu Yao is the planner of this game. Although it was not confirmed that he was the mastermind, the entire building knew about it. Chu Yao is not now, but she will definitely be in the future. At this time, Chu Yao's face became a little ugly. She couldn't understand how this handsome man who had just arrived became the chief planner. Mr. Ma, I would like to ask, how will we operate our game this time? How will we build momentum? How will we set the price? Chu Yao was naturally furious. He asked, standing up again. I have already sent the operation plan to the operation department. To create momentum, we will ask Xiao Yiru to endorse our game. As for pricing, our game will be free this time. What? Free? When Ma Teng said this, everyone was shocked. Free? Doesn't that mean this project is free? So what about their performance? I object. Shu Yao raised her hand. Mr. Ma, if the game is free, how can we make a profit? Shu Yao felt that Ma Teng was deceived. Free games, isn't that the same as giving benefits to players? Does the company make money by selling props? This is not a method of leveling up and beating monsters, and you can also rely on selling props at high prices. This is a fighting game. There is naturally a way to make a profit, now let's follow the plan. Ma Teng was cautious. No free ways to make money were sent out. After all, there is a traitor in his team who is related to Feichao game. Although there are still a few days left, these days are crucial. The key to defeating Wang Shunyun. Mr. Ma, our team has worked so hard for so long to produce this, I think you need to give us an explanation. Xu Yao expressed the thoughts of everyone in the office. They are here to make money, not to do charity. If it's free, how can their wages be guaranteed? Is it just a basic salary? Obviously, they are not satisfied with that basic salary. Of course I will explain it to you, but only after the game is released. Ma Teng paused, then continued, in the next 2 days, all departments must do their best to follow all the orders planned by Su Gu. I don't want you to have any disagreements. In addition, I have seen everything you have done. Trust me, sometimes free things are more expensive. Having said that, Ma Teng stood up. Because Su Gu had already started asking him for help. How did he become the chief planner inexplicably? I'm just providing you with a solution. What kind of chief planner? I don't know what kind of drug he gave to Mr. Ma to make us make free games. That's right, if we give it to others for free, what are we going to do? Northwest Wind? It's okay if Northwest Wind can drink its fill. Sister Yao, go to the office and talk to Mr. Ma. We can't make free games. That's right, Sister Yao. If it's free, there's no need for our department to exist. After the meeting, everyone started talking. Soon, they set their sights on Xu Yao. After all, Xu Yao now has a certain say. Only with the help of Xu Yao could they make Ma Teng change his mind. Okay, I'll go ask what's going on. Xu Yao gritted her teeth and followed him out. Mr. Ma, I don't know how to be a general planner. Please forgive me. When he arrived at the office, Su Gu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He came here only to treat illnesses and knows nothing about these things. Dr. Su, your idea is really amazing. Skins add 10 points of attack power. One character has several sets of skins, with different choices from low to high. I am really impressed. There is also a point-based skin and legendary hero draw. It's amazing. Ma Teng seemed not to hear Su Ji's words. Still praising his ideas. Mr. Ma, I really can't be your chief planner. I came to Shenzhen for other things. Seeing Ma Teng avoiding the question, Su Gu could no longer sit still. Why was Ma Teng forcing me to do this before I even agreed? Dr. Su, don't worry, I can give you 1% of the equity dividends of this game. Ma Teng put forward the first condition. Although 1% may sound like a small amount, the size of the game is often worth hundreds of millions. If it were charged, he could probably earn tens of millions a day. So 1% is already quite a lot. Mr. Ma, that's not what I meant. Don't worry. I know you are Xiao Kang's composer now. I will talk to Xiao and allow you to take care of both sides. In addition, if you give your idea, someone will execute it. Ma Teng seemed to have expected that Su Gu would definitely refuse, and spoke again. Will anyone carry it out? Su Gu was stunned. What exactly is Ma Teng up to? Thump thump thump. Just when Su Gu was puzzled, the office door rang. I'm here. Ma Teng smiled and said to the door, come in. Chapter 53. This plan is amazing. Boss Ma, I'm here. Wait a moment. The person who came in was Xu Yao, who was also the planner of this game. Ma Teng seemed to have expected Xu Yao to come, and seemed to know what she was going to say, so he interrupted her. Let me introduce myself first. This is Su Gu. Mr. Su, this is our company's game planner, Xu Yao, and now she is your assistant. Ma Teng unexpectedly introduced the two people first. Xu Yao didn't quite understand what Ma Teng meant, but she subconsciously stretched out her hand. Hello, my name is Xu Yao. Hello, my name is Su Gu. After the two shook hands, Ma Teng stood up with a smile. Then he said to Xu Yao, Yao, this is Mr. Su Ji's plan, take a look. As he spoke, Ma Teng pushed the laptop aside and showed it to Xu Yao. Xu Yao was a little surprised, but still stepped forward and checked. The mouse scrolls the page above. Her eyes became brighter and brighter as she read the contents inside. In the end, the boss even opened his mouth. Boss Ma, this. The browsing was completed quickly, and Shu Yao was so shocked that she was speechless. Because the copy will explain how and why the business will be run in this way. Why character skins are attractive, etc., all things about human nature are displayed without any flaws. This also made Shu Yao look at Su Ge differently. This is the plan Mr. Su made for our game. What do you think? Ma Tang lit a cigarette and asked with a smile. This is absolutely amazing. Shu Yao couldn't think of any other words except these two. As a game planner, Shu Yao has actually been looking for better game solutions. After all, today's players are less and less willing to try and make mistakes in a game. Because as long as it is a game, you need to pay. But the publicity is good and the CG is great. Playing like you've eaten a pile of shit, anyone would feel uncomfortable. So now there are a large number of game trial anchors, and each of them is extremely popular. The reason is that players don't want to waste their money. Shu Yao is very confident about the game design this time. She knew that once this game came out, it would definitely attract a large number of players. The difficulty lies in how to promote it and let more people try it. Now that it is free, this problem is well solved. That's why she thought Su Ge's plan was brilliant. Especially the scheme of selling skins here is simply a money-making machine. There is a mole in the upper echelons of our company, which is why I don't want to show this case to them. Ma Tan looked at Shu Yao and blew out a smoke ring. There was a hint of gloom in his eyes. Boss Ma said that there are people who are superb among our senior management? Now, except Fei Chao, there may be no one else in the market who can compete with them. Ma Tang did not answer. But the answer is already obvious. I understand, Mr. Ma. I will supervise the entire planning process. Shu Yao turned around and looked at Su Ge, then said, Mr. Su, as the chief planner, Shu Yao is impressed. No, I don't know how to plan anything. Su Ge said modestly. Mr. Su is too modest. If this case is successful, I conservatively estimate that we can earn at least 10 billion yuan in revenue a year. Shu Yao said. Hiss. Tens of billions. Su Ge didn't expect the revenue to be so terrifying. By the way, what did Ma Teng say to me just now? You can give yourself a 1% equity dividend. Doesn't that mean an income of 100 million per year? Hiss, this system plan is really awesome. Fortunately, I almost refused just now. Thinking of this, Su Ge felt a little scared. With a revenue of 100 million per year, even if you scan your phone until it smokes, you still can't generate that much in a year. In fact, my goal is to achieve 100 billion yuan in revenue per year. Before Su Ge could finish being shocked, Ma Tang said something even more shocking. Hundreds of billions. After hearing this, Su Ge was no longer shocked, but stunned. This Ma Tang is indeed a man of courage. Wouldn't that mean I would just spiral off from the spot? So Mr. Su, I sincerely invite you to become the chief planner of our Penguin Games. As a man with great business acumen, how could Ma Tang let go of such a talent and hand it over to someone else? As he spoke, Ma Tang came out from behind his desk. He actually bowed to Su Ge. In Ma Tang's opinion, Su Ge was either saving his mother or planning this game. They all deserve my bow. Mr. Ma, you can't do it. I just agree, but I don't know many things. I can only provide a direction. Su Ge quickly stood up and helped Ma Tang. I am really flattered by such a bow from such a business tycoon. Haha, good, with Mr. Su joining us, our acquisition of Feiqiao is just around the corner. See, Su Ge agreed. Ma Tang also laughed. Then he turned to Chu Yao and said, call Xiao Yura later and tell her to renew our endorsement contract. Hey, okay, Mr. Ma. Shu Yao was also extremely happy at this time. After all, she is the absolute hero in the birth of a game that is about to become a big hit. Of course, money is also indispensable. At this moment, she no longer had the arrogance she had just now. Hurry up and go do some work. After leaving Penguin, Su Ge did not go to find Xiaoyiru immediately. Instead, he was pulled away by Ma Tang. In Ma Tang's words, as my own chief planner, how could I not even have a car? So I took Su Ge to buy a car. Boss Ma, I'll buy the car myself. I'm not short of money. The driver stopped the car in front of a Rolls-Royce, and Su Ge was shocked. I don't think Ma Tang wants to buy himself a big car. Isn't this a bit too generous? Your money is yours. You saved my mother and provided me with such a good plan. Naturally, I have to buy it for you. You won't think it's a big expense, right? Ma Tang listened to Su Ji's words and asked with a frown. No, I really have money, I can buy it myself. Su Gu didn't know how to explain this to him. Looking at Su Gu, he still refused. Ma Tang seemed to be thinking about something. Soon, he found the reason. I am confused. Su Gu looks so young, a car like the Rolex is definitely not suitable for him. Oh, right, a sports car. Yes, it should be a sports car. After all, there is no young person who doesn't like sports cars. Thinking of this, Ma Tang pulled Su Gu towards the car. Su Gu thought Ma Tang would not buy it for him. I also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the gifts given by others are very fragrant. But Su Gu felt that he should also have his own ethics. After all, I am not without money now. Lao Zhang, go to the Dania store and take a look. Ma Tang said to the driver Lao Zhang. Okay, Mr. Ma. Su Gu? Didn't you say you didn't want to buy it? Why did you go to Dania again? Young people should have the energy of youth. We just didn't think it through. Mr. Su is so young, only a sports car can match him. Su Gu. Chapter 54. Ma Tang gives Daniel a sports car. The key to a brand new Namba appeared in Su Ji's hand. At this time, Su Gu was still confused. He also suddenly understood why Ma Tang was able to turn things around so quickly despite being suppressed by Wang Shangyun. This person is really generous to talented people. Just a planning proposal. There is a reason why people are successful. Directly give Su Gu a Danny sports car worth 18 million. It's a limited edition one. Moreover, they were all forced upon Su Gu, leaving him no time to refuse. Would you like to give it a try? Looking at the dazed Su Gu, Ma Tang had a smile on his face. I got this talent myself. Okay, I'll try. If I continue to refuse, I will appear hypocritical. Just accept it. After all, this plan of mine will definitely bring Ma Tang a lot of income. Thinking of this, Su Gu sat in the big bull. It has to be said that as one of the world's top sports cars, the Daniel Ox is top-notch in both interior and handling. Especially the sound, that feeling is so cool. Mr. Su, I'll ask the driver to lead the way. You follow me and we'll go back to the villa first. Ma Tang looked at Su Ji's happy expression and said with a smile. Good. Boom boom boom. The roar of the engine began. Su Gu felt a little depressed following behind Ma Tang's boss. A sports car like this is most enjoyable when it is running. But Su Gu doesn't mind. Fuck, look, the limited edition yellow wild one. Wow, so cool, this bull is so good looking. There's a boy inside. Wow, he's as handsome as the car. Please turn the traffic light red quickly. I want this boy's prestige. The red light is on, I'm going to ask for prestige. When they arrived at a red light, a group of girls dressed coolly gathered around Su Ji's car. Beep, beep. The car behind started honking its horn frantically. The car that was 10 meters away from Su Ji's car was also pressing the button. Humph, it's obvious that these women are just trying to get close to the rich and powerful. They shamelessly come over to chat with people who are just waiting for the traffic light. Looking at the group of women surrounding him. How could they not know what these women wanted to do? Why are you yelling? Can't you see we want to increase the prestige of the little brother? Hearing the car horns, the young ladies became unhappy. They started to accuse each other. But these people didn't care and continued to honk their horns. Anyway, they will not be able to live in peace. Thump thump thump. But there are also people who don't want to waste time. They tapped gently on Su Ji's car window with their hands. Su Gu looked at them in confusion. When these women saw Su Gu, they had infatuated looks on their faces. It was very thoughtful to show the QR code for adding friends on your phone. Su Gu finally figured it out. These women want to increase their own prestige. Su Gu doesn't like such a woman from the bottom of his heart. Although they have their own values, Su Gu has no interest in those that are different from his own. Preparing how to refuse. The green light came on. Su Gu honked the horn, and the sound of the engine scared the women who wanted his prestige and made them take a step back. Soon, Su Gu sped away. Watching Su Ji's car leave. The group of women were disappointed and angry. Then he yelled at the car behind him. Why are you honking the horn for no reason? Are you trying to get me killed? Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? You have to compensate me for my little brother. The car behind also drove away quickly as if fleeing. Looking at these women, their scalps tingled. These gold diggers are crazy. Wow, a limited edition wild bull. In a large flat in Shenzhen, Lu Yunyun was watching a yellow bull in the video with stars in her eyes. Wang Chao's family is very rich. But the pocket money Wang Shangyun gave Wang Chao was not enough to buy a Danish luxury car worth nearly 20 million yuan. The best sports car Wang Chao currently owns is a Ferrari worth more than 8 million yuan. Compared with this big bull, Ferrari is simply heaven and earth. So when Lu Yunyun saw this big bull, her eyes lit up. Unfortunately, Wang Chao was reluctant to buy her a sports car. She can only touch the keys to the sports car at home. Thump thump thump. Just as Lu Yunyun was feeling envious, there was a knock on the door. My husband is back. Lu Yunyun's eyes lit up. Looking at the big shot in the video, she had an idea. She's going to be his wife soon, so it shouldn't be a problem to ask him for a car. Even if you don't buy yourself a Danbu, a Ferrari will do. Thinking of this, Lu Yunyun hurried to open the door for Wang Chao. Hubby, you're back. After opening the door, Lu Yunyun directly hugged Wang Chao's neck. I'm back, exhausted. Wang Chao pinched Lu Yunyun from behind and walked in with her with a sly smile. Lu Yunyun spoke Finnish and drew circles on Wang Chao's chest with her fingers. There was a charming look on her face. Looking at Lu Yunyun, Wang Chao became very lustful. He picked her up and walked towards the bedroom. After a minute of busy work, Wang Chao lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. Lu Yunyun was wrapped in a quilt, leaning on Wang Chao, drawing circles on his chest. Honey, I just saw a video. What video? Wang Chao narrowed his eyes and spoke in a somewhat unhappy tone. But Lu Yunyun didn't notice it. She reached out and took the phone from the bedside table. The limited edition wild bull that was photographed by someone on the street was shown to Wang Chao. Wildman limited edition, whose car is this? Wang Chao also likes sports cars very much. It should be said that there is no young person who doesn't like sports cars. Even their family bought 3 or 4 sports cars. But the only thing missing is a top-notch sports car like the Daniel. Not to mention the limited edition ones. It's not that his family has no money. But it's Wang Shanyun's restriction. Wang Shanyun is still very nice to Wang Chao. But for so many years, Wang Chao always went out to have fun. Don't care about the company's affairs. Seeing that he was about to become a useless person, Wang Shanyun finally couldn't bear it anymore. So rules were set for Wang Chao. First, find a clean girl. Wang Chao found it. It was Lu Yunyun, who had a very clean identity and background, and was poor but clean. The second is to enter a company and manage its business. This is also one of the reasons why Wang Chao is busy every day. Of course, the reason why Wang Chao did so much was simply because he wanted more money. After seeing the big guy, Wang Chao was extremely envious. But who does this limited edition Dinyo belong to? How would I know whose it is? Honey, we only have those few sports cars at home. Are we going to drive them after we get married? Lu Yunyun asked indirectly. You think I don't want to? Wang Chao glared at her and continued, if this game succeeds, I can ask my dad for a Danyu. Really? Lu Yunyun's eyes lit up. Of course, we'll say it's our wedding car then. Really? Thank you, husband. Lu Yunyun turned over and pressed down Wang Chao, very happy. Then there was another Golden Lotus attack that lasted 15 seconds. Chapter 55, Lu Cc. Scan the QR code on WeChat to get 1 yuan. Pay 1 yuan for prestige and get 10,000 times the critical hit. Agricultural Bank, on October 15, 21, your account number ending in 1314 received 10,000 yuan, and the balance is 310,995,000.52 yuan. Scan the QR code on WeChat to get 1 yuan. Pay 1 yuan for prestige and get 10 times the critical hit. Agricultural Bank, on October 15, 21, your account number ending in 1314 received 15 yuan, and the balance is 31,097,000.52 yuan. Another few days of scanning codes. Money still has to be earned bit by bit, and Suga never gets tired of making money by scanning codes. But this time Suga learned his lesson. Scan any store you see, and only scan the cheapest ones. In addition, he is preparing to buy a house. Xiao Kang's 100 million plus the 100 million he used to save Ma Teng's mother is more than 300 million, enough to buy a villa. Yes, Su Gu plans to buy a villa in Chengdu. Since you want to slap Lu Yunyun in the face, you must have all the necessary things. You can't lack either a car or a house. In addition to scanning the code, Su Gu was also inquiring about Lu Yunyun's whereabouts. It should be about Wang Chao's whereabouts. I heard from Guchun that he is the young master of a gaming company. Fuck, this Wang Chao is actually from Feichao Game, and is he a sworn enemy of Ma Teng? After finding out, Su Gu was shocked. Unexpectedly, by mistake, Su Gu helped the penguin to deal with him. But it's a good thing this way, it saves a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, Su Gu worked even harder. It turns out that Guchun was wrong. Wang Chao is not a man worth hundreds of millions, he is clearly the owner of a super company worth tens of billions. If this goes on, my money won't be enough. The road to scanning codes is long and arduous. Xiao Rou, are you really not going to release an album for Courage? In the villa, Lu Sisi was very confused. She could obviously release an album with Xiao Yiru. But Xiao Yiru chose not to send it for the time being. Sisi, my meeting has already been published. There's no need to rush to publish it now. I want to give way to you first. Xiao Yiru smiled. Give it to me first? Lu Sisi was confused for a moment. Then his eyes were filled with emotion. As Lu Sisi's first work, Xiao Yiru cannot overshadow her. She wanted Lu Sisi to become famous overnight with a song. Thinking of this, Lu Sisi understood Xiao Yiru's good intentions. Thank you, Xiao. Lu Sisi hugged Xiao Yiru, feeling moved. You're my best friend, so of course I'll let you post it first. As for my song, it's the same at any time. Xiao Yiru smiled and patted Lu Sisi on the back. Then he said, let's go to the company and take a look. Aha! The two held hands and went to the headquarters of Xiaoyu Company. Knowing that Xiao Yiru had returned, the studio regained its former vitality. With Xiao Yiru as their backbone, they are all full of energy. Xiao Rou, Penguin Company wants to renew your contract as their spokesperson. After arriving at the company, Assistant Jiang Min came to Xiao Yiru and Lu Sisi with a folder in her arms and a smile. Xiao Min. Xiao Yiru and Jiang Min gave each other a big hug. Then he said, well, let's renew it. Actually, there's one more. I'm a little undecided. After letting go, Jiang Min took out another contract from the folder. The one above is from Feichao Game Company. This is? Feichao Company wants you to be their game spokesperson, and the price is nearly twice as high as Penguin Company. This is also where Jiang Min is undecided. After all, double the money is not a small amount. We have never cooperated with Feichao, so I don't want to sign. Besides, Penguin will allocate me some equity dividends based on the profit of the game. I trust Uncle Ma more. Xiao Yiru thought for a moment and said. In fact, she trusted Su Gu more. These 2 days, Su Gu also told Xiao Yiru that he is now a game planner at Ma Teng Company. After all, he has 2 jobs. Su Gu also needs to explain. After obtaining the consent of Xiao Kong and Xiao Yiru, Su Gu no longer felt any psychological pressure. And Xiao Yiru trusts Su Gu very much, so she will definitely sign with Penguin Company. Okay, I'll reply to Feichao Company right away. Wait a minute, Xiaomin, I will not release any new songs for the next month. The company will strongly promote Sisi for the next song. Just when Jiang Min was about to leave, Xiao Yiru called her. Jiang Min looked towards Lu Sisi. Is Sisi going to go on stage too? What do you think this is? Lu Sisi and Jiang Min are also good friends and colleagues. Holding the song in his hand, he waved it towards Jiang Min. Oh, sure, Sisi. You're thinking about making your debut now. No, you have to treat me to a meal after get off work. Looking at the song in Sisi's hand, Jiang Min said with a smile. Okay, I'll treat you tonight. By the way, ask Su Gu to come over. It's a good opportunity for you to get to know him. Su Gu? Your exclusive composer? No, he is our exclusive composer and lyricist. Lu Sisi was very proud when she mentioned Su Gu. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have the chance to go on stage. Since you guys came here, I haven't seen this mysterious man. I'm curious about what kind of uncle he is. Looking at Lu Sisi's proud expression, Jiang Min became more and more curious about Su Gu. What uncle? Su Gu is a very handsome little brother. Lu Sisi defended Su Gu. Little brother? Zhang Min became even more curious. After all, most of the current lyricists and composers are middle-aged men. There are younger people, but they are too few. And Xiao Yirou's song is so gentle as an uncle who has been devastated by love. No wonder Zhang Min thought so. Of course, you'll find out tonight. Now let's go record my first album. Lu Sisi can't wait to go out. As they spoke, the three of them walked towards the recording studio. Sister Min. The three of them just arrived at the door of the recording studio. A young man in a suit called Zhang Min. What's wrong? Sister Ro and Sisi are both here. After greeting the two, the young man continued, Hyua's newly signed song, Chasing Dreams with a Childlike Heart, has topped the charts. This song has dealt a heavy blow to us. Now all the major app charts are topped by this song. After hearing the young man's words, the three of them frowned. I've never heard that Li He could write such a song before. I didn't expect that he would be so amazing after joining Hyua. Zhang Min muttered. Bullshit, that bastard Li He has the ability to write Chasing Dreams. Listening to Zhang Min's mumbling, Lu Sisi became extremely angry. Hey! Li He wrote the lyrics and composed the music. How can you say it's not him? Zhang Min was puzzled. Of course not, this song was written by Su Gu. Ah? Zhang Min was confused. Chapter 56 Su Ji's number is found. What, Xiao Yirou has already signed? Wang Shangyun slammed the folder in his hand onto the table. The people below didn't dare to say a word. For this game, Wang Shangyun spent a lot of money to invite foreign designers. As a person with strong business acumen, he is also very sensitive about business. The domestic fairy tale games have begun to decline. So he added foreign magic effects into the same fantasy game. I want a combination of Chinese and Western. Everything is ready, as long as the currently popular Xiao Yirou can be the spokesperson. He will definitely be able to suppress Ma Tang severely. This time, he also came with the intention of acquiring Penguin. But now Xiao Yiru actually rejected him. And it's at double the price. Dad, there is actually another candidate. At this time, Wang Chao, who was sitting next to Wang Shangyun, said. Any other candidates? Wang Shangyun looked at Wang Chao beside him in confusion, and then asked, for example? Wang Chao wasn't sure if it was appropriate, but maybe he could give it a try. Then he said, in fact, the popular Sutton is a good candidate. We can use his pure heart in pursuing his dreams in our game. Sutton, chasing dreams with a pure heart? Wang Shangyun has some impression of this song. After all, many of his subordinates use this song as their ringtone. Come to think of it, maybe you can give it a try. Su Dun was signed by Hyua, and Hyua and Xiaoyu are sworn enemies, so we can give it a try. Seeing Wang Shangyun's confusion, Wang Chao continued. Yes, why didn't I think of that? Contact Hyua Company and discuss cooperation. It would be best if we can finalize it tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Wang. The beautiful assistant hurried out to make the contact. This time, I want the Penguin to lose. Wang Shangyun said angrily. The others were also full of fighting spirit. An invisible war is brewing in the gaming industry. Have you heard? Penguin Company has released a game that allows netizens to play for free. Is it true? If it's free, you can try it. Yes, it's an online battle game. I've played it abroad before. It's really interesting. Hurry up and make an appointment. The news about Penguin games being free started to spread like wildfire on the internet. After all, this is the first time that a free game has been launched in Yanxia country. No fun, no loss. Sitting in the office, Wang Shangyun read the comments from netizens. There was a cold look in his eyes. Is Ma Tang trying to push his company into trouble? A free game that doesn't cost money? Wang Shangyun asked in confusion. After hesitating for a while, he called the company. Soon, a beautiful assistant in a suit walked in. What did they say over there? Why did Penguin release the game for free this time? Boss Wang, the news we received is indeed that the game made by Penguin this time is free, and it is completely free. The beautiful assistant replied. So how does this game make money? According to the information they sent over, it seems like they are making money from some skins. Skin? This was the first time Wang Shangyun heard this term. so I'm a little curious. Yes, they said it was skin, but I don't really understand what it is specifically. Also, Penguin has a new planner, and it is said that this idea was his. The beautiful assistant told Wang Shangyun everything that happened in Penguin, without missing a word. New operating methods, new planning. This left Wang Shangyun a little confused. What exactly does he want to do? Okay, I got it. Go ask around. The day after tomorrow is when we're going to release the game together. Don't let me down. Okay, Mr. Wang. After the beautiful assistant left, Wang Shangyun pinched his forehead, leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. But he looked very upset. Inside Highway Music Company, Ltd. Sutton was writing a song in his office. But no matter how hard he wrote, he couldn't write a song like Su Ji's that could make people's blood boil. Although this song Chasing Dreams with a Childlike Heart brought him great wealth. But he knew that this wealth was brought to him by Su Gu. If he can't show his level, it's also a death sentence in Highway. Hey, it would be great if I could find my brother. These things should be his. Sutton leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling in a daze. He is a real person. I don't like to take credit for other people's work. But I was very annoyed because I couldn't find Su Gu. Mr. Su, we found your brother's number. At this time, a beautiful woman with long hair walked in. What? Quick, give me my brother's number. Hearing the voice of the long-haired beauty, Sutton stood up suddenly. There was excitement in his eyes. Mr. Su, I can give you this number, but... The long-haired beauty hesitated to speak. What's wrong, Xiaoya? Su Dun looked at his assistant Zhao Yair in confusion. Zhao Yair looked at Su Dun, shook her lips, and then said, Mr. Su, your brother is the exclusive composer at Xiao Yiru of Xiao Entertainment Company. Sutton? Seeing Su Dun's confusion, Zhao Yair told him what happened. After listening to this, Su Dun looked bitter. How could he not know that Highway and Xiaoyu were sworn enemies? But now he has signed Highway. If I call this number, I'll probably be scolded by my brother. Looking at Su Dun's uncertain expression, Zhao Yair placed a note in her hand on Su Dun's desk. Mr. Su, this is the phone number. It's up to you to decide whether to call or not. After saying that, Zhao Yair left his studio. Su Dun looked at the phone number on the table and hesitated. Do you want to fight? How should I tell my brother when I call him? Sutton was in a dilemma. Sutton, Fei Chao just said that they want you to be their spokesperson. I thought we could work together. At this time, a woman with shoulder-length hair walked in. After hearing what the woman said, Sutton quickly hid the number on the table. Then he stood up and said with a smile, Sister Na. The person who came was Ying Na. Ever since Xiao Yiru released her single, she has become the runner-up again. No, this time it's even worse. She became the third child. Because the first one is Su Dun's Chasing Dreams with a Childlike Heart. Now Ying Na also admires Sutton very much. After all, only Su Dun can sing the song Chasing Dreams with a Childlike Heart with that feeling. None of the other male singers in the company can sing with as much emotion as Su Dun. This time Fei Chao Company wants us to be the spokesperson, and the company decided to let us go together. Ying Na sat on the sofa, poured herself a glass of red wine without any hesitation, and said with a smile, It's all up to Sister not to arrange. Sutton replied. On the road. Ying Na took a sip of red wine, looking at Sutton with admiration. Although this person ranked first, he doesn't put on airs in the company. Be respectful to yourself too. Very good and worth cultivating. Okay, let's go together. With that, Ying Na stood up and was about to leave. Sister Na, go ahead. I'll change my clothes and go. Okay, then hurry up. After Ying Na left, Su Dun took out the phone number again. He gritted his teeth and dialed the phone. Chapter 57. The car was scratched. Boss, do you have Kang Shui Fu for one piece? $2, Mr. Kong. Su Gu was a little uneasy. The prices in Shenzhen are really high. Even a piece of Kang Shui Fu that usually costs 1 yuan can be sold for double the price. Standing on the street corner, Su Gu fell into deep thought. I seem to have fallen into some misunderstanding. Su Gu has been making money by scanning QR codes lately and he feels like he has done something wrong. But I can't figure out where it is. He simply gave up thinking about it. Now he had to scan the code and make money quickly. There was only 1 month left. Thinking of this, Sugo walked towards his Danish sports car. Wow, this car is so cool. That's right, come on, take a picture for me. Okay. The big bull on the roadside was now surrounded by some pretty young ladies. Sugo frowned. It's not that people are not allowed to take pictures, but it's a bit too much for them to lie down on it. It's my own car after all. Hello everyone, I am the anchor Princess Yen Yen. I finally got my first Lamborghini through my own efforts. Sisters, please sign up for Princess Yen Yen's course and I will teach you how to make money. A woman with a somewhat pretty appearance stood in front of the camera. She brags about things that she doesn't even believe in. Just the expression on his face, he could actually say that he didn't blush or feel nervous. I don't know how to practice it. That's awesome. Wow, Yen Yen, what you said just now was so good that I almost believed it. Another girl, wearing heavy makeup and taking photos of her, kept flattering her. The anchor named Yen Yen benefited a lot from it. Hey, what are you doing? Sugo was ready to leave, but these women were still surrounding him. Sugo asked out of politeness. Wu Yen Yen couldn't help but frown when she saw the cheap clothes Sugo was wearing. He shouted, "Where did you come from, you country bumpkin? Didn't you see I was taking a picture of my car?" Sugo was stunned. Your car? What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman? Seeing that Sugo didn't leave, Wu Yen Yen shouted again. Are you sick? Is this your car? Sugo was angry. This person is quite pretty, why is his character so poor? Are all people in Chengdu like this? Who are you calling crazy? This isn't my car, how could it be yours? You're wearing these cheap clothes, don't dirty my car. Seeing Sugo scolding her and walking towards the big bull, she said angrily. Your car, your keys, open it and show me. Sugo crossed his arms and looked at her coldly. Wu Yen Yen was stunned. She didn't expect that this country bumpkin would actually be serious with her. Although the mask looks a bit cool. That doesn't mean he's really handsome. What's more, what he was wearing wasn't from any famous brand. Thinking of this, Wu Yen Yen angrily said, Why should I show you my key? Do you have a match? As she spoke, Wu Yen Yen excitedly clapped her hands on the car. This beat doesn't matter. A ring on her hand just happened to scratch a shallow mark on Daniel's car. Looking at the small scratch, Su Ji's face turned cold. I don't deserve it? Sugo was almost laughing because of this silly woman. Then he took out the key. Karma. Wu Yen Yen was stunned. This is really his car. But the clothes he was wearing were clearly not of any high-end brand. What does this outfit of Hongqing Erko mean? This car is yours. When Wu Yen Yen saw the car keys in Su Ji's hand, her eyes lit up. What else? Sugo sneered. We were just playing, that handsome guy, let's add my WeChat, I'm Wu Yen Yen, the anchor of Kuaizhou app. Wu Yen Yen had a fawning look on her face. Take out your cell phone. She really wants to flirt with this rich second-generation guy. Sugo had a smile on his face. Scan it with your phone. Seeing that Sugo actually added it, Wu Yen Yen's face was full of smiles. But Su Ji's next words made her confused. Okay, now that prestige has been added, let's talk about compensation. Wu Yen Yen. You made this scratch just now. I'm just watching from the side. It's up to you to decide whether to settle it publicly or privately. Sugo has no good feelings towards such a woman. He actually slapped his own car with his hand and left scratches on it. What are you thinking? Don't you have any brains? They say girls with big breasts are stupid, but you don't have this pair of A either? Privately? Wu Yen Yen came back to her senses and seemed to suddenly think of something. Hurry up and say. This rich second generation is really good at picking up girls. He actually used this method to settle things privately with me. Isn't it just that you want to pay with your body? That's fine, let me see how I take him down. Wu Yen Yen thought to herself. Privately, right? As he spoke, Sugo took a photo with his mobile phone and sent it to the Daniu store. After the insurance agent at the Daniu store said an amount, he rushed over quickly. Looking at Sugo taking a picture of the mark with his cell phone, he felt somewhat puzzled. Isn't he private? Why don't you invite me to the car? The insurance company just said that for this scratch, The minimum charge is 1.2 million. Do you want to transfer the money or pay cash? Wu Yanyan, isn't it private? Yes, if you settle it privately, you will lose money. Su Gu said lightly. That little brother, I don't have that much money, can I use other methods to settle it privately? Other methods? Su Gu wondered. Well, little brother, how about I go to your house with you, and you can do whatever you want? As she spoke, Wu Yanyan leaned towards Su Gu. That means even a fool would understand what she wants to do. You wish. Su Gu pushed her away. Then, you are dreaming if you want to have fun without paying the money. Hurry up, 1,200,000, not a cent less. Although the small scratch does not affect the appearance. But Su Gu would not spoil her. I have no money, you can do whatever you want, you are bullying me. As she spoke, Wu Yanyan actually squatted down and started crying. Generally speaking, women's tears are the most lethal to men. Listening to Wu Yanyan's crying. Soon people gathered around. You drive such a nice car, and they just scratched it, why are you so persistent? That's right, you have so much money, why bother others? She's just a girl, how can she afford to compensate you so much? You're so stingy. After learning the whole story, everyone began to blame Su Gu. Wu Yanyan was secretly happy when she heard so many people speaking for her. The crying was getting louder and louder. Su Gu frowned as he looked at these people, his anger growing. This group of people actually put themselves under moral blackmail. He said angrily, okay, I won't make things difficult for her. Who of you just said I was stingy? Come on, you are generous. 1,200,000, you pay for it. Seeing a young man shouting the loudest, Su Gu pointed at him. When the man heard this, he was dumbfounded. I quickly said, what does it have to do with me? It's not me who messed up your car. Don't you feel sorry for the girl? Then you can pay for it. I. She did it, it's none of my business, why should I pay for it? Then shut your asshole and stop whining in front of me. Who else is willing to speak up for her? Come on. Pay me money and I'll leave immediately. 1,200,000. Su Gu was really angry this time, and pointed at the group of people angrily. After hearing Su Ji's words, the group of people shut up. No one dared to stand up for her anymore. Humph, you still want to be a hero and save the beauty, bah. What annoys him most is this group of saints. He thinks he is standing on the highest moral ground and points fingers at others. When it really happens to them, they become as cowardly as eggs. Hurry up and get someone to compensate you. Don't waste my time. Boom boom boom. Just when Su Gu asked Wu Yanyan for money, the roar of sports cars could be heard. Chapter 58, Fast-Footed Zhang Jitao. Wow, brother Tao, he bullied me. The vehicles that came over included Ferrari, Porsche, and other sports cars. There is also a big bull among them. But this big guy is only entry-level. However, even an entry-level model would cost nearly 10 million yuan. A man walked out of the big bull. The man seemed to be in his 20s. He was dressed very fashionably and wore sunglasses, looking very pretentious. Seeing the person leading the group, Wu Yanyan quickly stood up and trotted over. She came to that person and threw herself into his arms, crying. As if he felt so wronged. This was the message Wu Yanyan secretly sent to Zhang Jitao while she was crying. At this time, Zhang Jitao looked at Wu Yanyan, who looked so aggrieved, and walked towards Su Gu aggressively. Su Gu was not afraid either. Anyway, I am in the right, so how could he dare to hit me in the street? You are the one who bullied Yanyan? Zhang Jitao took off his glasses and asked with a cold face. He scratched my car and I asked her for compensation. Why? No? Su Gu looked directly into Zhang Jitao's eyes, his momentum not weakened at all. What a crappy car, do you really think, a wild one? Zhang Jitao hasn't finished speaking yet. Su Gu just moved a little. The yellow bull wilder appeared in front of Zhang Jitao. This. Zhang Jitao frowned. Those who can afford the wild one are definitely not ordinary people. And it seems that Su Gu is even younger than himself. The momentum weakened a lot at the moment. Brother, I'm Zhang Jitao from Kuaijiao Company. I don't know which company you are from. I don't think I know you well. Zhang Jitao introduced himself. He is the eldest son of Zhang Feng, chairman of the Kuaijiao Company, and one of the richest second generations in Shenzhen. Such rich second generations do have some brains. So he thought that Su Ge should also be the son of a big company. As someone who might be the son of a big boss in the business world, Zhang Jitao would not offend him just for the sake of one of his anchors. Then he asked, I just came to Shenzhen and I'm currently working at Penguin. Su Ge didn't give Zhang Jitao a very good look. He didn't care whose son Zhang Jitao was. Even if the King of Heaven comes and scratches your car, you will have to pay for it. This scratch will cost a lot of money. Brother, Wu Yanyan is the anchor of my Kuaijiao app. Can you please give me some face? Forget it. Zhang Jitao thought he was a well-known figure in Shenzhen. Although Su Ge can afford a limited edition Danbu, he must be rich. However, being able to team up with Kuaijiao Company will definitely bring more than just these benefits to their respective businesses. Face? Do I know you well? Should I give you face? Su Ge didn't indulge him at all. Are the second generation of rich people awesome? Are the Kuaijiao companies awesome? It has nothing to do with me. You can do it, can do it. Zhang Jitao didn't expect that Su Ge would directly refuse. But he also didn't know who was behind Su Ge. In order not to cause trouble for his father, he endured it. Then he said, Brother, tell me, how much do you want to pay? I made a mark on it, and the current price is 300,000. Su Ge came to Dainio, pointed at the scratch and said. At this time, the insurance company also came over, followed by the traffic police in the area. After arriving here, the traffic police briefly asked about the situation. The rest was left to the insurance company. After all, such matters fall under the category of civil mediation. If it can be settled privately, there's no need to make a big deal out of it. The insurance agent looked at the scratch and said, Mr. Su, this scratch cannot be repaired. We need to replace the entire front cover, which will cost at least 1.2 million. 1,200,000? Zhang Jitao was stunned after hearing what the man said. His monthly pocket money was only 1 million, and Wu Yanyan actually put the money in with just a stroke of the penny? Thinking of this, Zhang Jitao glared at Wu Yanyan fiercely. Brother Tao, I didn't mean to. Wu Yanyan looked at Zhang Jitao and subconsciously lowered her head, unable to speak clearly. More than 1 million, how long will it take her to earn that much through live streaming? At this moment, Wu Yanyan was regretting her decision so much. Did you hear that? 1,200,000. Su Ge said to Zhang Jitao. Okay, 1,200,000. Zhang Jitao looked at Su Ge with resentment. Then he said, it's only 1.2 million. I can afford it. As he spoke, Zhang Jitao took out his cell phone and called someone unknown. I'll take care of anything, call me right away. When the time comes, let my dad find me and tell him that I used it. Stop talking nonsense and call me now. Zhang Jitao, who was on the phone, yelled into the phone. I don't know who to ask for the money from, but he still got so angry. After a while, Zhang Jitao came back. In front of the police, Zhang Jitao transferred the money to him. Su Ge stopped only after seeing that 1.2 million yuan had arrived in his account. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what's your name? Before leaving, Zhang Jitao asked coldly. Su Ge. Su Ge was not afraid of this person's revenge. Anyway, after completely slapping Lu Yunyun in the face, he will return to the Magic City. He wasn't planning on staying here any longer. Su Ge, okay, I'll remember you. Having said that, Zhang Jitao left with a group of people. Mr. Su, if you want to repair your car, you just need to drive to our shop. After Zhang Jitao left, the insurance agent came over and said to him with a smile. What the hell, wouldn't it be better to buy chicken legs for 1.2 million? Su Ge said unhappily. He was short of money right now, and this guy actually asked him to repair his car. What a joke. It's just a scratch, no problem. Insurance agent. After returning to the car, Su Ge was a little depressed. This time I went to Shenzhen. I spent several $100s to buy a set of clothes. Why do I become a bumpkin in the eyes of others? Thinking about Wu Yanyan calling me a country bumpkin all the time. Su Ge was a little upset. He came out to make money by scanning codes. I don't want to cause myself so much trouble. I was indeed angry just now. Just competing with Zhang Jitao. Well, I'd better go buy some nice clothes. It has to match this car. Sugu muttered, then continued, where can I buy it? Oh, ask Xiaoyiru and Lu Sisi. You want to buy clothes? On the phone, Xiaoyiru's eyes lit up. Come to think of it, she really wanted to go shopping. Yeah, I didn't bring any clothes when I came here. Sugu found a reason. That's fine. Sisi is inviting you to dinner tonight. I'll go with you. Xiaoyiru thought for a moment and said. Really? That's great. I don't know what kind of clothes to buy. With Xiaoyiru accompanying me to buy things, I would have less worries. Thinking of this, Sugu drove directly towards Xiaoyu's headquarters. Chapter 59 New Mastery Rewards. Check for me, find out who this Sugu is? When Zhang Jitao came back, he was scolded severely by his father as expected. After all, he was privately using the company's funds. How could this not make Zhang Feng angry? Looking at his good-for-nothing son, Zhang Feng simply froze all his pocket money and asked him to reflect on his behavior. Zhang Jitao came to their club and spoke angrily to the group of people he was playing with. Soon, someone went out. As for Su Gu, with his power, he should be able to find him quickly. Brother Tao, don't be angry. Wu Yanyan looked at Zhang Jitao, who was so angry. He walked towards him fearfully. Looking at Wu Yanyan, Zhang Jitao was furious. Snap. Then there was a slap on her face. He said angrily, I asked you to broadcast live, but I didn't ask you to cause trouble for me. I'm sorry, Brother Tao. I was wrong, Brother Tao. Wu Yanyan covered her face with her hands, her eyes filled with tears. But he apologized quickly. There is no trace of the arrogance he had back then. Looking at Wu Yanyan, Zhang Jitao became furious. He waved his hand and asked the others to leave. Everyone else could see Zhang Jitao's evil intentions. With a meaningful smile, he walked outside. I'm very angry now. After everyone leaves. Zhang Jitao narrowed his eyes and pressed Wu Yanyan's head down. With anger towards Su Gu, he twisted violently. This is the largest shopping mall in Shenzhen. Let's go. Su Gu and Xiaoyiru came to Shindu International Shopping Mall. Because she is a star. Xiaoyiru also wrapped herself tightly. Not only was he wearing a mask, he was also wearing sunglasses. It's like being a thief. Only after entering the mall did she slowly breathe a sigh of relief. In the mall, she doesn't have to wrap herself up so tightly. After all, ordinary people can't come here. It is said that the average per capita consumption there is at least as much as 100,000. I want to buy clothes here. Looking at the luxurious decoration and the dazzling array of merchandise, Su Gu felt a little distressed. A watch costs hundreds of thousands. A piece of clothing costs tens of thousands of yuan. Pick up any product at random, and the starting price is W. Su Gu looked at the goods and his heart was beating fast. What's wrong with you? Xiaoyiru looked at Su Ji's expression and felt a little strange. It's okay, it's okay. Su Gu said quickly. He has not yet completely transformed from being a migrant worker. These things are too expensive. Come, take a look at this. Came to a suit shop. Xiaoyiru looked at a casual plaid suit and said to Su Gu. 50,000, one piece? So expensive? Xiaoyiru seemed to notice Su Ji's embarrassment. She walked towards him with the clothes. She whispered in his ear, you will be Xiaoyu's composer and Penguin's game planner in the future. You can't dress too poorly. Besides, if an entrepreneur sees that his partner is wearing cheap goods, how can he feel comfortable working with you? Su Gu was stunned. Yes, it seems that I have climbed to the upper class of society now. Although I haven't adapted yet, I have to make changes eventually. Xiaoyiru was right. I am in this situation now, even if I encounter many opportunities. I'm sure no one will have anything to do with me. Even if you want to take revenge on someone, you can't rely on your own strength alone. Connections are sometimes important. Xiaoyiru saw Su Gu in deep thought and said with a smile. As the daughter of a financial tycoon like Shao Kong, I learned a lot about these upper-class people through observation and listening. Of course, she was not stingy in teaching Su Gu. After all, how could someone like Su Gu stay at the bottom of society? I understand. Let's try it. Su Gu smiled at Xiaoyiru. Then he asked, how do you know who I'm going to take revenge on? Drink less alcohol in the future. Xiao Yiro let the cat out of the bag herself. She went to pick out clothes for Sugu with a smile. I knew it, mad, next time I drink I'll be a dog. Thinking of this, Sugu was secretly angry with himself. After changing clothes, Su Ji's overall temperament has improved a lot. He is 1.89 meters tall, and has muscles developed through long-term labor. It holds up the entire suit just right. The skin is just a little darker, but it looks much healthier. It feels a bit like a thug in a suit. Of course, if he knows Kung Fu. Have you ever worked out before? After buying a few pieces of clothing, the two walked out of the mall satisfied. Sugu was wearing a set of newly bought clothes. The temperament has also improved by more than a little bit. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. The ancients were right. Looking at Su Ji's handsome appearance, Xiao Yiru asked this question. I don't have the time to work out. Sugu scratched his head and said with a smile. No? Let's go. Xiao Yiru pulled Sugu and walked towards the car. Where are you going? Go straight back to the villa where we live. There is a gym there. Sugu was strange though. But I took her there anyway. Xiao Yiru looked at Sugu and developed a sense of evil taste. Being so strong, he must have nice body curves. I wonder if he has 8-pack abs. Come to the gym in the villa area. Xiao Yiru greeted the front desk clerk with a smile. Hey, Xiao, you're here. There was a pretty young lady at the reception, and she seemed to know Xiao Yiru. Yes, I'll bring you some business. Help me get this gentleman a gym membership. The lady at the front desk looked at Sugu and her eyes suddenly lit up. This little brother is so handsome. He and Xiao Yiru. They are really a perfect match. I understand. Right away. As she spoke, the young lady took out a card from the drawer. Mr. Su, please tell us your mobile phone number so we can register it for you. Okay, my number is 138x. Sugu didn't want to sign up for any fitness program. He felt that instead of spending his time on fitness, it would be better to just scan the QR code. However, it was Xiao Yiru who rushed to pay for several of her clothes. He didn't know what to say anymore. It's 150,000 yuan per issue, and an annual pass is 300,000 yuan. So expensive? Sugu was shocked. It's just to keep fit, this is too exaggerated. I'll sweep it. As she was speaking, Xiao Yiru took out her cell phone. Wait, let me. I can't let her pay anymore. If she continues to pay, she'll be like a gigolo. As he said that, Sugu quickly pushed Xiao Yiru's phone over. Take out your cell phone. Weixin scan code payment 300,000 yuan. Byte. After scanning it, the phone vibrated again. This is a reward. Pay 300,000 yuan by scanning the QR code on Weixin to trigger a special reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Fighting Mastery, Sanda Mastery, Taekwondo Mastery, Muay Thai Mastery, Wing Chun Mastery, Jeet Kune Do Mastery. Only one can be selected. Chapter 60, The Treasure Master. Hey, the reward has been triggered again. Sugu was very happy when he saw the notification on his phone. This system is really powerful. However, this mastery seems to be a bit biased towards fitness. Could it be that if you scan different codes, you will get different things? Sugu thought about it and it seemed to be the case. When I went to buy medicine, I was rewarded with capsules, and when I bought jade, I was rewarded with bloodstone. The reward for buying a musical instrument is proficiency in the instrument, and the reward for buying a song is the song. It seems that I can buy things in a targeted manner. What's wrong? Looking at Sugu staring at the phone and grinning foolishly, Xiao Yiru asked curiously. Oh, it's nothing. Sugu quickly put the phone into his pocket. Selection successful, issuing in progress. When Sugu hurriedly put his phone into his pocket, I accidentally clicked an option. The body is changing, too. Sugu only felt that his body was constantly tense. Seems to be stronger. This feeling is really great. I just don't know what I ordered. It's not easy to watch now. The two walked into the gym. At this time, some muscular men and some graceful women were showing off their abs. Xiao Ro, you're here. At this time, a man saw Xiao Yiru and walked over. Yeah, just came to check it out. The man looks very muscular. His face looked as if it had been cut with a knife. He is about 1.80 meters tall and looks very sunny. But when Xiaoyiru saw the man, she seemed a little disgusted. Who is this? The man looked at Sugu, who came with Xiaoyiru, and asked curiously. My friend. Xiaoyiru had no intention of introducing Sugu to this man, so she replied casually. Oh, hello, I'm Ma Ying from Taba Company. Ma Ying stretched out his hand. But he emphasized the 4 words Taba Company very much. It seems like a provocation. Taba Company is an emerging online shopping company in the past 2 years. The company has developed rapidly in the past 2 years and has become a leading company in the entire industry. This Ma Ying looks to be no more than 20 years old. He should not be the son of Ma Dayun from Taba Company. Xiaoyiru's composer, Sugu. Sugu also stretched out his hand. It's just that I have no connection with this person. Why do I feel like I'm being hated? So he's Xiaoyiru's composer. Ma Ying emphasized the word composer even more. I don't know what his behavior means. Okay, Sugu, let's go and come back next time. Xiaoyiru couldn't help but frown when she heard what Ma Ying said, and was about to leave. Hey, Xiaoyiru, why are you leaving right after you got here? When Ma Ying heard that Xiaoyiru was about to leave, he quickly stopped her. Xiaoyiru's face turned a little ugly. Said, Ma Ying, you want to stop me, right? Xiaoyiru, why should I stop you? You just got here, why don't you practice inside for a while before leaving? Or you can have some tea later. Ma Ying said with a grin. Why should I drink tea with you? Go away. I still need to talk to Sugu about the song. Xiaoyiru found an excuse. But Ma Ying knew very well that Xiaoyiru was looking for an excuse. Then he said to Sugu, don't you have something to do? I'll take Xiaoyiru over later. Sugu was stunned. When did I have any problems? But he soon realized that this guy was ordering him to leave. I was not happy at the moment. Said, I do have something to do, but I have to do it with Xiaoyiru. Can't we do it alone? Must we do it together? Yes, we must go together. As Xiaoyiru's exclusive composer, I naturally have to help her out. No, you can do it yourself. Ma Ying's voice was cold and threatening. After all, to Ma Ying, he is just a composer. He definitely wouldn't dare to make an enemy of himself. I really can't do this on my own. Ma Ying. This person is determined to go against me. Looking at Su Ji's sly smile. He was a little angry. There's no rush. I see you're in good shape, buddy. Have you ever learned Sanda? How about we practice a round? Ma Ying didn't say anything and directly pulled Sugu inside. As long as Sugu goes in, Xiaoyiru will definitely not leave. I'm sorry, I've never practiced Sanda. Sugu refused. Never practiced before? That's good. If you haven't practiced before, I can teach you. It's good if you haven't practiced before. Then you won't feel any pressure when you play like this. This time, Ma Ying was determined to teach Sugu a lesson. He didn't give Sugu any chance to refute. Watching Ma Ying and Sugu arguing with each other. Several people who also came here to work out also gathered around. After they surrounded them, they deliberately pushed Xiaoyiru outside. Xiaoyiru couldn't even pull Sugu out. This gym is expensive for a reason. It's very big inside and even has a separate boxing ring. Octagonal cages are available. Other fitness equipment is also available. The entire hall covers an area of over 1,000 square meters. No wonder it's so expensive. When he arrived at the boxing ring, Sugu was surrounded by a group of people and was forced to take off his clothes. Put the gloves on your hands. Looking at the red gloves on his hands. If we don't fight, it will be difficult to get out of here. But what did I learn just now? You should take a look at it. No matter what, things produced by the system must be good. Since he wants to be bullied, why not try out the reward? Ding ding ding. I didn't expect that there were special competition bells and referees here. I have to say that Sugu, without his shirt, has a figure just as good as Ma Ying's. Moreover, Su Ji's 8-pack abdominal muscles are even more explosive. Even when his muscles were tense, his bat muscles were exposed, creating an extremely strong visual impact. Wow, whose son is this? He's so handsome and has such a great body. I don't know, but it seems that he came here with Xiaoyiru. He can't be Xiaoyiru's boyfriend. Of course he is. Not only is he so handsome, but he also has such a great figure. I'm jealous. I really want to steal Xiaoyuru's girl. Looking at Suji's figure and handsome face. A group of young ladies who were working out also looked like crazy fans. Of course, the one who was more impactful was Xiaoyu. She also didn't expect that Sugo was not only handsome, but also had such a great figure. For a moment, I was actually a little dazed. Listening to the voices of the group of crazy fans below, Ma Ying's anger grew even stronger. This guy actually stole all my limelight. This is intolerable. As he said that, he hit Sugo in the face. Sugo looked at Ma Ying's fist swinging towards him. Nor dodged. Because he didn't know why. I feel that this horse camp is so weak. It doesn't seem to move very fast. Just when Ma Ying was about to hit him in the face, Sugo moved.